Hi my friends, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this video course is called All English Grammar You Need in 30 Minutes. Really, we have little free time and I hope that we are ready to know the most important English grammar which you really need. Okay, so what do you need to know first of all? I suppose that first of all you need to know simple tenses, right? We call these tenses simple. What are these tenses? First of all, it's present simple, the most important tense. So we use it when we talk about the present. Secondly, it's past simple. We often use it when we talk about something in the past. And one more very important tense, which is called future simple. Okay? So I hope that you remember how you form this tense. Okay? Let me give you an example. Okay, and so we need to open the brackets. Okay, so it's really about all English grammar you really need. Let's say it in present simple first. Yeah, if we are talking, so you need to open the brackets. It's a very useful exercise indeed. So when you open the brackets, so let's say it in present simple first. Okay, and let's remember how we do it. So you know that we use verb or verb plus s. Okay, when do we use s? When it's he, she or it. So we have I and it will be the same. And we'll say I learn English very intensively. I learn English very intensively. Okay? So one more example, yeah, for more practice. You know that it's very important to have as much practice as possible. Okay, so she improve her skills. Okay, so improve, it's, you know, when it's getting better, when it's becoming better. Okay, let's say it in present simple. Yeah, first of all, yeah, you know, we are working with this tense. So we look at she and we see. So she, we need to add s. Please don't forget about this. Very simple, but at the same time a very important rule. And we need to say, so she improves her skills. She improves her skills. Okay, very good. So let's look at the second tense, yeah? And we call this tense past simple. It's what you really need to know. So really open the brackets and say it in past simple. How do we form this tense? You know that you need to use the second form. So the question is, so the verb is regular or irregular, maybe yes, maybe no. Really, what kind of verb is it? Regular or irregular? Who knows? So if I write or if I type, yeah, these forms, is it correct or not? Or maybe these forms, is it right or wrong? Who knows? So actually, which actually, variant are you choosing? So really, what's your choice? in fact, you need to know that this verb can be regular and irregular. So it's correct, and it's also correct. So it's an exception. You know that there are lots of exceptions in English, and you just need to remember, yeah, so this verb can be regular or irregular, so you can say learned or learned, it's okay. And so let's try, yeah, to say it correctly in past simple. So I learned English very intensively. Good, very good. Or I learned, it's also possible. Yeah, so let's look at the second sentence. She improved her skills. So she, we need to use the second form. And you know that there is a very important rule for regular verbs. So you have ed, at the end of this word, ed. So you see e, and so this verb is irregular, and you need to add d, and so you'll see she improved. She improved her skills. So this verb is regular, and as a rule, we have ed in all regular verbs. We see it. Okay, so very good. So we have looked at past simple. You see, so you need to focus on regular verbs, verb plus ed. So if this verb isn't regular or irregular verbs, so what do you need to do with them? You need to remember, or there is another very good verb, yeah, which has a similar meaning. It means memorize, yeah. So you need to memorize these verbs, or you need to remember these irregular verbs. And basically, so when actually we talk about past simple, you need to use the second form. Yeah, if actually it's about this verb, yeah, it's an exception. So this verb can be regular or irregular. So learned, or learned. It's correct too. Yeah, and so you see, I learn English very intensively, and she improved her skills. Okay, very good, my friends. Well done. And so let's look at future simple. This tense is also of great importance, and let's try to form these sentences in future simple. You know the rule. So will plus verb, yeah, for he, she, it, for everything. Okay, so let's say it. I will learn, right? So we put will before a verb. So learn is a verb, and we put will. So I will learn English very intensively. I will learn English very intensively. And let's look at the second sentence. Yeah. So she will improve her skills. She will improve her skills. So will plus verb. You know that if we look at the reality, so in practice we often use short forms. So it's okay if you say I'll learn, yeah, I'll learn English very intensively, or she'll. It's okay. So these things are very common, yeah, among native speakers of English. Okay, very good. Right, you see it, will plus verb. So I will learn English very intensively. She will improve her skills. Very good. And so you may think that you know everything about these tenses. So present simple, past simple, and future simple, because it's very, very clear for you, or as you know, as they say, crystal clear, yeah. But in fact, it isn't. So there is another situation which you also need to take into account. So it's present simple, yeah, but it's the first situation, past simple the first situation, and future simple the first situation. So it's very important to know the second situation. Okay, let's have a look, yeah, let's have a look at what actually we are talking about, or at what we mean. Yeah, so there is the second situation, and you have two sentences again, yeah. So let's look at these sentences. So busy, and when I ask students, or when someone asks students, so how do we form present simple, so we often hear only this version, so verb or verb plus s. But in fact, it can be another structure, or it can be another combination of words. Look at this situation, for example. The problem is that if you look at these simple tenses, the first situation, so you have a verb, yeah, in all these examples, yes. And if you look at this situation, so you don't have a verb, it's the second very big situation. You don't have a verb. So you know that busy isn't a verb. So busy, you know, busy isn't a verb. It's an adjective. It isn't a verb. And how will you say it? And you need to know that if we are talking about present simple, you need to use the form of to be. So am, is, or are. So, and you also know that we say I am, he, she, it is, and we say we, you, they are. And if we look at this sentence, yeah, so he busy, so you need to do the same. So the task is the same. You need to open the brackets and say it in all these tenses. So it's a very important thing. Okay, so and we look at here, yeah, we look at here, so we say he is, and as a result you see he is busy. Okay, one more important thing, and so I think it's better, you know, to have more practice, and you'll support my idea if we add, you know, one more sentence for practice. Yeah, the more practice the better. So I satisfied with my result. Okay, so what part of speech is it? Satisfied. Okay, so you know that if it's ed, it doesn't mean that it's a verb, it's an adjective. So satisfied is an adjective in English. You don't have a verb. Yeah, you don't have a verb here, yeah, again, and you need to use the form of to be. And you will say I am satisfied. I am satisfied with my result. I am satisfied with my result. So it can be a full form, he is busy, but you know that in reality we often hear a short form, so he's busy. Look, or listen, he is busy and he's busy. So compare. I am satisfied with my result, and I'm satisfied with my result. Yeah, so you need to know it. Yeah, okay, very good, my friend. And let's do the same with past simple. So it's the most important grammar. So let's do the same with past simple. Let's open the brackets. So you know that if we look at the first situation, yeah, actually you see that you need to use the second form here, and there is only one variant, or there is only one option. Yeah, so and you need to remember it for I, he, she, it. But if it's about the verb to be, it's another story. You need to understand that if it's about the verb to be, yeah, so you need to use was or were. And so the question is, when do we use was and when do we use were? Okay, when I was, what else? He was, she was, it was, we were, you were, they were. Okay, and you see, he busy, so I, he, she, it was, and we'll say he was over, he was busy. He was busy. Really, it's very, very important. Yeah, and so the second example, so we can't ignore it. We can't ignore it. So it's for more practice, for more progress, yeah, as you might guess. So I satisfied with my result. So we need the form of to be. I, he, she, it was. So we say was. I was satisfied with my result. I was satisfied with my result. So you see, it's about past simple, and so if we don't have a verb, so we have to be, we use was or were. So I, he, she, it was, we, you, they were. And so you see, he was busy, I was satisfied with my result. Very good. So what about future simple with the verb to be? So what about it? Okay, so actually the rule is the same. So if you remember, yeah, of this thing, yeah, so future simple will plus verb. So we have absolutely the same rule. So if we have to be, so absolutely the same, because the verb is to be. Okay, let's say it, or let's try to say it. He will and verb. So the verb is to be. He will be busy. He will be busy. I, so you need will plus be. So will plus be. In other words, so it's will plus verb or will be. Will be. I will be satisfied. I will be satisfied with my result. I'll be satisfied with my result. Yeah. So you know that you can also use short forms. No problem. So he'll be busy, or I'll be satisfied with my result. Okay, my friends, so this information is extremely important. So the problem is that most students know only about the first situation, and they don't understand that the second situation also exists. Okay, and we don't have only theory, we have practice, and it's really very important. Yeah, my friends, it's the first very important part. So you need to know simple tenses. Yeah, but much more than simple tenses, you also need to know modal verbs. Modal verbs. What I'm talking about? I'm talking about the following that you need to know: can, could, should, must. Yeah, you need to know these things, yeah, first of all. Okay, so for example, you can say I can speak English. Is it correct or not? So let's try to open the brackets, yeah. So she can sing professionally, or she can sing very beautifully. Okay, let's try to open the brackets. So the rule is, so it doesn't matter what it is, can, could, should, or must, yeah? So you add a verb without to, yeah? So if you want to open the brackets, yeah, it will be the same. So I can speak English. I can speak English. She can sing very beautifully. Yeah, so can plus verb. What other things do you need to know? Would plus verb. Yeah, and you also need to remember need. So if you have need, we use to. Need to plus verb. And have to plus verb. Yeah, please remember it. And there are two very important modal verbs. Yeah, so may and might. Please also remember it. Okay, so I think that it's time to do one very important exercise. Okay, let's do the following. So you have a sentence, this sentence. Do it right now. So I think that if you really want to understand this information, you need to have practice. If you don't have practice, I think it's impossible to learn it. And let's, try to say this sentence with all modal verbs, yeah, which you know, okay? So I think really this exercise is extremely important. Maybe just we'll need more space. I mean that, so you also need to keep in mind this information, yeah? And let's try to say it. So in fact, you can choose any sentence and actually form different sentences with all these modal verbs, yeah? So it's very, very important. Well, so let's try to say it. So I can do it right now. Well done. Let's say it with could. I could do it right now. Well done. Let's say it with should. I should do it right now. What about must? I must do it right now. What about would? I would do it. I would do it right now. It means that it's possible. It's possible for me, and it's possible for me to do it. I would do it. May. I may do it right now. It means maybe I'll do it. Or you can use might. You know that we often hear may or might. So I might do it right now. And two more very important verbs: need. So you need to say it with need and have to. The problem is that many students forget about to, but please don't do it, yeah? So I need to do it. I need to do it right now, and I have to do it right now. Have to do it right now, okay? So this information is very important, my friends. So you can, choose a certain sentence and do the same with all these modal verbs. So this exercise is extremely useful. So you can choose, you can find a sentence. It can be, a simple sentence or a more difficult sentence. So when you have a verb, yeah, please do the same exercise. It's better to choose minimum, 2 sentences. And the second situation when you don't have a verb. So, and if we're talking about modal verbs, yeah, so you need to do absolutely the same. You need to do absolutely the same. Right, and so the more practice, the better. Okay, what else do you need to know? Yeah, so you also need to know about present continuous. So this thing is extremely important. Yeah, we can't ignore it. Okay, so it's for present, but for present which is happening now. Okay, for example, just let's open the brackets. And how will you say it in present continuous? Yeah, to say it, you need, to remember how we form this tense. So am is are plus verb plus ing. And you'll say, I am listening to you. So it means that it's now at the moment. Yeah, I am listening to you. But you know that in reality, so we mostly use short forms. And I believe that it's more natural to say I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. Okay, one more example. Okay, so she stay there. Let's say it in present continuous. So she, he, she, it is. I am, we, you, they are. So and you actually say she is staying. She is staying there. Okay, it's about present continuous. Okay, what else? So present continuous is for present which is now. Am is are plus verb plus ing. So, and you see these examples. I'm listening to you, I'm listening, or I'm listening to you. It's a short form. And she is staying there, or it can be full form, she is staying there. Okay, next, you also need to be actually familiar with passive voice. Passive voice, what is it? Passive voice. Okay, let me give you an example. So please open the brackets. Yeah, so you need to open the brackets. You use passive voice. It's when it's done by someone. When it's done by someone or something. When it's done by someone or something. And so we mostly meet passive voice present simple. Passive voice present simple. So okay, do you know how to say it? So you need the form of to be. Am is are plus the third form. Plus the third form. Okay, or yeah, or it can be, it's better actually to have this thing in brackets. So it, if it's it, we see it is. And the third form of make, you know that, so make, this verb is irregular. So make, made, made, we need it. So it is made in China. It's made in China. Or for example, yeah, one more example. So it, so produce in Italy. Okay, so how will you say it? So the same thing. So it is, and the third form of produce. This verb is regular. So you know, if this verb is regular, so you have produced and produce. It's the same. The second form is the same as the third form. Yeah, and so you'll actually say it is produced in Italy. Okay, very good, my friend. So passive voice. So when it's done by someone or something, yeah, passive voice present simple. So am is are plus the third form. And you see that make is an irregular verb. So you say, yeah, and in contrast to produce, which is actually irregular. Yeah, this verb is regular. It is made in China and it is produced in Italy. Yeah, my friends, and one more very important thing. Right, there is also a rule of two verbs. A rule of two verbs. What is it? So is it correct or not? So to say it. So he wants tell you this thing. So is it correct or not? So in fact, it isn't correct, because we often actually have this structure verb plus to plus verb. So you need to put to between two verbs. Yeah, he wants to actually tell you these thing. Yeah, please keep in mind this structure too. Thank you. Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this course is English Grammar for Beginners. My name is Alex. My name is Alex. I work as an English teacher. I work as an English teacher. I work as an English teacher. I decided to make a course. I decided to make a course on English grammar. I decided to make a course on English grammar. It isn't just a short video. It isn't a short video. It isn't a short video. This course is very informative. This course is very informative. This course is very informative. It's full of useful information. It's full of useful information. I really hope you like it. I really hope you like it. I really hope you like it, or you will like it. Yeah, I really hope you like it. I wish you good progress. I wish you good progress. I really want it. I really want it. Yeah, I wish you good progress. Good progress. I really want it. I really want it. That's why I'm recording this course now. That's why I'm recording this course now. I can say that English isn't very difficult. I can say that English isn't very difficult, and you can learn it very fast. And you can learn it very fast. Okay, so my name is Alex. I work as an English teacher. I decided to make a course on English grammar. It isn't a short video. This course is very informative. It's full of useful information. I really hope you like it. I wish you good progress. I really want it. That's why I'm recording this course now. I can say that English isn't very difficult, and you can learn it very fast. I also think you know some English words. I also think you know some English words. What popular English words can you remember? What popular English words can you remember? What popular English words can you remember? For example, car, cat, dog, house, computer, microphone. Yeah, so microphone, school, university, friend, and so on, and other words. Okay, and so on, and other words. It's easy. It's easy. Yeah? So I also think you know some English words. Yeah, you know some English words. So what popular English words can you remember? Write about it in the comments. Yeah, write about it in the comments. Write about it in the comments. Write about it in the comments below. Write about it in the comments below. Yeah? For example, car, cat, dog, house, computer, microphone, school, university, friend, and so on, and other words. So it's easy. Okay? Let's continue. Let's talk about articles. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's talk about articles. Let's talk about articles. A or an. A or an. So we have these words. We have these words. Car, cat, dog, house, computer, microphone, and school. So if it's a noun, we usually use an article. We usually use an article. Article. A and an. And an. We use an if the word starts with a vowel. If the word starts with a vowel sound. For example, what vowels do you know? Yeah, what vowels do you know? Okay? So, what vowels do you know? What vowels do you know? What vowels do you know? E, I, O, U, Y. So, if we have this sound, a vowel sound, we use an. If we don't have it, we use a. So, car. What article? A or an? A car. A cat. Because we don't see this sound. We don't see this sound. A dog. A house. A computer. A microphone. A school. But, for example, apple. So we see this sound and we use an apple. Next, orange. We see this sound and we say an orange. Next, egg. We see this sound and we say an egg. Yeah. We see. Okay, so we see this sound and we say an apple, an orange, an egg. Let's continue. Let's talk about articles. A and an. We have these words. If it's a noun, we usually use an article, a or an. Yeah, a or an. If the word starts with a vowel sound. What vowels do you know? For example, or a, e, I, o, u, y. Yeah, a cat, a dog, a house, a computer, a microphone, a school. We see this sound and we say an apple, an orange, an apple, an orange, an egg. Okay. Next, this is. If you see something, you can say this is. For example, you see a cup of tea. You see a cup of tea. Yeah, it's tea. You see a cup of tea, and you can say this is a cup of tea. So you can say this is a cup of tea. This is a cup of tea. This is a cup of tea. So you can say if you see something and you point at it, and you point at it. So, and you point, yes, with your hand, and you point at it. For example, with your hand. You can say this is a cup of tea. This is a cup. Oh no, this is a computer. This is a computer. So you see, this is a computer. You see a tree, and you can say this is a tree. You see a hospital, and you can say this is a hospital. This is a hospital. This is a hospital. You see an apple, and you can see this is an apple. You see a tiger. You see a tiger, and you can say this is a tiger. And you can see this is a tiger. Okay? For example, you see a bear, and you can say this is a bear. Okay, wait a second. Yeah? So this is very big. Yeah, this is a bear. This is a bear, a very big. Yes, very big, a very big bear. This is a bear. This is a bear. Okay, this is a bear. This is a bear. You see a bus, and you can say this is a bus. This is a bus. So next, if you see something and you point at it, for example, with your hand, you can say this is a cup of tea. Yeah, this is a cup of tea. This is a computer. This is a tree. This is a hospital. This is an apple. This is a tiger. This is a bear. This is a bus. Okay? Don't forget to use an article. Don't forget to use an article. Don't forget to use an article. An or a. Don't forget to use an article. Next, I have. For example, you can say, I have car. It isn't correct. It isn't correct. It isn't correct. Why? Why? You must use an article. You must use an article. I must. Oh, I have. Yeah, I must use an article. Article. I have a car. I have a car. A or an. You must use an article. I have a brother. I have a brother. I have a sister. I have a house. I have a computer. I have a flat. I have a friend. I have a pen. I have a pencil. I have an apple. I have an apple. Use an article. Okay? I have car. It isn't correct. Why? You must use an article. I have a car. I have a brother. I have a sister. I have a house. Listen and repeat. Listen and repeat. Yes, listen and repeat. I have a sister. Repeat. I have a sister. Okay. I have a house. Repeat. I have a house. Okay. Very good. Very good. I have a computer. Okay. I have a flat. I have a friend. I have a pen. I have a pencil. I have an apple. Okay. For example, one car. Yes, one car. Two. How to say it? How to say it? One car bought two cars. One car bought two cars. If you want to say two, three, or more, you add s. You add s. You add s. Okay, so two cars. One car, two cars. One car, two cars. Okay. If it's one, it's singular. It's singular. If it's more than one, for example, 2, 3, 4 or more, it's plural. It's plural. So singular, one car, plural, two cars, many. Okay, so one car, two cars. Cup. One cup, one cup, two cups. One cup, two cups. You add s. You add s. Two cups. One boy, two boys. One boy, two boys. One girl, two girls. One computer, two computers. One computer, two computers. Okay? One apple, two apples. Okay, singular and plural. Singular 1, plural 2, 3 or more. So how to say it? If you want to say sorry, I'm really sorry. Okay, if you want to say 2, 3 or more, you add s. If it's 1, yeah, it's singular. If it's more than 1, 2, 3 or more, it's plural. Yeah, you see 1 car, 2 cars. 1 cup, 2 cups. 1 boy, 2 boys. 1 girl, 2 girls. 1 computer, 2 computers. 1 apple, 2 apples. There are exceptions, but there are exceptions. There are exceptions too. There are exceptions too. 1 child bought 2 children. You must remember it. You must remember it. You must remember it. 1 child, 2 children. 1 man, 2 men. Man. 1 man. You open your mouth. You open your mouth. You open your mouth. You open your mouth. 1 man. But 2 men. You open your mouth little or little. You open your mouth just a little. Just a little. You open your mouth just a little. 1 man, you open your mouth, and 2 men, you open your mouth just a little. Okay, 1 woman, 2 women. 1 foot, 2 feet. Okay? Examples. I have a child. I have a child, or I can say I have 1 child. I have a child, or I have 1 child, but I have 2 children. Okay, there are exceptions too. You must remember it. 1 child, 2 children. 1 man, you open your mouth. 2 men, you open your mouth just a little. Woman, women. Food, feed. Examples. I have a child. I have 1 child, but, yes, but I have 2 children. Okay, next. This is and these are. This is and these are. If it's one thing, you say this is a, or this is an. If it's more than 1, for example, if it's more than 1, or for example 2, 3 or more, you say these are. You say these are. Okay, so if it's one thing, you say this is a, this is an. If it's more than 1, for example 2, 3 or more, you say these are. This is a car. 1 car. So you see and say this is a car. But these are cars. These are cars. This is a house. But these are houses. This is an apple. This is an apple, but these are apples. These are apples. These are apples. Okay, so this is and these are. If it's one thing, you say this is a or this is an. If it's more than one, for example 2, 3 or more, you say these are. These are. This is a car. These are cars. This is a house. These are houses. This is an apple. These are apples. These are apples. Okay. Alphabet. Alphabet. What letters do you know? What letters do you know? Let's start with A. Let's start with A. Yeah, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, listen and repeat. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, very good. Can you write some words? Can you write some words? Can you write some words in the comments? In the comments, which start with these letters. For example, A, apple, apple. What other words do you know? What other words do you know? Okay, really, apple. What other words do you know? B, boy. C, cat. D, daughter. E, egg. F, friend. G, giraffe. H, hour. I, idea. J, jacket. K, kangaroo, kangaroo. L, lemon. M, mother. N, nurse. O, opinion, opinion. Okay. P, pilot. Q, quality. R, rabbit. S, sister. T, time. U, umbrella. V, vet. W, wolf. X, box. Y, yoga. Z, zebra. Okay? We know that we often use an article. We often use an article before. We often use an article before a noun. Okay? So, a or an. A or an. A or an. Okay? A or an. We know. We look at the sound. We look at the sound. Yeah. If the word starts with a vowel sound, what vowels do you know? A, E, I, O, U, Y. We use N. Okay? Apple. An apple. An apple. Boy. A boy. Cat. A cat. Daughter. A daughter. Egg. An egg. An egg. Friend. A friend. Giraffe. A giraffe. Hour. An hour. N. We look at the first sound. 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 Okay? So H. So H, it's the first letter. Letter, but not the first sound. But not the first sound. Hour, hour, yeah, sound, hour. We don't hear H. We don't hear H. We don't hear H. Okay, an hour. Idea. An idea. An idea. Jacket. A jacket. Kangaroo. A kangaroo. Lemon. A lemon. Mother. A mother. Nurse. A nurse. Opinion. An opinion. An opinion. An opinion. Okay? Pilot. A pilot. Quality. Quality. We don't put an article. We don't put an article. We don't put an article. We can't count it. We can't count it. We can't say. We can't say. We can't say 1, 2, 3. We can't say 1, 2, 3 qualities. It isn't correct. If we can count it, we don't use an article. if we don't put an article, if we can't count it. Okay, it's uncountable, uncountable, it's uncountable, it's uncountable. Okay, rabbit, a rabbit, sister, a sister, time. Okay, so we can say, for example, usually we usually don't put an article. Put an article. We usually don't put an article. We usually don't put an article. I have article. We usually don't put an article. I have little time. I have little time. Or I have little time. I have no time. I have no time. Little. I have little time. I have no time. We usually don't put an article. Okay. Umbrella. An umbrella. Wet. A wet. Wolf. A wolf. Box. A box. Yoga. Uncountable. It's uncountable. We can't count it. We don't use an article. We don't use an article. A or an. We don't use an article. Yeah, we don't use an article. A or an, and zebra. A zebra. Okay, don't put an article. A or an. Okay. So we have an apple, a boy, a cat, a daughter, an egg, a friend, a giraffe, an hour, an idea, a jacket, a kangaroo, a lemon, a mother, a nurse, an opinion, a pilot, quality, a rabbit, a sister, time, an umbrella, a vet, a wolf, a box, a yoga, yoga, uncountable, and a box, yoga, and a zebra, okay? Okay, next, countable and uncountable. If we can count it, we can say 2, 3 or more. It's countable. It's countable. For example, one book, 2 books, 1 book, 2 books, 3 books, and so on. One video, 2 videos, 1 video, 2 videos, 3 videos. Okay? If we can't count it, it's uncountable. It's uncountable. If we can't count it, it's uncountable. For example, water. We can't say 1 water, 2 waters. It isn't correct. It isn't correct. Water, love, fire. Okay, so countable and uncountable. if we can count it, we can say 2, 3 or more. It's countable. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books, and so on. 1 video, 2 videos, 3 videos. If we can't count it, it's uncountable. For example, water, love, fire. Water, love, fire. We can't say 1 water, 2 waters. It isn't correct. Okay, exercises. So I'll write some words. Are they countable? Are they countable or uncountable? Are they countable or uncountable? Are they countable? Yes. Oh, what is it? Are they countable or uncountable? Friend. Countable. Motivation. Uncountable. Car. Countable. House. Countable. Bus. Countable. 1 bus, 2 bus, 3 buses. Airport. Countable. For example, I have motivation. We don't put an article. A or an if it's uncountable. We don't put an article a or an if it's uncountable. I have motivation, so we don't put an article, but we put an article if it's countable. For example, I have a friend. I have a car. I have a house. I have a bus. I have an airport. We look at the sound. I have an airport. Okay? Exercises. I'll write some words. Are they countable or uncountable? I have a friend. Countable. I have motivation. Uncountable. We don't put an article, so you can say don't put or don't use an article a or an if it's uncountable. I have a car. Countable. I have a house. Countable. I have a bus. Countable. I have an airport. Countable. Okay, numbers. Can you say it in English? Can you say it in English? Can you say it in English? 1. Right. Okay, right. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 8. 9 and 10. 1. Listen and repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, practice with numbers. Let's look at these sentences. Let's look at these sentences. I have a brother. You can say I have a brother, or I have I have one brother. Don't forget to use an article. Don't forget. Don't forget to use an article. Don't forget to use an article. I have a brother, or I have one brother. You don't need. You don't need an article. You don't need an article here. You don't put an article here because there is a number. Because there is a number. Because there is a number. One brother. We don't need an article if we have a number. Okay? But I have two brothers. I have two brothers. I have two brothers. So we know two and we know brothers. We add as. We add as. And so you don't need an article here because there is a number. Or if it's plural. If it's plural. If it's plural. More than one. More than one. For example, 2, 3. We don't put an article. I have two brothers. Yes, I have a brother, or I have one brother, but I have two brothers. Next, I have, look, I have a computer. I have a computer, or I have one computer. I have one computer, but I have, okay, so, but I have, for example, 3 computers. You don't put an article because it's plural. It's more than one. You have 3 computers. And okay, one more example. One more example. I have $10. You add s because it's plural and you don't need an article. Okay, practice with numbers. Practice with numbers. Let's look at these sentences. I have a brother. Don't forget to use an article. I have one brother. You don't need an article, a or an here because there is a number, or if it's plural, more than one. For example, 2, 3, 4 or more. I have two brothers. I have a computer, or I have one computer, but I have 3 computers. One more example. I have $10. Okay? Next, so let's study pronouns, personal pronouns. I, we, you, they, he, she, it. For example, I work, we work, you work, they work, but he works, she works, she works, it works, it works. You add s, if you have, he, she, it. If you have he, she, it, yes, you add s. It's a rule. Okay? So he works, she works, it works. For example, I understand I understand. Okay, so I understand, but for example, he or she understands. He or she understands. He or she understands. Okay, so we work. So let's study pronouns, personal pronouns. I, we, you, they, he, she, it. We work. You work. You work. They work. He works. She works. It works. Yeah, she works. It works. Okay, so you add s if you have he, she, it. I understand. He understands. She understands. She understands. Okay. Okay. Next. Possessive pronouns. So what is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh, what is it? Look, I have a house. I have a house. So you know personal pronouns I, we, you, they, he, she, it. I have a house. So it's a personal pronoun. But this is my house. This is my house. It's a possessive pronoun. This is my house. This is my house. It belongs to me. It belongs to me. It belongs to me. Next, we have a house. We have a house. This is our house. This is our house. You have a house. You have a house. This is your house. Next, they have a house. This is their house. This is their house. Okay, he has a house. This is his house. This is his house. She has a house. She has a house. This is her house. This is her house. And it, for example, it has an office. It has an office. For example, a company. Yeah, a company. A company has an office, or a company. So this is its. This is its. This is its office. This is its office. So please remember, I, my, we, our, you, your, they, their, he, his, she, her, it, its. Listen and repeat. Possessive pronouns. What is it? I have a house. This is my house. It belongs to me. We have a house. This is our house. You have a house. This is your house. They have a house. This is their house. He has a house. This is his house. She has a house. This is her house. It has an office. For example, a company has an office. This is its office. Okay? More practice. More practice. I feel you need more practice. Right? Yeah. I feel you need more practice, right? Okay. I have a computer. I have a computer. This is my computer. This is my computer. We have a flat. We have a flat. This is our flat. You have a friend. You have a friend. This is your friend. This is your friend. Okay, they have a problem. They have a problem. This is their problem. This is their problem. He has a car. He has a car. This is his car. This is his car. Okay, so more practice. I feel you need more practice. Right? I have a computer. This is my computer. We have a flat. This is our flat. You have a friend. This is your friend. They have a problem. This is their problem. He has a car. This is his car. For example, she has a microphone. She has a microphone. Okay? So this is her microphone. This is her microphone. Okay, yeah, she has a microphone. This is her microphone. Okay, next. Adjectives. What adjectives can you remember? What adjectives can you remember? What adjectives can you remember? For example, big, small, little, interesting, good, bad, long, short, important, clever. All these words, all these words are adjectives. All these words are adjectives. All these words are adjectives. Okay, so adjectives. What adjectives can you remember? Big, small, little, interesting. Yeah, big, small, little, interesting, good, bad, long, short, important, clever. All these words are adjectives. For example, book, computer, cup, pen, boy. All these words are nouns. So adjectives and nouns. Adjectives and nouns. Okay, let's look at some phrases. Let's look at some phrases. For example, you want to say big house. Big house. Please remember this structure. Please remember this structure. Please remember this structure. A or an plus adjective plus noun. For example, you see a big house. And you can say this is a big house. Don't forget about an article. Don't forget. Don't forget. Don't forget about an article. Don't forget about an article. Or, yeah, don't forget about an article. Or I have a big house. Or I see a big house. Don't forget about a. Okay, more examples. I think you want more examples. I think you want more examples. No problem. No problem. I think you want more examples. No problem. Okay, so a small problem. A small problem. A small problem. Yeah, don't forget about it. A small problem. A little girl. A little girl. An interesting question. An interesting question. A good lesson. A good lesson. Okay? Next. A bad example. A bad example. Okay? A long story. A long story. Or a short story. Okay, so let's look at some phrases. Let's look at some phrases. Please remember this structure: a or an plus adjective plus noun. This is a big house. Don't forget about an article. I have a house, I have a big house, or I see a big house. I think you want more examples. No problem. A small problem, a little girl, an interesting question, a good lesson, a bad example, a long story, a short story. Okay, more examples with these phrases. More example with these phrases. I have a big house. I have a big house. Yeah, please don't forget about a. I have a big house. It is a small problem. It is a small problem. She is a little girl. She is a little girl. It is an interesting question. It is an interesting question. Why an? Because this word starts with e, with the sound e. An interesting question, an interesting question. It is a good lesson. It is a good lesson. Okay, I hope so. I hope so. It is a bad example. It is a bad example. It is a long story. It is a long story. It is a short answer. It is a short answer. It is an important detail. It is an important detail. He is a clever boy. He is a clever boy. I see a big house. I see a beautiful girl. Okay, more examples with these phrases. I have a big house. It is a small problem. She is a little girl. It is an interesting question. It is a good lesson. It is a bad example. It is a long story. It is a short answer. It is an important detail. He is a clever boy. I see a big house. I see a beautiful girl. Okay, to be. When do we use to be? When do we use to be? Okay, when do we use to be? Really? When do we use it? So if we are talking, or if we talk about the present, present simple, things which happen sometimes, for example, often, usually, always, not only now. Okay, so to be and to be in present simple, so things which happen sometimes, often, usually, always, not only now. If you don't have, there is a rule. If you don't have a verb, you use to be. The form of to be. You use the form of the verb to be. Look, for example, I work. Do you see a verb? Do you see a verb? Do you see a verb? Yes. Yes. Work. Work is a verb. I work. I study. For example, yes. Do you see a verb? Yes. You don't use. So you don't use to be. So you don't use to be, or you don't use to be. Okay, let's write about it. So you don't use to be. Okay, let's look at another sentence. Let's look at another sentence, or let's look at another example. I happy. Okay, so it's present simple. Okay, I happy. Okay, I happy. It's present simple. It's present simple. And we don't see a verb. So you must use the form of the verb to be. What form? I am, we, you, they are, he, she, it is. Okay? So I am happy. Okay? Very good. I am happy. Very good. Okay, very good. I am happy. Very good example. I am happy. So it's present simple and we don't see a verb, so you must use the form of the verb to be. What form? I am happy. Okay. We are happy. You are happy. They are happy. He is happy. She is happy. It is happy. Okay, more examples. Okay, more examples. You are a good teacher. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You are a good teacher. We don't have a verb, so we use the form of the verb to be. You are a good teacher. Okay? They are in the park. They are in the park. He is my brother. He is my brother. She is my sister. She is my sister. Okay? Very good. Very good examples. It is a very good idea. It is a very good idea. Okay, so I am happy. Very good. It's present simple and we don't see a verb, so you must use the form of the verb to be. What form? I am happy. We are happy. You are happy. They are happy. He is happy. She is happy. It is happy. More examples. You are a good teacher. Thank you. They are in the park. He is my brother. She is my sister. It is a very good idea. Okay, about myself. Let me tell you about myself. Let me tell you about myself. My name is Alex. I think it's a very good practice. I think it's a very good practice. My name is Alex. My name is Alex. Okay, so my name it is, so it is. So my name is Alex. I am from Russia. I live in Moscow. I am 30. I'm 30. I am an English teacher. I'm an English teacher. I am an English teacher. I have a family. I love my family. I love my family. I have different hobbies. I like English. This language is very interesting. Okay, let me tell you about myself. I think it's a very good practice. My name is Alex. I'm from Russia. I live in Moscow. I'm 30. I'm an English teacher. I have a family. I love my family. I have different hobbies. I like English. This language is very interesting. Okay, let's talk about the an, countable and singular. Okay, book. What article? What article? A or an? What article, a or an? A book. Okay? A book. Next, apple. You look at the sound. Apple. An apple. Water. What article? No article. It's uncountable. We talked about it. Okay. Next. Okay, examples. Books. What article? What article? We use a or an. We use a or an if it's one. If it's one, singular. We use a or an if it's one, singular. So books, no article or the. No article or the. Okay, I have a book. I have a book. I have a book. You don't know. You don't know what book it is. The book. I have a book. You don't know what book it is. The book is interesting. The book is interesting. The book is interesting. So you know it. So you know this book. You know this book. You hear it. You hear it. You know this book. You hear it. You hear it for the second time. You hear it for the second time. You hear it for the second time. Okay? So I have a book. First time. You don't know. First time. First time. The book is interesting. You know this book. You hear it for the second time. Okay, so let's talk about the, a, an, countable, and singular. So what article? A book, an apple. Water? No article. Uncountable. We talked about it. Books. No article or the books. We use a or an if it's one. Singular. I have a book. You don't know what book it is. First time, the book is interesting. You know this book. You hear it for the second time. You hear it for the second time. Okay, so to be negative form, we had I am at home. We are at home. You are at home. They are at home. He is at home. She is at home, and it is at home. Negative form. Negative form. I am not. I am not. I am not. Oh, I am not at home. We are not at home. You are not at home. They are not at home. He is not at home. She is not at home. It is not at home. Or you can use a short form. Or you can use a short form. Okay? Or you can use a short form. I'm not at home. We aren't at home. You aren't at home. They aren't at home. He isn't at home. She isn't at home. It isn't at home. Okay? To be negative form, I am not at home. Okay? Full form. I am not at home. Two words. I'm not at home. We are not at home. You are not at home. They are not at home. He is not at home. She is not at home. it is not at home, or you can use a short form. Right. For example, I am not at home. I am not at home. We aren't at home. You aren't at home. They aren't at home. He isn't at home. She isn't at home. It isn't at home. Okay. Next. Examples. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm a teacher. I'm not a doctor. I'm a teacher. We aren't sad. We aren't sad. We are happy. We aren't sad. We are happy. You aren't a bad student. You are a good student. You aren't a good student. They aren't at home. They aren't at home. They are in the office. They are in the office. He isn't a businessman. He isn't a businessman. He is a manager. He is a manager. She isn't our teacher. She is their teacher. She is their teacher. It isn't boring. It isn't boring. It's very interesting. It isn't boring. It's very interesting. Okay, examples. I'm not a doctor. I'm a teacher. We aren't sad. We are happy. You aren't a bad student. You are a good student. They aren't at home. They are in the office. He isn't a businessman. He is a manager. She isn't our teacher. She is their teacher. It isn't boring. It's very interesting. Okay, and to be in questions. To be in questions. Am I happy? Am I happy? Are we happy? Are you happy? Are they happy? Is he happy? Is she happy? And for example, is it interesting? Okay, so am I, are we, are you, are they, is he, she, it. Okay, examples. Examples. Am I a good student? Am I a good student? Are we happy? Are we happy? Are you here? Are you here? Are they there? Is he a teacher? Is he a teacher? Okay, is she a doctor? Is she a doctor? Okay, is it a good story? Is it a good story? Okay, to be in questions. Am I happy? Are we happy? Are you happy? Are they happy? Is he happy? Is she happy? Is it interesting? Examples. Am I a good student? Are we happy? Are you here? Are they there? Is he a teacher? Is she a doctor? Is it a good story? Okay, more examples. More examples. Are you at home? Are you at home? Are you at work? Are you at work? Are you in the office? Are you in the office? Is she beautiful? Is he from America? Are they together? Are they together? More examples. Are you at home? Are you at work? Are you in the office? Is she beautiful? Is he from America? Are they together? Special questions with to be. For example, where, what, why, where, what, why, how. We call it, okay? We call it special questions. We call it special questions. We call it special questions, okay? So, question word. So, structure. How we form it. Question word. Or for example, where, what, why, how, plus the form of to be, am, is, or are, okay, and something else. For example, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Where is he? Where is she? Yes, I am, he is, she is, but we have am I, is he, and is she in questions. Okay, where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Where are they? Where are they? Where are we? Where are we? For example, in his flat. In his flat or apartment. Okay, special questions with to be. Where, what, why, how. We call it special questions. Structure. How we form it. Question word, then am, is, or are, plus something else. For example, where am I? Where is he? Where is she? Where is it? Where are you? Where are they? Where are we? Okay, for example, in his flat. Okay, examples. More examples. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Or how are you? How are you? How are you? You can say fine, thanks. Fine, thanks. Fine, thanks, and you? Fine, thanks, and you? Next, why is he here? Why is he here? Why is he at home? Why is he at home? What is it? What is it? How is it? How is it? Where is your brother? Your brother here? So we have is. Where is your brother? Where are your friends? Where are your friends? Your friends, they? We have So we have are. Where are your friends? Okay, examples. Where are you? How are you? Fine, thanks. And you? Why is he here? Why is he at home? What is it? How is it? Where is your brother? Where are your friends? Okay, next. Job. What's your job? What's your job? What's your job? If you hear this question, you say, I'm a or I'm an. Okay? I'm a manager. I'm a manager. I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor. I help people. I help people. Or I cure people. Next. I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. I teach English. I'm a taxi driver. I'm a taxi driver. I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I'm a designer. I'm a designer. I'm a businessman. I'm a businessman. I do business. I do business. Okay? What's your job? If you hear this question, you say I'm a or an. I'm a manager. Okay, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. So we use an. I'm an engineer. I'm a manager. I'm an engineer. I'm a doctor. I help people or I cure people. I'm a teacher. I teach English. I'm a taxi driver. I'm a lawyer. I'm a designer. I'm a businessman. I do business. Or I can say, for example, I'm an English teacher. I'm an English. I am an English teacher. And you? What's your job? Okay, next. Prepositions. In. The toy is in the box. The toy is in the box. I'm in the office. I'm in the office. I do it. I do it in the morning. Please remember, in the morning. In the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. I do it in the evening. Where is she? Where is she? She is in the park. She is in the park. Okay, prepositions in. The toy is in the box. I'm in the office. I do it in the morning. I do it in the afternoon. I do it in the evening. Where is she? She is in the park. At. Please remember it. At home, at school, at work, at the airport. At the airport. For example, I'm at home. I'm at home. I'm at school. I'm at school. I'm at work. We are at the airport. We are at the airport. Okay. What's the time? What's the time? Or what time? What time is it? What time is it now? We often answer. We often answer. It's 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. it's 7 o'clock or it's 5 o'clock, we use at. We often use at. We often use at when we talk about the time in the past. When we talk about the time in the past. Okay? I was there at 3 o'clock. I was there at 3 o'clock. I was there at 3 o'clock, or I was there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the afternoon. The past or future. I was there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And sometimes present. And sometimes present. Okay? I was there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I get up. I usually get up. I usually get up at 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock. I get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I usually get up at 7 o'clock. Yeah, at 7 o'clock in. I usually get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so at home, at school, at work, at the airport, please remember it. I'm at home, I'm at school, I'm at work, we are at the airport. What's the time? What time is it? So we often answer it's 7 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock, so we don't use at. We often use at when we talk about the time in the past, yes, very often, future and present. I was there at 3 o'clock. I was there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I usually get up at 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock in the morning. Okay, on. It's on the table. It's on the table. It's on the table. It's on the desk. It's on the desk. It's on the shelf. It's on the shelf. It's on the shelf. Okay? For example, okay, you can see my desk. You can see my desk where I work, and for example, I can take my tiger. Yeah, I have a tiger. It isn't a joke. Just a second. Tiger. Yeah. Tiger. You see, it's a very big tiger, and I can the tiger. Yeah, the tiger is on my knees. The tiger is on my knees. Tiger. Yeah. Smile. Oh, very big, really very big tiger. Okay. So the tiger is on my knees, or the tiger is on my desk. On. Okay. Bye. So the tiger is on my knees, or is on my desk. Oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Okay? Next. We often use on with days of the week. On Monday. On Tuesday. On Wednesday. Wednesday. So Monday, day number 1, Tuesday, day number 2, Wednesday, day number 3. Okay, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, and Sunday. So Monday, day number 1, yeah, day number 1, oh, day number 1. Okay, Tuesday, day number 2, Wednesday, day number 3, Thursday, day number 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 days of the week. 7 days of the week. Okay, 7 days of the week. Okay, for example, I usually go there on Thursday. I usually go there. I usually go there on Thursday. Thursday, day number 4. Okay, so in the morning, it's on the table. It's on the desk. Sorry, I'm really sorry. It's on the desk. It's on the shelf. The tiger is on my knees. Oh, where is my tiger? Okay, say hello to my tiger. Hello. Desk, it's a dog. On Monday, day number 1, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday. Oh, so funny. On Sunday, 7 days of the week. I usually go there on Thursday. Okay, 2. When we move, it's when someone moves. When someone moves. When someone moves to some place. To some place. Okay, I go to school. I go to school. Okay, I go to work. I go to the cinema. I go to the cinema. I go to the park. I go to the park. And come to me. Remember these phrases. Remember these phrases. Okay, so 2, when someone moves to some place, we often use it with go. Remember these phrases. I go to school. I go to work. I go to the cinema. I go to the park. Come to me. Conversation. Conversation. Okay, let's talk about conversation. Hi. We often use it. We often use it. We often use it. We often use it, or we often see it. We often see it. We often hear it. We often hear it. Okay. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good night. Good night. Good night. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Yeah, and bye. 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 Okay, so, or goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. See you. See you. Or see you soon. Okay, conversation. We often use it, or we often see it, we often hear it. So hi, hi. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good evening. Good night. Good night. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. See you. See you soon. Okay. Countries. Where are you from? Where are you from? Really, where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from Brazil. I'm from Brazil. I'm from India. I'm from India. I'm from Russia. I'm from Russia. I'm from Russia. I'm from Mexico. I'm from Mexico. I'm from Canada. I'm from Canada. I'm from England. I'm from England. I'm from the United States. I'm from the United States. I'm from the United States. Okay? So countries. Where are you from? I'm from Brazil. I'm from India. I'm from Russia. I'm from Mexico. I'm from Canada. I'm from England. I'm from the United States. Okay, next. Conversation. 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 Hi. Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? I'm fine. Thanks. And you? I'm fine, thanks. And you? I'm fine too. I'm fine too. Hi, how are you? I'm fine, thanks. And you? I'm fine too. Okay? Or how is life? How is life? Everything is okay. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. Or everything is alright. Okay, or alright. Conversation. Hi, how are you? I'm fine, thanks. And you? I'm fine too. How's life? Everything is okay, or everything is alright. Okay, next. More practice. Conversation, more practice. More practice. What do you think about it? What? So we learn we learn English grammar in years. Okay, so theory and practice. Theory and practice. What do you think about it? What do you think? What do you think about it? What do you think about it? I think it's very good. I think it's very good. What do you think about this hotel? What do you think about this hotel? What do you think about this hotel? I like this hotel. I like this hotel. The service is perfect. The service is perfect. Or the service is very good. The service is perfect, or the service is excellent, or very good. What do you think about this school? What do you think about this? What do you think about this school? Okay, what do you think about this school? I really like it. I really like it. The teachers are very professional. Or all the teachers are very good, or are very professional. All the teachers are very professional. Okay, so conversation, more practice. We learn English grammar in years, theory and practice. What do you think about it? I think it's very good. What do you think about this hotel? I like this hotel. The service is perfect. The service is excellent. The service is very good. What do you think about this school? I really like it. All the teachers are very professional. Okay, we need to study these phrases. We need to study these phrases. Thanks, 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 you helped me. Thanks, you helped me. Or thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your lessons are very interesting. Your lessons are very interesting. Your lessons are very interesting. They really help. They really help. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Okay, we need to study these phrases. Thanks. You helped me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your lessons are very interesting. They really help. Thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Okay, next. Conversation. You often help me. You often help me. Really? You often help me. Really? Yes. Really? You often help me. Really? Yes. You know it. Yes. You know it. Yes, you know it. We both know it. We both know it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next, can you help me? Can you help me? Sure. Thanks. You are a very good friend. Thanks. You are a very good. You are a very good friend. Okay, conversation. You often help me. Really? Yes. You know it. We both know it. So you and me, we both know it. Thank you very much. Can you help me? Sure. Thanks. You are a very good friend. Okay. Let's talk about present simple. Let's talk about present simple. Okay. I work. We work. You work. They work. If we have he, she, it, we add s. He works, she works, it works. If we don't have a verb, we use the form of the verb to be. We use the form of the verb to be. We use the form of the verb to be. Okay? They work. For example, I am at home. I am at home. We, you, they are at home. And he, she, it is at home. Okay, so present simple. I work, we work, you work, they work. If we have he, she, it, we add s. He works, she works, it works. Yeah, we add s. He works, she works, it works. If we don't have a verb, we use the form of the verb to be. I am at home. We are at home. They are at home. He is at home. She is at home. It is at home. Okay, next. So, some examples. For example, he works there. So we have as because he works there. She lives in Brazil. She lives in Brazil. We have as because she, he, she, it. So if we have he, she, it, we add s. She lives in Brazil. It works very well. It works very well. It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes. Okay? Examples. He works there. She lives in Brazil. It works very well. It happens sometimes. Okay, about myself. Okay, I want to tell you about myself. I want to tell you about myself. Okay, so I think it's very interesting. I think it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Okay, so I want to tell you about myself. My name is John. My name is John. I'm from Canada. My name is John. I'm from Canada. My name is John. I'm from Canada. I have two brothers and a sister. I have two brothers. And a sister. We live in a big house. My sister goes to school. I go to school. Too. I like my school. My sister likes it too. Okay, so I want to tell you about myself. I think it's very interesting. My name is John. I'm from Canada. I have two brothers and a sister. We live in a big house. My sister goes to school. I go to school too. I like my school. My sister likes it too. Okay? My hobbies. It's very good. These topics are very good for grammar and vocabulary. These topics are very good. These topics are very good for grammar and vocabulary. These topics are very good for grammar and vocabulary. I have different hobbies. I like dancing. I go to the dancing club. I like playing computer games. I do it every day. Tennis is my hobby. Too. I often play tennis. I like this game. I like English. I study English at school. And on the channel English professionally. And on the channel English professionally. Okay, so my hobbies. These topics are very good for grammar and vocabulary. I have different hobbies. I like dancing. I go to the dancing club. I like playing computer games. I do it every day. Tennis is my hobby too. I often play tennis. I like this game. I like English. I study English at school and on the channel English Professionally. Okay, next. My friend. Okay? I have a friend. I have a friend. His name is Max. His name is Max. I live in New York. I live in New York, and he lives in this city too. And he lives in this city, and he lives in this city too. We go to one school. We go to one school. We often play together. We often play together. I always help my friend. I always help my friend. I always help my friend. And he always helps me. We often go to the park. We often go to the park. We often go to the park. We like playing computer games together. We like playing computer games. We like playing computer games together. We like playing computer games together. We talk about different things. We talk about different things. We talk about different things. I like our friendship. I like our friendship. So I really like it that we are friends. I really like it, okay? So I really like it that we are friends. I really like it. I really like it that we are friends. Okay, so my friend, I have a friend. His name is Max. I live in New York and he lives in the city too. We go to one school. We often play together. I always help my friend and he always helps me. We often go to the park. We like playing computer games together. We talk about different things. I like our friendship. I really like that we are friends. I really like it that we are friends. Okay, my free time. I can't say that I have lots of free time. I can't say that I have lots of free time. I can't say that I have lots of free time. I am very busy. I'm very busy. When I have free time, I usually use the internet and watch something on YouTube. I usually watch the internet. I usually use the internet. I usually use the internet and watch something on YouTube. I also like reading. I read English books. I read English books. It's very interesting and it helps me learn English. It's very interesting. It's very interesting and it helps me learn English. I also like spending time with my friends. English. I also like spending time with my friends. Okay, so my free time, I can't say that I have lots of free time. I'm very busy. When I have free time, I usually use the internet and watch something on YouTube. I also like reading. I read English books. It's very interesting and it helps me, and it helps me learn English. I also like spending time with my friends. Okay, next, my day. So we study English grammar. We study English grammar in context. We study English grammar. We study English grammar in context. We study English grammar in context. Okay? I usually get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I usually get up at 7 o'clock. I usually get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Then I go to school. My lessons finish at 2 o'clock. My lessons finish at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My lessons finish at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, I go home. After that, I go home. When I come home, I start doing my homework. When I come home, I start doing my homework. I finish it very late. Then I read a book and go to bed. Then I read a book and go to bed. I read a book and go to bed. So we use present simple. We study English grammar in context. I usually get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Then I go to school. My lessons finish at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, I go home. When I come home, I start doing my homework. I finish it very late. Then I read a book and go to bed. Okay, my friend's day. We also use present simple. We also use present simple, but we add s. We also use present simple, but we add s. I want to tell you about my friend's day. I want to tell you about my friends. I want to tell you about my friend's day. He gets up very early. After that, he goes to work. He works very hard every day. He finishes work at 6 o'clock in the evening. He finishes work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Then he goes home. He watches TV online. He watches TV online. After some time, he goes for a walk for an hour. He goes for a walk for an hour. Okay? He goes to bed late. Okay, my friend's day. We also use present simple, but we add s. Okay? I want to tell you about my friend's day. He gets up. He gets up very early. After that, he goes to work. He works very hard every day. He finishes work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Then he goes home. He watches TV online. After some time, he goes for a walk. After some time, he goes for a walk for an hour. He goes to bed late. He goes to bed late. Okay, let's talk about present simple. Negative form. Negative form. Okay, I work. Negative form, I don't work. I don't work. I don't work. Okay, so I, we, you, they plus don't plus verb. I, we, you, they plus don't plus work. So I don't work, we don't work, you don't work, they don't work. Work is a verb. Work is a verb. Okay? If you have he, she, it, if you have he, she, it, plus doesn't plus verb. So you have he doesn't work, he doesn't work, she doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay? Other examples. I don't go to school. I don't go to school, and I don't go to university. And I don't go to university. I don't go to school, and I go to university. I go to work. I go to work. I don't study Spanish. I don't study Spanish. I don't study Spanish. I study English. I don't study Spanish. I study English. Okay, so present simple and negative form. I work. I don't work. We don't work. You don't work. They don't work. I, we, you, they plus don't plus verb. He, she, it plus doesn't plus verb. He doesn't work, she doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay, we have other examples. I don't go to school and I don't go to university. I go to work. I don't study Spanish. I study English. Okay, more examples. I don't live in Los Angeles. I don't live in Los Angeles. I don't live in Los Angeles. I live in New York. I live in New York. I live in New York. I don't know Chinese. I don't know Chinese. I know English. I don't know Chinese. I know English. She doesn't live there. She doesn't live there. She lives here. She lives here. Okay, very good examples. So more examples. I don't live in Los Angeles. I live in New York. I don't know Chinese. I know English. She doesn't live there. She lives here. And present simple in questions. So we use do with I, we, you, they. For example, do I work? Do we work? Do you work? Do they work? And we use does with he, she, it. Okay, so does he work? Does she work? Does it work? Okay, for example, does it happen? Does it happen? Do you know it? We use does because it. Does it? We use do because we have you. Do you? Do you know it? Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Okay, so present simple in questions. Do I work? Do we work? Do you work? Do they work? Does he work? Does she work? Does it work? Does it happen? Do you know it? Do you understand? Do you understand? Okay, more examples. More examples. Do you study English? Do you study English? So we use do with I, we, you, they. Do you study English? Oh. Do you study English? Do you work or study? Do you work or study? Do you work or study? Do you go to school? Do you go to university? Do you go to university? Do you go to work? Do you go to work? And for example, does she? Yes, we use does with he, she, it. Does she work there? Does she work there? More examples. Do you study English? Do you work or study? Do you go to school? Do you go to university? Do you go to work? Does she work there? Okay? Let's talk about present simple and special questions with different words such as, okay, with different words such as where, why, what, and so on. Okay, so you put this word, you put this question word in the beginning. You put this question word in the beginning. Okay, so question word, for example, why, where, what, question word, plus do or does, okay, plus subject, plus verb. For example, where, it's a question word. Do you, we use do because do you live? Where do you live? Where is a question word. Okay, we have do because we have you. You is a subject and live is a verb. Where do you live? Where do you work? Where do you work? Where does he live? Where does he live? Yeah, first we have a question word. We have does because he. Where does he live? Okay, where does he work? Where does he work? Where does he work? Why do you study English? Why do you study English? Why do you study English? Okay, really. Why do you study English? Okay. I like English. I like English. I like English. I need it. I need it. Okay, I need it. Present simple special questions with different words such as where, why, what, and so on. You put this question word in the beginning. So question word plus do or does plus subject plus verb. Where do you live? Where do you work? Where does he live? Where does he work? Why do you study English? I like English. I need it. I need it. Okay, time expressions or or time markers for present simple, okay, always. We often use present simple with these time expressions and time markers. Okay, time markers for present simple, okay? For present simple. Always, often, usually, sometimes, never. For example, I always go there. I often visit her. I usually agree. With him. Sometimes. I sometimes make this mistake. Never. I never choose it. And also every, for example, every day, every week, every month, every year. I can say, for example, I read English books and study English grammar every day. I read English books and study English grammar every day. I read English books and study English grammar every day. Okay? Next, for example, I often speak English. I often speak English. Okay, so time expressions or time markers for present simple. I always go there. I often visit her. I usually agree with him. I sometimes make this mistake. I never choose it. Every day, every week, every month, every year. I read English books and study English grammar every day. I often speak English. Okay, present simple, more practice. Okay, we have more examples. I often, with different time markers. I often travel. I go to Spain every year. I really like this country. I speak two foreign languages. English and Spanish. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? I speak two foreign languages, English and Spanish. Estoy bien. Okay, I'm fine. Okay, so when I'm in Spain or Latin America, when I'm in Spain or Latin America, I try to speak Spanish. It's a very good practice. Okay, present simple, more practice. I often travel. I go to Spain every year. I really like this country. I speak two foreign languages, English and Spanish. When I'm in Spain or Latin America, I try to speak Spanish. It's a very good practice. Okay? So let's study numbers. Let's study numbers. Okay, let's study numbers from 10. Okay, so 10 or 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, or 100. 100 or 100. Okay, 100 or 100. For example, I have $100. I have $100. I have $100. How old are you? How old are you? Really, how old are you? How old are you? I'm 30. I'm 30. I'm 30. And you? I'm 30 and you? How old are you? I'm 21, for example. I'm 21. I'm 21. I'm 35. I'm 35. Oh, I'm 18. I'm 18, for example. Okay? I'm 52. I'm 52. So let's study numbers. Yeah, not just one number, numbers. Let's study numbers from 10. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 or 100. I have $100. How old are you? I'm 30. And you? I'm 21. I'm 35. I'm 18. I'm 52. Okay? Next. Numbers. 11. Yeah, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And 20. Okay, how much is it? How much is it? So we can ask these questions. For example, we can ask these questions if we want to know the price. If we want to know the price, how much is it, or how much does it cost? How much does it cost? So it's $40. It's $40, or it's $15. It's $15. Okay. So how much is it, or how much does it cost? Or $40 or $15. Okay. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. For example, we can ask these questions if we want to know the price. How much is it? How much does it cost? It's $40 or it's $15, for example. Okay, let's talk about past simple. Past simple. Past simple. It's about the past. It's about the past. You must know 3 English tenses, first of all. You must know 3 English tenses. Present simple. Okay, so present simple, it's about the present. Past simple, it's about the past. And future simple, it's about the future. Okay, past simple. How to form this tense? How to form this tense? If it's a regular verb, if it's a regular verb, you add ed. Okay? I work, it's present simple. I worked, it's past simple. It's about the past. We worked, you worked, they worked, he worked, she worked, it worked. Okay, so I worked, we worked, you worked, they worked, he worked, she worked, it worked. For example, we played football. I watched your video. We add ed. If this word is irregular, if it's an irregular verb, you must know its forms. For example, I see, it's present simple, but I saw, it's past simple. I see it, I saw it. You must learn irregular verbs. I do it, but I did it. So you must learn it. Okay? You must learn irregular verbs. Okay? So you must know 3 English tenses: present simple, past simple, and future simple. Past simple, it's about the past. How to form this tense? So if it's a regular verb, you add ed. I, we, you, they, he, she, it worked. We played football. I watched a video. If it's an irregular verb, you must know its forms. For example, I see it, I saw it, I do it, I did it. You must learn irregular verbs. Okay, so past simple, negative form. Past simple, negative form. It's very easy. So didn't plus verb. For example, work. I didn't work. Okay? I didn't work. We didn't work. You didn't work. They didn't work. He didn't work. She didn't work. It didn't work. Okay? More examples. I didn't do it. I didn't do my homework. I I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. Okay? It didn't happen. They didn't come. They didn't come. We use don't or doesn't. We use don't or doesn't in present simple. In present simple. But we use didn't. But we use didn't in past simple. In past simple to form a negative form. To form a negative form. Okay? So you must learn irregular verbs, past simple. So negative form, it's very easy. I, we, you, they, he, she, it, didn't, plus work. I didn't do it. I didn't do my homework. I didn't understand it. It didn't happen. They didn't come. Yeah, they didn't come, not hope. They didn't come. They didn't come. We use don't or doesn't in present simple, but we use didn't in past simple to form a negative form. Yeah, to form a negative form. Okay? Next, and past simple and questions in past simple. You start with did, and then subject. Did I work, for example, hard, or well, did I work hard? Did we work hard? Did you work hard? Did they work hard? Did he work hard? Did she work hard? Did it work hard? So we use do or does. We use do or does in present simple to form a question. To form a question. To form a question if we have a verb, but we use did. But we use did in past simple. But we use did in past simple. For example, did you work yesterday? Did you work yesterday? Did you work yesterday? Did you go there? Did you go there? Did you see her? Did you see her? Did she come back? Did she come back? Only did. Only did. Did they agree? Did they agree? Okay, so past simple questions. Questions in past simple. Did I, we, you, they, he, she, it work hard? We use do or does in present simple to form a question if we have a verb, but we use did in past simple. Did you work yesterday? Did you go there? Did you see her? Did she come back? Did they agree? Did they agree? Okay? And let's look at this slide. Okay, yeah, we use don't or doesn't in present simple if we have a verb, but we use didn't in past simple to form a negative form. Okay? Okay, and special questions in past simple. Special questions in past simple. Okay, so first you use a question word, then did, then subject, and then verb. For example, where did he go? Where did he go? Where is a question verb. We always use did with verbs. He is a subject and go is a verb. Where did he go? What did he do? What did he do? Why did she change? Why did she change her opinion? Why did she change her opinion? How did it happen? How did it happen? Where did she live? Where did she live? Okay, special questions in past simple. Question word plus did plus subject plus verb. Where did he go? What did he do? What did he do? Why did she change her opinion? How did it happen? How did it happen? Where did she live? Where did she live? Okay? Okay. Next, my day yesterday. I got up early. I got up early. Then I went to school. Then I went to school. My lessons finished at 2 o'clock. My lessons finished at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My lessons finished at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, I went home. After that, I went home. I did my homework. I did my homework. Then I went for a walk. Then I went for a walk. I came back home very late. I came back home very late. I had dinner at 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock in the evening. Then I went to bed. Okay, I got up early. So irregular verb. Then I went to school. Get, got. Okay? Get, got. I went to school. It's an irregular verb. Go, went. My lessons finished at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Regular, with C-E-D. After that, I went home. Irregular. Go, went. I did my homework. So irregular, do, did. Then I went for a walk. Irregular, go, went. I came back home very late. Irregular, come, came. I came back home very late. I had dinner at 9 o'clock in the evening. Irregular, have, had. Have, had. Okay? Have, had. Then I went to bed. Okay, what I did last Sunday. I got up very late. I got up very late. Then I called my best friend. We met. We went to the park. We played football. Then we went to a small cafe. We were there for 2 hours. We had a good time. After that, we went home. It was a good day. I got up very late. Irregular, get, got. Then I called my best friend. Regular, we see ed. We met. Irregular, meet, met. We went to the park. go went, irregular. We played football, regular, with CED. Then we went to a small cafe, irregular. We were there for 2 hours, irregular. So be, was, or were. I, he, she, it was. I, he, she, it was. And we, you, they. We, you, they were. So we were there for 2 hours. I, he, she, it was. We, you, they were. We had a good time. Irregular, have had. After that, we went home. Irregular, go went. It was a good day. Irregular. Be, was, or were. We use was with I, he, she, it. It was. It was. Okay, I like. We often use. We often use it. Okay? We often use it. We often use it. For example, I like this music. I like this video. I like this video. I like your lessons. I like your lessons. I like your channel. I like your channel. I like English. I like English. If you have a verb, you usually use this structure. You have a verb, you usually use this structure if you really like it. If you really like it. If you really like it. Like plus verb, like plus verb plus ing. I like speaking English. I like speaking English. Or I like learning English. I like learning English with you. Okay? I like learning English with you. I like playing football. I like playing football. Okay? Speaking, learning, and playing, because like doing, like plus verb plus ing. Okay? If you have a verb, usually use the structure if you really like it. Okay? So I like, we often use it. I like this music. I like this video. I like your lessons. I like your channel. I like English. If you have a verb, usually use the structure if you really like it. Like plus verb plus ing. I like speaking English. I like learning English with you. I like playing football. Okay. Next, can. We use a verb after can. Can plus verb. Can plus verb. It's about our ability. It's about our ability. It's about our ability. For example, I can do it. I can do it. I can speak English. I can speak English. I can help you. I can help you. She can do it. She can do it. Okay, and can't plus verb if it's a negative form. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't help you. I can't help you. I can't help you. She can't answer. She can't answer this question. She can't answer this question. And we start with can in questions. Can plus subject, can plus subject plus verb in questions. Can plus subject plus verb. Can you help me? Can you help me? Can she help me? Can she help me? Okay, for example, can he do it? Can he do it? Okay, so can plus verb, it's about our ability. I can do it. I can speak English. I can help you. She can do it. Can't plus verb. I can't do it. I can't help you. She can't answer this question. Can plus subject plus verb. Can you help me? Can she help me? Can he do it? Can he do it? Okay? Must. Must plus verb. You must learn English every day. You must learn English. You must learn English every day if you really want to know it. If you really want to know it. You must listen to me. You must listen to me. I must do it. I must do it. It's very important. It's very important. And we have mustn't plus verb in negative sentences. You mustn't play now. You mustn't play now. You mustn't do such bad things. Mustn't plus verb in negative sentences. Okay, so must plus verb. You must learn English every day if you really want to know it. You must listen to me. I must do it. It's very important. Mustn't plus verb. You mustn't play now. You mustn't do such bad things. Okay? And could. And could. Okay, for example, could you help me? You can ask. You can ask, can you help me? Can you help me? Or could you help me? You can say please. It's very polite. It's very polite. It's very polite. Could you help me, please? Could you do it for me, please? Could you do it? Could you do it for me? Could you do it for me, please? Could you do it for me, please? Okay? And let's talk about future simple. So it's about the future. It's about the future. Will plus verb. Or we can use a short form. Double L plus verb. Okay. I will do it. I will do it. We will do it. You will do it. They will do it. He will do it. She will do it. It will do it. Or we can use a short form. I'll do it. Will do it. Will do it. Okay? You'll do it. You'll do it. They'll do it. They'll do it. He'll do it. He'll do it. Okay? He'll do it. She'll do it. It'll do it. It'll do it. For example, I will learn English. I will learn English fast. Or I learn English fast. Or I learn English fast. Okay, can you help me? Could you help me, please? it's very polite. Could you do it for me, please? Future simple. It's about the future. Will plus verb, or double L plus verb. Okay, so I will do it, we will do it, you will do it, they, he, she, it will do it, and I'll, will, you'll, they'll, he'll, she'll, it'll do it. I will learn English fast, or I'll learn English fast. Okay, and so future simple negative form, and future simple questions, and future simple questions. Negative, will not plus verb or won't plus verb, and future simple, will plus subject, plus verb. Okay, I will not go there, or I won't go there. Okay, they will not work tomorrow, or for example, he will not work tomorrow, or he won't work tomorrow. And future simple in questions. Will he go there? Will, he is a subject and go is a verb. Will he go there? Will it happen? Will you watch this video? Will you watch this video again? Will you learn English? Will you learn English? Will you learn English with me? Will you learn English with me? Okay, so future simple, will not plus verb, or won't plus verb. I will not go there, or I won't go there. He will not work tomorrow, he won't work tomorrow. So future simple questions, will plus subject plus verb. Will he go there? Will it happen? Will you watch this video again? Will you learn English with me? Okay, let's revise everything. Let's revise everything. Okay? My name is Alex. I work as an English teacher. I decided to make a course on English grammar. It isn't a short video. This course is very informative. It's full of useful information. I really hope you like it. I wish you good progress. I really want it. That's why I'm recording this course now. I can say that English isn't very difficult and you can learn it very fast. I also think you know some English words. What popular English words can you remember? Write about it in the comments below. Car, cat, dog, house, computer, microphone, school, university, friend, and so on, and other words. It's easy. Let's continue. Let's talk about articles a and an. We have these words. So if it's a noun, we usually use an article a or an if the word starts with a vowel sound. What vowels do you know? A, E, I, O, U, Y. A car, a dog, a house, a computer, a microphone, a school. We see this sound and we say an apple, an orange, an egg. Next, if you see something and you point at it, for example, with your hand, you can say, this is a cup of tea, or this is a computer, this is a tree, this is a hospital, this is an apple, this is a tiger, this is a bear, this is a bus. Don't forget to use an article. Listen and repeat. I have car. It isn't correct. Why? you must use an article. I have a car, I have a brother, I have a sister, I have a house, I have a computer, I have a flat, I have a friend, I have a pen, I have a pencil, I have an apple. Singular and plural. How to say it? If you want to say 2, 3 or more, you add s. If it's one, it's singular. If it's more than one, it's plural. 1 car, 2 cars. 1 cup, 2 cups. 1 boy, 2 boys. 1 girl, 2 girls. 1 computer, 2 computers. 1 apple, 2 apples. There are exceptions too. You must remember it. 1 child, 2 children. 1 man, man. You open your mouth to a man. You open your mouth just a little. Woman, women. Foot, feet. Examples. I have a child. I have 1 child, but I have 2 children. This is and these are. If it's one thing, you say this is a or this is an. If it's more than one, for example 2, 3 or more, you say these are. This is a car, these are cars. This is a house, these are houses. This is an apple, these are apples. Alphabet. What letters do you know? Let's start with A. Can you write some words? Can you write some words in the comments which start with these letters? Which start with this letter, or if it's one letter, or which starts with these letters, okay? So what other words do you know? We know that we often use an article before a noun, a or an apple, a boy, a cat, a daughter, an egg. A friend, a giraffe, an hour. We look at the first sound. H, so the first letter, but the first sound. We don't hear H, so we use an hour, an idea, a jacket. Okay, next. A kangaroo, a lemon, a mother, a nurse, an opinion, a pilot, quality, uncountable. We don't put an article, a or an, if we can't count it. So we can't say 1, 2, 3 qualities. It isn't correct, okay? A rabbit, a sister. We usually don't put an article, a or an. Okay, I have little time, I have no time. You, an umbrella, a vet, a wolf, a box, yoga, uncountable. We can't count it. We don't use an article, a or an. A zebra. Countable and uncountable. If we can count it, we can say 2, 3 or more. It's countable. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books, and so on. 1 video, 2 videos, 3 videos. If we can't count it, it's uncountable. Water, love, fire. We can't say 1 water, 2 waters. It isn't correct. Exercises. I'll write some words and are they countable, C, or uncountable, U? I have a friend, countable. I have motivation, uncountable. We don't put or use an article, a or an, if it's uncountable. I have a car, I have a house, I have a bus, I have an airport. Numbers. Can you say it in English? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Practice with numbers. Let's look at these sentences. I have a brother. Don't forget to use an article. I have 1 brother. You don't need an article, a or an here, because there is a number, or if it's plural, more than 1. I have 2 brothers. I have a computer. I have 1 computer, but I have 3 computers. One more example. I have $10. Let's study pronouns, personal pronouns. I work, we work, you work, they work, he works, she works, it works. You add s if you have he, she, or it. I understand. He understands. She understands. Possessive pronouns. What is it? I have a house. This is my house. It belongs to me. We have a house. This is our house. You have a house. This is your house. They have a house. This is their house. He has a house. This is his house. She has a house. This is her house. It has an office. For example, a company has an office. This is its office. More practice. I feel you need more practice, right? I have a computer. This is my computer. We have a flat. This is our flat. You have a friend. This is your friend. They have a problem. This is their problem. He has a car. This is his car. She has a microphone. This is her microphone. Adjectives. What adjectives can you remember? For example, big, small, little, interesting, good, bad, long, short, important, clever. All these words are adjectives. All these words are adjectives. Yeah, book, computer, cup, pen, and boy are nouns. Let's look at some phrases. Please remember this structure: a or an plus adjective plus noun. This is a big house. Don't forget about an article. I have a big house, or I see a big house, for example. I think you want more examples. No problem. A small problem. A little girl. An interesting question. A good lesson. A bad example. A long story or a short story. More examples with these phrases. I have a big house. It is a small problem. She's a little girl. It is an interesting question. Yes, it is a small problem. She is a little girl. She is a little girl. It is a bad example. It is a long story. It is a short answer. It is an important detail. He is a clever boy. I see a big house. I see a beautiful girl. Okay, next. To be plus present simple. When to be used to be? If we talk about the present simple, things which happen sometimes, often, usually, always, not only now, there is a rule: if you don't have a verb, use the form of the verb to be. I work, I study. Do you see a verb? Yes. You don't use to be. Let's look at another sentence, or let's look at another example. I am happy. Very good. It's present simple and we don't see a verb. So you must use the form of the verb to be. What form? I am happy. We are happy. You are happy. They are happy. He is happy. She is happy. It is happy. More examples. You are a good teacher. Thank you. They are in the park. He is my brother. She is my sister. It is a very good idea. Let me tell you about myself. I think it's a very good practice. My name is Alex. I'm from Russia. I live in Moscow. I'm 30. I'm an English teacher. I have a family. I love my family. I have different hobbies. I like English. This language is very interesting. Let's talk about, okay, the, a, and, countable, and singular. Okay, what article? A book, an apple. Water, no article. It's uncountable. We talked about it. Books, no article of their books. We use a or an if it's one, singular. I have a book, so you don't know what book it is. First time. The book is interesting. You know this book? You hear it for the second time. Okay? So you hear it for the second time. To be, negative form, full form. I am not at home. We are not at home. You are not at home. They are not at home. He is not at home. She is not at home. It is not at home. Or you can use a short form. I am not at home. We aren't at home. You aren't at home. They aren't at home. He isn't at home. She isn't at home. It isn't at home. Okay? Examples. I am not a doctor. I am a teacher. We aren't sad. We are happy. You aren't a bad student. You're a good student. They aren't at home. They are in the office. He isn't a businessman. He is a manager. She isn't our teacher. She is their teacher. It isn't boring, it's very interesting. To be in questions. Am I happy? Are we happy? Are you happy? Are they happy? Is he happy? Is she happy? Is it interesting? Examples. Am I a good student? Are we happy? Are you here? Are they there? Is he a teacher? Is she a doctor? Is it a good story? More examples. Are you at home? Are you at work? Are you in the office? Is she beautiful? Is he from America? Are they together? Special questions with to be. Where, what, why, how. We call it special questions. Okay? And something else we call special question. Structure, how we form it. Question word plus am, is, or are plus something else. Where am I? Where is he? Where is she? Where is it? Where are you? Where are they? Where are we? In his flat. Examples. Where are you? How are you? Fine, thanks. And you? Why is he here? Why is he at home? What is it? How is it? Where is your brother? Where are your friends? Job. What's your job? If you hear this question, you say I am a or I am an. I'm a manager. I'm an engineer. I'm a doctor. I help people or I cure people. I'm a teacher. I teach English. I'm a taxi driver. I'm a lawyer. I'm a designer. I'm a businessman. I do business. I am an English teacher. Prepositions. In. The toy is in the box. I'm in the office. I do it in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. Where is she? She's in the park. At home, at school, at work, at the airport. I'm at home, I'm at school, I'm at work. We are at the airport. What's the time? What time is it now? We often answer, it's 7, it's 5 o'clock, so we often use at or when we talk about the time in the past, future, or present. I was there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I usually get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. On, it's on the table, it's on the desk, it's on the shelf. The tiger is on my knees. Okay, where is my tiger? Okay. It's a jog on Monday, so day number 1, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 7 days of the week. I usually go there on Thursday. 2. When someone moves to some place, we often use it with go. Remember these phrases. I go to school. I go to work. I go to the cinema. I go to the park. Come to me. Conversation. We often use see or hear it. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Good evening, good evening. Good night, good night. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Bye, bye. Goodbye, goodbye. See you soon. Countries. Where are you from? I'm from Brazil. I'm from India. I'm from Russia. I'm from Mexico. I'm from Canada. I'm from England. I'm from the United States. Conversation. Hi, how are you? I'm fine, thanks. And you? I'm fine too. How is life? Everything is okay. Conversation, more practice. We learn English grammar in use, theory and practice. What do you think about it? I think it's very good. What do you think about this hotel? I like this hotel. The service is perfect or the service is excellent. It's very good. What do you think about this school? I really like it. All the teachers are very professional. We need to study these phrases. Thanks. You helped me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your lessons are very interesting, okay? They really help. Thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Conversation. You often help me, really? Yes, you know it. We both know it. Thank you very much. Can you help me? Sure. Thanks. You are a very good friend. Present simple. Okay, next. My friend. I have a friend. His name is Max. I live in New York and he lives in the city too. We go to one school. We often play together. I always help my friend and he always helps me. We often go to the park. We like playing computer games together. We talk about different things. I like our friendship. I really like it that we are friends. Okay? So my free time, I can't say that I have lots of free time and very busy. When I have free time, I usually use the internet and watch something on YouTube. I also like reading. I read English books, it's very interesting and it helps me learn English. I also like spending time with my friends. My day, we study English grammar in context. I usually get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Then I go to school. My lessons finish at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, I go home. When I come home, I start doing my homework. I finish it very late. Then I read a book and go to bed. My friend's day, we also use present simple, but we add s. I want to tell you about my friend's day. He gets up very early. After that, he goes to work. He works very hard and every day. He works very hard every day. He finishes work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Then he goes home. He watches TV online. After some time, he goes for a walk for an hour. He goes to bed late. Present simple, negative form. I work. I don't work, we don't work, you don't work, they don't work. I, we, you, they don't plus verb. He, she, it plus doesn't plus verb. He, she, it doesn't work. Other examples: I don't go to school and I don't go to university. I go to work. I don't study Spanish, I study English. More examples: I live in Los Angeles. I don't live in Los Angeles, I live in New York. I don't know Chinese, I know English. She doesn't live there, she lives here. Present simple. Do I work? Do we work? Do you work? Do they work? Does he work? Does she work? Does it work? Does it happen? Do you know it? Do you understand? More examples. Do you study English? Do you work or study? Do you go to school? Do you go to university? Do you go to work? Does she work there? Present simple special questions with different words such as where, why, what, and so on. You put this question word in the beginning. Question word plus do or does plus subject plus verb. Where do you live? Where do you work? Where does he live? Where does he work? Why do you study English? I like English. I need it. Time expressions or time markers for present simple. I always go there. I often visit her. I usually agree with him. I sometimes make this mistake. I never choose it. Every day, every week, every month, every year. I read English books and study English grammar every day. I often speak English. Okay, present simple. More practice. I often travel. I go to Spain every year. I really like this country. I speak two foreign languages, English and Spanish. When I'm in Spain or Latin America, I try to speak Spanish. It's a very good practice. Let's study numbers from 10. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 or 100. I have $100. How old are you? I'm 30. And you? For example, I'm 21. I'm 35. I'm 18. I'm 52. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. For example, we can ask these questions if we want to know the price. How much is it? How much does it cost? It's $40. It's $15. You must know 3 English tenses: present simple, past simple, and future simple. Past simple, it's about the past. How to form this tense. If it's a regular verb, you add ed. I, we, you, they, he, she, it worked. We played football. I watched your video. If it's an irregular verb, you must know its forms. I see it. I saw it. I do it. I did it. You must learn irregular verbs. Past simple, it's very easy. Negative form. I, we, you, they, he, she, it didn't plus work. I didn't do it. I didn't do my homework. I didn't understand it. It didn't happen. They didn't come. We use don't or doesn't. In present simple, if we have a verb, but we use didn't in past simple to form a negative form. Past simple in questions. Did I, we, you, they, he, she, it work hard? We use do or does in present simple to form a question if we have a verb, but we use did in past simple. Did you work yesterday? Did you go there? Did you see her? Did she come back? Did they agree? Special question in past simple. Question word plus did plus subject plus verb. Where did he go? What did he do? Why did she change her opinion? How did it happen? Where did she live? My day yesterday. I got up earlier. Got. Then I went to school. Went. My lessons finished at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After that, I went home. I did my homework. Did. Then I went for a walk. I came back home very late. Came. I had dinner at 9 o'clock in the evening. Had. Then I went to bed. What I did last Sunday. I got up very late. Got. Then I called my best friend. We met. Met. We went to the park. Went. We played football. Then we went to a small cafe. We were there for 2 hours. I, he, she, it was, and we, you, they were. We had a good time. After that, we went home. It was a good day. I like, we often use it. I like this music. I like this video. I like your lessons. I like your channel. I like English. Okay, thanks. If you have a verb, usually use this structure. If you really like it, like plus verb plus ing. I like speaking English. I like learning English with you. I like playing football. Can plus verb, it's about our ability. I can do it. I can speak English. I can help you. She can do it. Can't plus verb. I can't do it. I can't help you. She can't answer this question. Can plus subject plus verb. Can you help me? Can she help me? Can he do it? Must plus verb. You must learn English every day if you really want to know it. You must listen to me. You must do it. It's very important. Mustn't plus verb. You mustn't play now. You mustn't do such bad things. Can you help me? Could you help me, please? It's very polite. Could you do it for me, please? Future simple. It's about the future. Will plus verb. Or double L plus verb. I, we, you, they, he, she, it will do it. I'll, will, you'll, they'll, he'll, she'll, it'll do it. I will learn English fast. I hope so. I learn English fast. Future simple. A negative form, will not plus verb or won't plus verb. I will not go there. I won't go there. He will not work tomorrow. He won't work tomorrow. Future simple in questions. Will plus subject plus verb. Will he go there? Will it happen? Will you watch this video again? Will you learn English with me? Let's revise everything. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Bye. Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally. And this video is English grammar level beginner, elementary, and pre-intermediate. Do you want to speak English really well? Do you want to speak English without mistakes? So I think yes. So this course is for you. You need all this grammar to have a strong pre-intermediate level when you are sure about everything, all grammar parts. Thanks for your support, really. Thanks for your support, or I can say thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your support. I really hope you like this lesson. Yeah, good. Okay, so the first thing, personal pronouns. Personal pronouns. What is it? It's I. I is a personal pronoun. For example, you can say I study English or I learn English. We. It's a personal pronoun. We work. You. You understand. They. They know it. He. He goes to school. She. She goes to work. It works well. So personal pronouns: I, we, you, they, he, she, it. Okay? So let's revise. Let's revise everything. I study English or I learn English. We work. You understand. They know it. He goes to school. She goes to work. It works well. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let's revise everything. Okay, sorry for my typing skills. Yeah, sorry for my typing skills. Sorry for my typing skills, or for my bad typing skills. Yeah, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry for my bad typing skills. Yeah, really, I'm really sorry. Oh, okay, sorry for my bad typing skills. Okay, next. So present simple statement. So statement, let's talk about it. Present simple statement, or we call it affirmative sentences. Okay, so for example, I work. We work. You work. They work. Okay, you can repeat. I work. We work. You work. They work. So we say I, we, you, they plus verb. For example, work. Okay? Next. He. He works. She works. It works. If you have he, she, it, you put verb plus s. So we say works. Yeah? Please don't forget about it. Don't forget about s. Don't forget about s. Okay? So if you have he, she, it, you put a verb plus s. So he works, she works, it works. Okay, examples. For example, so I read. Okay, so you see a subject. So you see a subject plus verb. So I is a subject and read is a verb. We write. So we is a subject and write is a verb. Yeah? Good. You listen. So you is a subject and listen is a verb. Next. So they go. You see, they is a subject and go is a verb. Yeah? So if you have he, she, it, please remember it. Please don't forget about is. Remember it. Okay? So remember it. remember it. We add s. Look, he travels. He travels. Yeah, we add s. He travels. Next, she understands. She understands. It looks interesting. It looks interesting. Yeah, it looks interesting. We add s. Okay, and we have a test for you. We have a test for you. So, she live or she lives there. She live or she lives there. So we say she lives because it's he. Oh, sorry, because it's she. He, she, it. If you have he, she, it, we add s. So she lives there. Okay, she lives there. Okay, so it's easier. It's easier. Next, my brother work or works. My brother work or works. So, and why? So you look at my brother. So it's what? He, she, it, they. My brother is he. My brother is he. And you know, if you have he, she, it, you add s. So my brother works. My brother works. Please remember it. So my brother works. Okay, so present simple, statement, or affirmative sentences. So we say I, we, you, they plus verb. For example, I work, you work, they work. He, she, it plus verb plus s. He works, she works, it works. Don't forget about s. Remember it. For example, I read, subject plus verb. We write, you listen, they go, but he travels. She understands, it looks interesting. She lives there. My brother works. Okay? So let's talk about present simple and time markers. Time markers. So we often use present simple with these words. Yeah? So we often use this tense present simple with these words. Okay, so you can see it. So you can see it. Always, I always help my parents. Often, I often listen to music. Yeah, we say listen to. Don't forget about to. I usually get up late. Sometimes. So you can put sometimes in the middle. So it's in the middle. You see, in the middle. Look, I sometimes do it. You can put sometimes in the beginning. Sometimes I do it. Or you can put sometimes in the end. I do it sometimes. And never. I never go there. Okay, and phrases with every. Every day. Yeah, so I do it every day, every week. So I go there every week. Every month I visit that place every month. Every year I go to Italy every year. Okay, next. So about myself, yeah? So it's a topic about myself. I live in Spain. I live in Madrid. I work. I often go to the cinema. Please remember, we say go to the cinema. I sometimes play computer games. I always help my friends. And my friends always help me. I have different hobbies. I like English. I study English every day. Let's say it a bit faster. Let's say it a bit faster. Okay? So, I live in Spain. I live in Madrid. I work. I often go to the cinema. I sometimes play computer games. I always help my friends and my friends always help me. I have different hobbies. I like English. I study English every day. Okay? Next, let's talk about like. I like. We say like something, or I like something. For example, I like this book. I like English. I like dancing. I like swimming. So if you really like something, and you need to use a verb, and you need to use a verb, so you say like doing something, I like doing something. Okay? So you see, like plus verb plus ing. Yeah? Like plus verb plus ing. For example, I like playing football. So like plus verb play plus ing. I like playing football. I like spending time with my friends. Like plus verb plus ing. I like spending time with my friends. I like this movie. For example, I can say I like. Yeah? Or it's a test for you. I like Lauren, or I like Lauren. I like Lauren, or I like Lauren English. I like Lauren, or I like Lauren English. So if you really like something, you say I like Lauren English. So it's correct. I like Lauren English. Okay? Very good. So you can also meet I like to learn English. So I like to learn English. So it's also possible. So you can say I like to learn, or I like learning. So like doing something, or like to do. Yeah, but I like learn, it isn't right. It isn't correct. But if you really like something, so we say like doing. I like learning English. Yeah. But if you say I like to learn, it's also correct. It's also possible. Okay? Good. Let's talk about our hobbies. Okay? So, hobbies. One hobby, but many hobbies. I like English. I like learning English. I like learning foreign languages. I like reading English books. I like chess. I like football. I like badminton. I like traveling. Next, I want. We say want something or I want something. Look, I want it. I want this dress. I want this suit. I want this car. I want this house. But we say want to do something, want to do something. For example, I want to do something, want to do. So, you see, we say want plus to plus verb. Want plus to plus verb. Please remember it. Look, I want to buy it. I want to do it. I want to study English with you every day. A good idea. Yeah, want something but want to do something. Okay? So, I have a test. I have a test for you. So, I want to go or I want go there. I want to go there or I want go there. So we say want to do something, want plus to plus verb, so we use to. And we say I want to go there, I want to go there. Okay, next. I would like. I would like, so it's a full form, and we often use a short form, I'd like. I'd like. It's a short form. We say I'd like. I'd like something. Please remember it. I'd like something. For example, I'd like a cup of tea. I'd like a glass of juice. But we say I'd like to do. I'd like to do something. We say I'd like to do something. So I'd like, you see, I'd like to do it. So we use a verb, we use to before a verb. We use to, so we use, let's write it. So we use, okay, so we use to, or we use to before a verb. We use to before a verb. So you see, I'd like, yeah, I'd like to do it. I'd like to do it. I'd like to order it. I'd like to tell you one very important thing. Yeah, study English regularly and success will come. Study English regularly and success will come. So we say I'd like something, but I'd like to do something. Okay? So I have a test for you. So I'd like to buy it or I'd like buy it. So how will you say I'd like to buy it or I'd like buy it? So we say I'd like to do something, so I'd like buy it. You know, it isn't correct, it isn't right. And we say I'd like to buy it, I'd like to buy it. Okay, very good. Yeah, well, so let's talk about present simple negative form. Okay, so we use, look, we use don't or doesn't. So we use don't with I, we, you, they. Listen, I don't work. We don't work. You don't work, they don't work, and we use doesn't with he, she, it. So he doesn't work. She doesn't work. It doesn't work. Okay, so more examples. I don't do it every day. So we have don't because of I don't do it every day. Okay, I don't go to school, I work. I don't know Chinese, I know English. I don't see it well. I don't drive a car, I use public transport. Or I don't use public transport, I drive a car. So we use don't or doesn't. We use don't with I, we, you, they, and doesn't with he, she, it. Okay, what about questions? So present simple question. So we put do or does in the beginning. We put do or does in the beginning. Yeah, in the beginning. We put do or does in the beginning. In the beginning, if there is a verb. If there is a verb. So work, yeah, there is a verb, it's work. So you see, and we put do or does. You see that we use do with I, we, you, they. So you can listen to it, or you can, yeah. So do I work? Do we work? Do you work? Do they work? Good. And we use he, she, it with does. So does he work? Does she work? Does it work? Okay, so let's look at some examples. Let's look. We say look at, please remember it. Let's look at some examples. So please listen. Do you understand me? So we have you and use do. We say do you? Do you know it? So we use do because of you. Do you know it? Do you live in America? Do you live in America? Next, does she work there? So we use she because of does. Does she, does he, does it? Does she work there? Yes or no? For example, does or do, it's a test for you, help you. Help you. Okay? So, does it help you or do it help you? We know that if we have it, we use does. So, does it help you? Does it help you? Next. So, does or do. Your lessons help. Okay, so you see it, so and you need to choose. So do your lessons help or does your lessons help? So you look at your lessons. So what is it? He, she, it, they. So your lessons, it's they, yeah, they, and we put do with they. So do they or do your lessons help? Do your lessons help? Okay? Okay. What about special question, or what about special questions? How do we ask them? So it's easy. So first you put a question word, then do or does, plus verb. Yeah? So please remember it. So question word plus do or does plus verb. So where do you live? Where do you live? So where is a question word. So we have do, because of you, do you, and a verb, live. Where do you live? But where does she live? Where does she live? So where is a question word. So you see, does, we have does because of she. So where does she live? Where does she live? Okay, next. So where do you work? Where is a question word. We have do because of you, do you, where do you work, but where does he work? So we have a question word, it's where, and then does because of he. So good, very good. What do you know? So what is a question word, and then we have do because of you. Okay, so next. Why do you learn English? Why do you learn English? So why is a question word, then do because of you. Why do you learn English? How do you learn this language? How is the question word, and then we have do because of you. How do you learn this language? With the help of this channel. With the help of this channel. Good. So let's look at some common questions. Common questions we often ask them. Okay? So where do you live? I live in New York. Do you work? No, I study. Where do you study? Yeah, we ask do you. Where do you study? At university. Do you study at school or at university? As for me, I study at university and I work at the same time. Really? Yeah, that's true. Yeah? Or yes, yeah, that's true. How do you study? How do you study English? How do you study English? I watch different videos on YouTube. I watch different videos on YouTube. So, it's an English conversation. Good. Okay, so let's look at revision. So, present simple with a verb revision. Okay? So, I have some exercise for you. Okay? So, I have some exercise for you. Okay? So, you have this phrase. So, work hard. Then you have this phrase, work hard, I. Then you have this phrase, listen to pop music, she. And then you have this phrase, so sound interesting, it. Okay? and you need to say it in a statement, in a negative sentence, and you need to ask a question. Look, work hard I. So I work hard. So you know that we say subject plus verb. I work hard. Next, so how to make a negative form, don't or doesn't. So you see, we say I don't work hard. So we use don't or doesn't plus verb. And let's ask a question. So do or does. We say do I work hard? Do I work hard? Okay, next. Listen to pop music, she. So we say she, subject plus verb, yeah? If it's I, we, you, they. If it's he, she, it, we add s. So she listens, yeah? She listens to pop music. Don't forget about s. She listens to pop music. So negative form, don't or doesn't. He, she, it, doesn't. So she doesn't listen. She doesn't listen to pop music. And you want to ask a question. So do or does. She. So does she. Okay. So does she listen to pop music? And this phrase sounds interesting, it. Okay, or sound interesting, it. So it. So we use subject plus verb, and if it's he, she, it, subject plus verb plus s. So it's it, and we need to use s to add s. So it sounds interesting. Okay, what about a negative form? Don't or doesn't. So we know he, she, it. It doesn't. Okay. So it doesn't. It doesn't sound interesting. And if we want to ask a question, so we put do or does in the beginning. So do or does. We use does with he, she, it. So does it sound interesting? Okay? So present simple with a verb revision. So you see, I work hard. I don't work hard. Do I work hard? She listens to pop music. She doesn't listen to pop music. Does she listen to pop music? It sounds interesting. It doesn't sound interesting. Does it sound interesting? Okay, very good. Let's talk about the verb to be in present simple. So when do we need the verb to be? Who knows? So rule. If we don't have a verb in a sentence in present simple, we need to use the form of the verb to be. So if you don't have a verb in a sentence in present simple, you need to use the form of to be, or the form of the verb to be. So am, so it's am, is, or are. Look, I am at work. Do you see a verb? No, you don't see it, so you use am, is, or are. Please remember that we use am with I am, is with he, she, it, he is, she is, it is, and are with we, you, they, are. Look at these examples, okay? So, I am at work. Or you can also use a short form, I'm at work. He is at work. Or he's at work. She is at work. Or she's at work. It is at work. Or it's at work. We are at work. Or we're at work. You are at work. Or you're at work. They are at work. Or they are at work. Okay? So, look at some examples. It is interesting. Or it's interesting. So we put to be because we don't have a verb. It is interesting or it's interesting. I am happy or I'm happy. Good. So we are at home. We are at home or we're at home or we are at home. Good. Next. So what is next? Okay. So what is next? So you see. So you see. You are very hardworking. You are very hardworking. Okay? You are very hardworking. Or we say, you know, you're. You are. It's a full form and you're it's a short form. You are very hardworking. You are very hardworking. Next, this material is very useful. So this material means it and we say it is. So this material is very useful. This material is very useful. Okay, we'll look at more examples with to be, but first we need to look at a short test. So he, am, is, or are in the park. Okay? So we say he, she, it is. So he is in the park. He is in the park. Okay? Next, look, my friends, am, is, or are there. My friends, so what is it? He, she, it, they. My friends, they, and we say they are. So my friends are there. Okay, more examples with to be. Yeah, more examples with to be. My name is Alex. I'm from Canada. So why do I have is? Because my name means it. So my name means it. My name means it. Okay? So my name means it. We say it is. So my name is Alex. I'm from Canada. I'm 29. I'm an English teacher. I'm at home now. I'm at home now. Next, his name is Tom. So why do we have is? Why do we use is? Because his name means it. We say it is. So his name is Tom. He is from Canada. He's from Canada too. He's 18. Yeah, you can say he's from Canada too. He's 18. 18. He is a student. He is at university now. The verb to be in present simple, so a negative form. Okay? So we say I am not, or I'm not. We are not, or we aren't. You are not, or you aren't. So you are not at home, you aren't at home. They are not at home, they aren't at home. He, she, it is not, so he is not at home, or he isn't at home. She is not at home, or she isn't at home. it is not at home, or it isn't at home. So you don't have a verb in present simple, so you use the form of the verb to be. So am, is, or are, or am not, are not, or is not in negative sentences. Okay? So let's look at this text. Okay? Let's look at this text. He isn't at home now. Or let's look at these examples. He is at work. I'm not a businessman. I'm a doctor. Yeah, at these examples. Let's look at these examples. Okay, so we aren't in the park. We are in the forest. We aren't in the park. We are in the forest. Good. So the verb to be in present simple in questions. So we put am, are, or is in the beginning. So we ask, am I? For example, am I in the right place? We ask, are we, are you, are they, are we in the right place? Are you in the right place? Are they in the right place? And we ask, is he, is she, is it? Is he in the right place? Is she in the right place? Is it in the right place? Is it in the right place? Okay, more examples. Are you happy? So we use are because of you, yeah? Are we, are you, are they? Are you happy? Are you at work? Is she at home? Is it a good idea? Is it a good idea? Next. So, to be in a special question or to be in special questions. So, how do we ask it? It's easier. Question word plus am, is, or are. Am, is, or are. So you see, where is it? Where is a question word. Where is it? And we use is because of it. Yeah, so it is, but is it in questions? Where is it? Where are they? So where is a question word. Are they? So we say they are in a statement and are they in questions. What is it? What is it? How is he? How is he? Yeah, how is a question word. We say he is, but is he in questions. How are you? How are you? Yeah. So how is a question word. You see that we say you are. So, but are you in questions? How are you? Fine, thanks. And you? I'm fine too. How is your mother? So why do we use is? Because your mother means she. We say, how is she? Or how is your mother? How is your father? Why do we use is? Because your father means he. How is he? How's your father? How are your parents? How are your parents? So it means they. How are they? Or how are your parents? Okay? Good. We need revision. So present simple to be revision. Okay? Let's do some exercises. Okay? So let's do some exercise. You see, so you need to form you need to form three sentences. You need to form three sentences. So a statement, a negative form, and a question. Look, it, interesting, it. So it interesting, right or not? Not. You need the form of to be. You know that if we don't have a verb in present simple, you need the form of to be. So if it's he, she, it, we say what? Is, right. It is interesting. So let's make a negative form. So we say it is not interesting, or we can say it isn't. It's a short form. Oh, it isn't interesting. And let's ask a question. So we put is in the beginning. Is it interesting? Is it interesting? Good. At home, they. So they at home, right or not? Not. We need the form of to be. So am, is, or are. We say they are. So they are at home. So what about a negative form? They are not. Or we can use a short form. They aren't. They aren't at home. And if we want to ask a question, we say are. Are they at home? Okay? So a good student, he. So he a good student, right or not? Not. Why? We don't have a verb, so we need to use the form of to be. So what is it? Am, is, or are. So a good student. So what is it? He, she, it, they. So it's he, and we say he is. Yeah. He is a good student. He isn't. He isn't a good student. And is he a good student? Okay. So present simple to be revision. It is interesting. It is not interesting, or it isn't interesting. Is it interesting? They are at home. They are not at home, or they aren't at home. Are they at home? He is a good student. He isn't a good student. Is he a good student? Well, my day. I usually get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. Then I have breakfast. I go to work. I start working at 9 o'clock. Yeah, we say start doing something. Please remember it. Start working. I start working at 9 o'clock. I work from 9 to 6. After that, I go home. I come back home at 7 o'clock in the evening. I often go for a walk in the evenings. Yeah, we say go for a walk. I often go for a walk in the evenings. I usually go to bed at midnight. Okay, next. My friend's day. I want to tell you about my friend's day. His name is Alex. He usually gets up very late. He doesn't go to university. He works. He starts working at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and he finishes working at 10 o'clock in the evening. You see that he finishes his work very late, and he comes back home very late too. Okay? Good. And he comes back home very late too. Anyway, He works there. He likes getting up early. Yeah, he likes getting up early. Good. Yeah, we say I want to tell. Yeah, we don't forget about to. I want to tell, and we say he likes getting up. So we put ing. He likes getting up early. Next, what about future simple? Let's talk about it. So we form it this way: will plus verb. Will plus verb. So look. I will do it, he will do it, they will do it, he will do it, she will do it will do it. So will plus verb. Examples, more examples. So I will go there, it's a full form, and you can use a short form. So it's I'll go there, I'll go there. We will call them, or we'll call them. You will learn English, or you'll learn English. They will come soon, or they'll come soon. He will understand it, or he'll understand it. She will sing this song, or she'll sing this song. Good. It will happen, or it'll happen. So I hope you'll remember it. I hope you'll remember it. Next, so future simple time markers. So it's tomorrow, and different phrases with next. For example, next week, next month, next year, and the day after tomorrow. Okay, so look, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll decide it tomorrow. I will earn $100 next week. I will go to Mexico next month. I will finish school next year. So you see, the day after tomorrow, I'll go to the party the day after tomorrow. And we often say soon, and later. So I'll do it soon, or I'll do it later. Well, how to make a negative form? Yeah, future simple negative. So it's will not plus verb, or won't plus verb. It's, yeah, will not plus verb, or won't plus verb. Look, I will not do it. We will not do it. They will not do it. He will not do it. She will not do it. It will not do it. And for example, I won't go to the party. Yeah, compare. Please compare. Compare. I won't go to the party. Yeah, it's a negative form. And I want to go. I want to go to the party. Yeah, we use to. I want to go to the party. So we use to. And I won't go. It's a negative form. Okay, examples. More examples. Look, I won't study there, or I will not study there. But you know that we often use a short form when we speak. So we won't go there. I won't buy this flat. They won't buy this house. It'll help you learn English. Good. Well, maybe you want to ask a question or questions. No problem. So you put will in the beginning plus subject plus verb plus subject plus verb. Look, will you do it? So will, you as a subject, and do is a verb. Will you do it? Will she come? So we always use will. Will you wait for him? Will you help me? Will he work there? Will he work there? Next, special question with future simple. So we put a question word in the beginning, then will, then we have a subject and a verb. So, where will he work? Where is a question word, will, he is a subject and a verb. Where will he work? Where will you study? Where will you buy it? How will you learn English? What will you do tomorrow? Okay, and future simple revision. So you know this exercise. So you need to say it in a statement, you need to make a negative form, and you need to ask a question. So do it well. Future simple, will plus verb. So I will do it well, or I can use a short form, I'll do it well. Next, negative, we add will not. So I will not do it well, or I won't is a short form, I won't do it well. If you want to ask a question, you put will in the beginning. So will plus subject, will I plus verb. So will I do it? Will I do it well? Okay, come tomorrow here. He plus will, so plus verb. He will come tomorrow. He'll come tomorrow, or you can use a short form, so he'll come tomorrow. Next, so it's a statement. You see, what about a negative form? Will not. So he will not come. He will not come tomorrow, or he won't come. He won't come tomorrow. Good. What about a question? So we put will in the beginning. Will he come? Will he come tomorrow? And call you she. So she plus will, she plus verb. So she will call you. She will call you. Or we can use a short form, she'll call you, okay? So she'll call you. Very good. Very good. Negative form. So she will not call you. She will not call you. Yeah? Or she won't call you, or she won't call you. Good. She will not call you, or she won't call you. And if you want to ask a question, you put will in the beginning. So will she call you? Will she call you? Good. So future simple revision. I will do it well, or I'll do it well. I will not do it well, or I won't do it well. Will I do it well? He will come tomorrow, or he'll come tomorrow. He will not come tomorrow. He won't come tomorrow. Will he come? She will call you. She'll call you. She will not call you. She won't call you. Will she call you? Well, let's talk about past simple, regular and irregular verbs. So, you know that we use don't, doesn't, am not, isn't, aren't with present simple, and want, but not want, yes, but not want in future simple. So what about past simple? How to say something in past simple? So some words are regular and some words are irregular, or verbs, yeah? Verbs can be regular and irregular. So you just need to use the second form. the second form of a verb. You just need to use the second form of a verb. You just need to use the second form of a verb. Look, work is a regular verb, and if it's a regular verb, you add ed. You add ed. So you say, I worked, we worked, you worked, they worked, he worked, she worked, it worked, it worked. Look, I played football, she listened to music. So you see that these verbs, work, play, listen, are regular, and you add ed. But some verbs are irregular. Irregular. For example, some verbs are irregular. For example, do, come, say, and you need to know the second form. For example, do and did is the second form, and you say, I did it. Come, came, you say, he came. Say, said, she said it. So you need to know irregular verbs. You need to know irregular verbs. Yeah. So really, regular and irregular verbs. Look at these examples. I played tennis, so it's a regular verb. Play, and we add ed. I played tennis. He listened to rock music. It's a regular verb, and we add ed. He watched that movie. Regular, so we add ed. You worked very hard. Regular, you see ed. They walked in the park. Regular, you see ed. I traveled a lot, so it's regular, you see ed. And I studied this subject. Regular. So if it's a regular verb, so what is past simple? It's a verb plus ed. Please remember it, verb plus ed. Okay? Irregular verbs in English. So you must remember them. So please remember them and their forms. Remember them and their forms. For example, speak, spoke. I spoke English yesterday. Drive, drove. I drove a car. Do, did. I did it very well. See, saw. We saw her. Make, made. She made a mistake. Get, got. I got a present. Okay? My day yesterday. I got up very early. Yeah, irregular. I had breakfast. Irregular. Yeah. Get, got. Have, had. I went to work. Irregular. Go, went. Oh, sorry. Go, went. I worked very hard. Regular, because we have ed. I finished my work at 6 o'clock in the evening. Regular, so we have ed. After that, I went to the cinema. So irregular, it's irregular. Go, went. I came home very late. Irregular. Come, came. I came home very late. Then I had dinner. Irregular, have, had. I used the internet and went to bed. Regular, we have ed. I used the internet and went to bed. Good. What about past simple and its negative form? So we use didn't. We use didn't plus verb. Please remember it. Didn't plus verb. So I didn't do it, we didn't do it, you didn't do it, they didn't do it, he didn't do it, she didn't do it, it didn't do it. Okay, I think you want more examples? No problem. So I didn't go there. So didn't plus verb. I didn't go there. Next. So what is next? We didn't understand it. So didn't plus verb. You didn't remember it. Didn't plus verb. They didn't come. Didn't plus verb. So it isn't important. It isn't important regular or irregular. We say didn't plus verb. And it is important we, you, they, he or she or it. So he didn't help us. She didn't find a good job. It didn't happen. Okay? So I think that you want to ask a question. No problem. So did, you need did plus subject. Did plus subject plus verb. Did plus subject plus verb. Look, for example, did I do it well? Did we do it well? Did you do it well? Did they do it well? Did he do it well? Did she do it well? Did it do it well? Okay, so you see more examples. Did you go there? So did, you is a subject, go is a verb. Yeah, did you go there? Did you buy it? So did plus subject, you plus buy is a verb. Did you buy it? Did you help him? Did you write a letter? Did you forget it? Did you remember it? Okay? Well, maybe you want to ask a special question. No problem. So you need to put a question word in the beginning, then you need to use did plus subject plus verb. Yeah, so question word plus did plus subject plus verb. What did you do? How did you do it? So look, what is a question word, did, you is a subject, and do is a verb. So what did you do? How did you do it? Where did you do it? Why did you do it? Where did you go? Yeah, you see, where is a question word, then you have did, you is a subject, and go is a verb. Where did you travel? Why did you work there? Okay? And past simple revision, you need exercises. So you need to make 3 different forms, okay? So do it while I say it in past simple. So what is the second form of do? This verb is regular and we know do, did. So I did it well. Negative form. We always use didn't plus verb. So I didn't do it well. If you want to ask a question, we started with did, subject you, or subject I. Did I do it well? Did I do it well? Okay. Next, go there, he. You know, go, went. So this verb is irregular. So he went there. Negative form, he didn't go there. And if you want to ask a question, we start with did. So did he go there? Did he go there? Help us, he. So he. This verb is regular, so we add ed. He helped us. How to make a negative form? He didn't help us. And if you want to ask a question, so did he help us? Yeah, did he help us? Okay, so past simple revision. I did it well. I didn't do it well. Did I do it well? He went there. He didn't go there. Did he go there? He helped us. He didn't help us. Did he help us? Did he help us? Good. Okay. Let's talk about was or were. So you know that there is a verb be, and its second form can be was or were. So be, was or were, and been is the third form. So be, was, were, or been. So when do we use was and when do we use were? So if it's I, he, she, it, we use was. For example, I was at work, he was at work, she was at work, it was at work. If it's we, you, they, we use were. We were at work, you were at work, they were at work. Okay? So look, I was at home. So I, he, she, it was. I was at home. It was very interesting. They were very happy. That lesson was very boring. Why was? Because that lesson means it, and we say that lesson was or it was very boring. My friends were glad to see me. So my friends means they. So my friends were glad to see me. Okay? So, and I have a test for you. So he was or were happy. He was or he were happy. So he, she, it was. And we say he was happy. He was happy. Good. Okay? Next. So the book was or the book were interesting. The book was or the book were interesting. So the book means it, and we say the book was. The book was interesting. Okay, good. So my friends were glad to see me. He was happy. The book was interesting. Well, what about a negative form? We say wasn't or weren't. So we say wasn't with I, he, she, it. Look. I wasn't at work, he wasn't at work, she wasn't at work, it wasn't at work. And we say, we use weren't with we, you, they. We weren't at work, you weren't at work, they weren't at work. So, examples. I wasn't at work, I was at home. Next. My friends weren't happy, they were upset. The lesson wasn't boring, it was very interesting. And you know that we use was or were in questions, so we use was with I, he, she, it. Look, was I in the right place? Was he in the right place? Was she in the right place? Was it in the right place? And we use were with we, you, they. So we ask, were we in the right place? Were you in the right place? Were they in the right place? Okay, look at more examples. Was it interesting? So we say, yeah, was it? Was it? Was it boring? Was it a good idea? Were they there? So we say, were they? Okay, so were you happy? Okay, so was were a special question. So how do we ask it? So you have a question word in the beginning, then you have was or were. Okay, so you see, where were you? So where is a question word, and then you have were because of you. So you say you were, but were you in questions? Where were you? Where was he? So where is a question word, and we say he was, but was he in questions. Where was she? How was it? Why were you there? Okay, so was were revision. Okay, so you need to say it in a statement, in a negative sentence, and in a question. So I was or were. I was, I, he, she, it was. I was at home. Good. Next, wasn't or weren't. I wasn't at home, and we put was in the beginning. So was I at home? Was I at home? Happy they. They was or they were? They were. So they were happy. They were happy. And we say, so wasn't or weren't with they weren't. They weren't. And we ask questions with were. Were they? Were they there? Were they there? Okay, interesting, the video. So the video was, or the video were. So the video means it. We say it was. The video was. The video was interesting. So the video wasn't. And we put was or were. Was. Was the video. Was the video interesting? So was were revision. I was at home. I wasn't at home. Was I at home? They were happy. They weren't happy. Were they happy? Interesting. So the video was interesting. The video wasn't interesting. Was the video interesting? Good. So present continuous statement. So present continuous, it's about present, which is now. Yeah, it's about present. It's about the present time. It's about the present time, which is now. Which is now. Yeah. Look. And we can say, I'm teaching English now. I'm typing now. Yeah, I'm typing now. I'm teaching English now. I'm looking at the screen. So it's present continuous. It's now. And we form it, am, is, or are, plus verb, plus ing. Am, is, are, plus verb, plus ing. So I am, so we, you, they are, he, she, it is, plus verb, plus ing. I am doing it. Or we can use a short form, I'm doing it. Look, we are doing it, or we are doing it. We are doing it. So you are doing it, or you are doing it. So you see, they are doing it, or they are doing it. He is doing it, or he is doing it. She is doing it, she is doing it. It is doing it, it's doing it. So you are watching this video. So you are, we say you are plus verb, watch plus ing. You are watching this video. You are looking at me. Really? You are looking at me. So you are plus verb plus ing. You are looking at me. Well, so present continuous negative form. So it's easy. It's easy. So we say am not. We say am not. Or we often use a short form. So am not, or is not, am not, or is not, or are not, plus verb plus ing. Okay, so we say I'm not doing it. Or we can use a short form, I'm not doing it. We are not doing it, or we aren't doing it. You are not doing it, or you aren't doing it. They are not doing it, or they aren't doing it. he is not doing it or he isn't doing it. It is not doing it or it isn't doing it. Look at other examples. So, I'm not driving a car now. You can say it with now or without now, with now or without now. I'm not drinking tea or I'm not drinking tea now. So if you say I'm not drinking tea, so I understand that it's now. I'm not walking in the park now. I'm not learning French now. I'm learning English. Okay? So what about questions? So present continuous question. Okay? So you see, it's easy. All right? So it's am or is or are plus subject plus verb plus ing. Look, for example, am I doing it well? Am I doing it well? So am plus subject plus verb plus ing. Am I doing it well? Okay. Is he working? Is she speaking English? Is it happening? So you can say, is it happening now or is it happening right now? Next, are they cooking? Are you eating? Are they swimming? So you see, am is plus subject plus verb plus ing. So am I doing it well? Is he working? Is she speaking English? Is it happening? Are they cooking? Are you eating? Are they swimming? Well, so present continuous special question. So how do we ask it? So question word is in the beginning. Then you need am, is or are plus verb plus ing. So you see, what is he doing now? So what is a question word? So then you have is, because of he, we say he is, but is he in questions? Do is a verb plus ing. What is he doing now? What is she doing now? What are you doing now? Yeah. So what is a question word? You have are because of you. We say you are, but are you in questions? What are you doing now? Why is you working now? How are you learning English? Okay, so present continuous revision. So you need to say it in 3 different forms. So do the right thing. I am plus verb do plus ing. I'm doing the right thing. Okay? Or I'm is a short form. Next, negative form. I'm not doing. Or we can use a short form. I'm not doing. Next, how will you ask a question? So we put am in the beginning. Am I doing the right thing? Okay? Wait for you here. So how will you say it? So he is plus verb, wait plus ing. He is waiting for you, or he is waiting, or he's waiting for you. Next, he isn't waiting. So you can say he's not waiting, but you know that we mostly say he isn't or aren't, we use short forms in speaking. So he is not waiting, he is not waiting, he is not waiting, or he isn't waiting. And is he waiting, is he waiting? Okay, so walk in the park, they are, walk plus ing, they are walking in the park. Yeah, or you can say they are. Yeah, we often say they are. Okay, so they're walking, or they are, okay, it's also good, so they are walking or they are walking. Next, they aren't walking, or they are not walking. And are they walking? Okay, so present continuous revision. So do the right thing, I'm doing the right thing. I'm not doing the right thing. Am I doing the right thing? He is waiting for you. He's not waiting for you. He isn't waiting for you. Is he waiting? They are walking in the park, or they are walking in the park. They aren't walking in the park. Are they walking? Good. So what about this structure, be going to, and we say be going to do something, be going to do something. So we use it when we talk about our plans, okay, when we talk about our plans. Please look, you can say I'm going to do it, now. So it's about your plans. So if I say so, I'm going to do it, it means so maybe I will do it, or maybe I won't do it. I don't know it for 100%. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. So you know that we say I am going to do it. So we, you, they are going to do it, and he, she, it is going to do it. So we are going to do it, you are going to do it, they are going to do it, he is going to do it, she is going to do it, it's going to do it. Okay? So I'm going to learn English very intensively. It's in my plans. So I'm going to improve my English greatly. It's in my plans. Good. Well, so to be going to, a negative form. So we say I'm not going to do it. We aren't going to do it. So you aren't going to do it, they aren't going to do it, and he isn't going to do it, she isn't going to do it, it isn't going to do it. Okay, so let's look at some examples. I'm not going to call her. I don't want to talk to her. I don't want to talk to her, so it isn't in my plans. Okay? Next. Well, I'm not going to do it again. I did it one time and that's enough, so it isn't in my plans. I'm not going to work overnight. Yeah, I don't like it and it isn't in my plans. Well, so to be going to question. So how do we ask a question? So we say, am I going? For example, am I going to study hard? Are we, you, they going? Look, are we going to visit that place? Are you going to visit that place? Are they going to visit that place? And is he, she, it going? So is he going to come? Is she going to come? Is it going to come? And you see more examples. I hope that you like examples. Okay, so oh no, more examples. Are you going to help us? Are you going to work there? I think not. I want to find another job. Yes, you remember that we say want to do. Yes, want to find another job. Okay, good. So next, what about can? So it's about our ability. It's about our ability, okay? It's about our ability. So I can do it. And we use can plus verb. Can plus verb. Can plus verb. So I can do it. We can do it. They can do it. You can do it. He can do it. She can do it. It can do it. I can drive a car. I can speak English. So can plus verb. I can drive a car. I can speak English very well. Can't, it's a negative form. It's a negative form. You know that we say can't plus verb. Can't plus verb. Okay? So I can't speak Japanese. This language is very difficult. Can you help me? Can you do it for me? Yeah, and we start with can plus subject plus verb in questions. So you see, can you help me? Can you do it for me? Good, very good. Well, so must. We use must plus verb. You must do it. You must listen to me. You must follow these rules. You must go to the doctor. You must do your homework right now. And mustn't, we use mustn't in a negative form, so mustn't plus verb. You mustn't pronounce it. You mustn't pronounce it. You mustn't say it. Yes, we don't say t. Mustn't. Mustn't. Okay? Next, should. So should plus verb. Should plus verb. So you can say, for example, you should do it. You should do it. You should do it. It means it's a good idea. It's a good idea for you. It's a good idea for you to do it. It's a good idea for you to do it. Okay? So should means it's a good idea. Should plus verb. You should study more if you want more progress. Should plus verb. You shouldn't eat junk food or unhealthy food. So junk food means unhealthy food. If you want to be healthy. If you want to be healthy. So shouldn't plus verb. If you want to be healthy, you should find another job. Should plus verb. You should find another job. You shouldn't go there. Shouldn't plus verb. You shouldn't go there. Should I do it? Should I do it? Yeah, we start a question with should. So should I do it? Or what do you think about it? Should I do it? What do you think about it? Or should we? Should we do it? Should we go there? Should we go there? Okay, next. Could. So could is a modal verb. It's a modal verb. Yeah, it's also a modal verb and it has two meanings. It has two meanings. Okay? It has two meanings. So look, I can do it, so it's present, and I could do it, it's past. So we say can, could. So could is a past form of can. It's a past form. It's a past form of can. It's a past form of can. Yeah, I can do it. So it's about the present. And I could do it. It's about the past. Look, I could lift that bag, although it was very heavy. So it's about the past. We have was, yeah? It's past simple. Good. And could can have another meaning. Look, I could record short videos, but I don't want to do it. It means it's possible. it means it's possible. It's possible. Okay? So it's possible for me to record short videos now. Okay? So it's possible. Well, so very good. Next. We often use could in questions. So could you help me? Could you help me? Or we can say it with please. Could you bring it to me, please? So it's very polite. It's very polite. Could you help me? Could you bring it to me, please? Good. Next, would. Would plus verb. I would do it. It also means that it's okay for me, that it's possible for me to do it. It's possible for me to do it. I would do it. I would help you. So yeah, I would fly to New York. I would live abroad. I wouldn't do it. So wouldn't plus verb. Yeah, we use it in negative sentences, wouldn't plus verb. So I wouldn't do it. Or I wouldn't say it, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it. So you see, okay? Good. Really good. Well, so have to. So we can also use must, have to, or must. Please compare. Compare. I must do it. And I have to do it. What's the difference? What's the difference? Really? What's the difference between must and have to? So I must do it and I have to do it. Look, I have to wear school uniform. So do you want to wear school uniform? I think not. So you don't want it. You don't want it. You don't really want it. You don't really want it. You don't really want it. Okay? You don't really want it, but you have no choice. But you have no choice. But you have no choice. I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning every day. So you don't really want it, I think, but you have no choice. Yeah. And we use have to for these situations. For these situations when you don't really want something, but you have no choice. Yeah, like these situations. Look, I have to wear school uniform. I have to get up very early, or I have to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning every day. Okay, so may or might, yeah, plus verb. So it means maybe. It means maybe. Okay, so you can say I may do it, or I might do it, or you can say maybe I will do it. Maybe I will do it. Maybe I will do it. So you use future simple. You use future simple after maybe. Okay? So it may happen, or you can also say maybe it will happen. Maybe it will happen. Look, he might agree, or maybe he will agree. Maybe he will agree, and so on. Okay, and so on. Well, so you see, they may accept. They may accept our offer. They may accept our offer. So it means maybe they will accept our offer. Okay, so I may start. I may start learning Chinese. So maybe I'll start learning Chinese. So hello, do you know how to say hello in Chinese? 你好, 你好, 你好. It means hello. So you know, 我很好. It means I'm fine. Yeah, I'm very good. Yeah, I'm fine. 我很好. 你呢? And you? Okay, really, I may start learning Chinese very seriously. Okay, well, so these structures, there is and there are. So we say there is a. It's if it's one. So if it's one, yeah, and if it's more than one, we say there are more than one. Look, we can say the pen is on the table. So the pen means it, and we say it is. The pen is on the table, so it is on the table, or the pen is on the table. We can also say there is a pen on the table. Please don't forget to use a. There is a pen on the table. Okay? Next. Look. There is a microphone on the desk. There is a microphone on the desk. Yeah? Really? There is a microphone on the desk. So it's here. Look. It's here. My microphone. Yeah? It's on the desk. So I can say I have. Yeah, I have a microphone. So you see, I have a microphone, and I can say there is a microphone. So there are, or I have, yeah. Or I have. So there is a microphone on the desk, or I can say that I have a microphone on the desk. Okay. So there are two pens on the table. Yeah, if it's more than one, two. If it's 2, 3, 4 or more, we say there are. So there are two pens on the table. There are two lamps in the room. Two lamps in the room. Okay, good, very good. Okay, or for example, there is a cup of tea. There is a cup of tea. There is a cup of tea. Okay, good. So, or there is a pen. Yes, there is a pen. So there is a pen. There is a pencil. There is a pencil. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Well, next. So possessive pronouns. Possessive pronouns. Really, let's talk about it. So look, I have a house. This is my house. So my is a possessive pronoun. I, my. We have a house. This is our house. You have a house. This is your house. They have a house. This is their house. So he has a house. This is his house. She has a house. This is her house. It has a house. It's its house. Okay? So, I, my, we, our, you, your, they, their, he, his, she, her, it, its. Okay, next. Demonstrative pronouns. Look. Bring it to me. So I, me. I called him. He, him. I called her. She, her. They called us. We, us. They called you. You, you. We called them. They, them. I saw it. It. Okay? So give it to me, please. Give it to me, please. Help her. So I, me, she, her. Help her. I saw them. They, them. Good. Let's talk about nouns. Singular. It's when one, we have one thing. And plural. More than one. More than one, 2, 3 or more. Okay, so we add s. So if you need plural, so more than one, you need to add s. So singular plus s. Look, bags, one bag, but 2 bags, 3 bags, 4 bags, 5 bags. Toy, one toy but 5 toys, 6 toys. Computer, computers. Idea, ideas. Pen, pens. Exceptions: man, men. Woman, women. Child, children. Person, people. So most important exceptions. Okay, so you see. Next, so imperative form. So do it, it's when you order, okay, do it. Listen to me, bring it to me, call him, come back. For example, I hear stand up, and I stand up, and then sit down, I sit down. Okay, good. Well, let's talk about English phrases. So you need to understand how to form these phrases. Look, please remember this structure. A or an, yes, a or an, plus adjective, plus noun. A or an plus adjective plus noun. So a good person. So a, it's an article, good, it's an adjective, and person is a noun, a good person. He is a good person. Or an interesting book. So an, it's an article, yeah, so L or N, so N is an article, so look, article, or no, article. So an interesting book, it's an interesting book. Apple, so I see a big apple. Don't forget about a or an. Kind people, they are kind people. So a or n plus adjective plus noun. So if it's one, so if it's more than one, like people, boys, girls, you don't use a or an. So adjective plus nouns. Without a or an, without. So they are kind people, adjectives plus nouns. Okay, well, let's talk about conditionals. Conditional zero, yeah, zero, or we call it zero conditional, or conditional zero. Conditional, what is it? It's it's about sentences with if. So look, you talk about the present in the first part of the sentence, and you talk about the present in the second part of the sentence, and you use present simple and present simple. Look, if I work too much, so it's present simple, okay? I get tired very quickly. It's present simple, so it's normal. If I work too much, I get tired very quickly. Next, if I study English every day, so it's present simple. I study English every day, I make progress more rapidly, so it's present simple. If you teach us, we are so happy. So you teach, and we are, so it's present simple. We call it so zero conditional. Okay, let's talk about the first conditional. Okay, so we talk about the future in the first part of the sentence, and we talk about the future in the second part of the sentence, but we use we use present simple after if. Please remember it. Please remember it. So we use present simple. We use present simple after if. Yeah? You see, we use present simple. We use present simple after if. After if, okay? But we talk about the future. But we talk about the future. Okay? We use present simple after it, but we talk about the future. Please look. If I go there, if I go there, he will be very happy. So it's about the future. He will be very happy. We see it in the second part or in the second clause. So he will be very happy. And this part is also about the future. But we must use present simple. It's a rule. So if I go there, he will be very happy. Or if I do it, it will look strange. We can't say if I will do it. We can't say if I will go, it isn't right, it isn't correct, it's wrong. Okay? So when she comes back, yeah, it's present simple. So we use, we use present simple. We use present simple after if or when. After if or when. So when she comes back, I'll smile at her. So I'll smile is future simple, you see, and she comes back. It's present simple, so we use present simple after when. We can't say future simple here, we can't say it, okay? And the second conditional, so we talk about the present, but unreal, we imagine it. And please look at this structure. If plus past simple, we use it in the first part of the sentence, and would or could in the second part of the sentence. Look, if I had $2 million, so it's in my imagination. I imagine it. I don't have this money. So if plus past simple, yeah, if I had $2 million, would plus verb, I would buy several flats. Or if I lived in Canada, but I don't live in Canada, so it's in my imagination, I would live. It's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah, if I lived in Canada now, so it's impossible. It isn't possible. Yeah, I would lead another lifestyle. Would plus verb. Okay, if I were you, but I'm not you. Yeah, but I'm not you, I would accept this offer. And you know that we use were. So if you use the second conditional, you use were with I, he, she, it, we, you, they. You always use were. You always use were, okay? So you always use the were. So yeah, it's a rule. It's a rule. So you can use, you can use was, but it's very rarely. It's very rarely and it's very formal. So we meet were. So, and please remember this phrase: if I were you, I would accept this offer. If I were you, I would learn English every day. If I were you, I would visit, for example, this place, and so on. Okay, so I hope that's clear. Let's go on. Well, let's talk about much and many. So we use much with uncountable nouns. With uncountable nouns, we can't count it. We can't count it. Okay. For example, much. For example, much water, much love, much, much freedom. We can't count it. Yeah, and you see, she doesn't have much water. he doesn't have much money. And we use many with countable. We use many with countable nouns. Yeah, before countable nouns, we can count it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you see, he doesn't make many mistakes. So we can count it. 1 mistake, 2 mistakes, 3 mistakes, 4 mistakes. Yeah, she doesn't spend much time on it. So we say much time because time is uncountable. Okay, how much is it? We often ask this question, how much is it? And I hope you know that the word money in English is uncountable. Uncountable. Well, and we ask, how much money do you have? How much money do you have? Yeah? We often use how much and how many in questions. How much money? So money is uncountable in English, and we ask how much money. So cars, this word is uncountable in English, and we ask how many cars do you have? Okay? Next, a little, few, a few. So it means not much. It means not much, not many. Okay, so not much, not many. And we use little and a little. We use a little and a little, yeah, with uncountable nouns, uncountable, and few and a few with countable. Okay, so look, she has little money, she has little money, or she knows it a little. So a little means not much. She knows little or a little, yeah. She knows it little or a little. You can also say it. She knows it little or a little. And a little means less than little. Less than little. Less than little. Less than little. Okay? So you can use little and a little without a noun. Okay? So look, you can use little, you can use little or a little, you can use little or a little without a noun. Okay, so you can use little or a little without a noun. Yeah, she knows it little, a little, or with a noun. She has little money. And we use few and a few with countable. With countable. Look, he has few friends. He has few friends. It means not many. I have a few ideas. It means I have some ideas. I have some ideas. Well, what about a lot of and lots of? So a lot of means the same as lots of, but lots of is more informal. It's more informal. So you can say I have a lot of money, or I have lots of money, I have a lot of friends, or I have lots of friends. So we can say it, or we can use it with countable and uncountable nouns. With countable and uncountable nouns. So you see a lot of money. Yes, so money is uncountable in English, and you can say a lot of money or lots of money. And friends, it's countable in English, and you can say a lot of friends or lots of friends. Okay, good. So what about articles? A or there? Look, so we call it a indefinite article, and the definite article, definite article. Look, I have a book. The book is interesting. So if you mention it for the second time, you use the. So if you mention it for the second time, okay, you use the. Look, yeah, I have a book. The book is interesting, so we know this book. I have a dictionary. The dictionary is very good. I have a computer. The computer is very powerful. I'm a teacher. He is a doctor. This is a good book. These are good books. Okay? So, yeah, it's important. So we use that when we mention it for the second time, and you know that. So article a or n, yeah, it's indefinite, and the are definite. So if it's plural, we don't use a or n, only the, or without the. So look, good books. You can say with the or without the. It's plural, but you can't say a or an. You can't say a or an if it's plural, if it's more, or if it's more than one. You can't say it. So good books or the books. Okay? Good. Well, what about have got? So it's very important, have got. So have got or have. So you can say I have a car, we have a car, you have a car, they have a car. Or you can also say it with got. Look, I have got a car, we have got a car, they have got a car. You can also use a short form, I've, we've, you've, they've. Listen, I've got a car, we've got a car, you've got a car, they've got a car. Okay? Or you can say it without got. Look, yeah, he, she, it has or has got, or got. He has a problem, she has a problem, it has a problem. He has got, yeah, you can say it with got. So we often hear it in British English. So he has got a problem, she has got a problem, it has got a problem, or he's got a problem, she's got a problem, it's got a problem. Okay? So you can say I've got a car or I have a car. I've got a flat or I have a flat. I've got very good friends or I have very good friends. Okay? How to say it in negative sentences, have got in negative sentences. So you say it with got, haven't got or hasn't got. Look. So I haven't got a car, we haven't got a car, they haven't got a car. He hasn't got a car, she hasn't got a car, it hasn't got a car. Or you can also say it with don't or doesn't. With don't or doesn't, but without got. But without got, okay? So you can say I don't have a car, we don't have a car, you don't have a car, they don't have a car. Or he doesn't have a car, she doesn't have a car, it doesn't have a car. Okay? So you can say it with haven't got, hasn't got. Or if you don't like got, it's okay too. You can say don't or doesn't. Alright? So you see, I haven't got a flat, or I don't have a flat. I don't have a flat. I haven't got any brothers or sisters. Or you can say I don't have any brothers or sisters. I haven't got a big house. My house is very small. Well, what about have got in questions? So we ask, have you got? Okay? So have you, have I, have we, have they got. Okay, have they got. And we use has with has he, she, it got. Okay, so look, has he got, has she got, has it got. You know, when we speak, we often ask, so do you have or have you got? Okay, so you can ask, yeah, have you got, do you have I got, do I have we got, do we have they got, do they have, or has he got, does he have, has she got, does she have, has it got, does it have. Okay, so have you got any brothers or sisters? Or you can also ask, do you have any brothers or sisters? Okay, so have you got a car, or do you have a car? So have you got a boyfriend, or do you have a boyfriend? Have you got a girlfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? Okay, next, so present simple passive. Okay, so let's study passive voice. Let's study passive voice and present simple passive. Okay, we form it this way: am, is, are plus past participle. So what is past participle? In other words, okay, in other words, it's the third form. It's the third form. In other words, it's the third form. Okay. For example, look: make, or do, did, done. So done is a past participle. Okay, it's the third form. Okay, so look, it is made in China. It's passive voice. It's present simple passive. It is made in China because it is made by someone. So if it's by someone, so you need to use passive voice. Okay, so if it's by someone, you need to use okay, you need to use passive voice. Look, it is made in China, so it is made by someone made it. It is made in Spain, so you see he, she, it is plus past participle plus the third form. It is made in Spain, so someone made it. He is watched by someone. It means that someone watches him. Okay, we are praised. Yeah, you see, we are praised. It means that someone praises us, so we're praised by someone. So it is said, it means that someone says it, so it is said by someone that it's the best idea. Okay, past simple passive, so it's the same idea, but in the past. It's the same idea, but it's about the past. Okay, it's about the past. Okay, so you see, was, were plus past participle, so it was done by someone. Okay, it's by someone. So it was made in China. It means someone made it. Someone made it. Okay, so it was made in China by someone. It was made in China by someone, so someone made it. Okay, it was made in Spain by someone made it. He was watched. Okay, he was watched, so someone watched him. We were praised, someone praised him. So was, were plus past participle. So you see was made, okay? So was made, yeah, was watched, was were praised, and was done. All right, so you see. Next, so what about adjectives and its comparative form? Okay, so long and longer, yeah. So if it's a short adjective, big, bigger, okay, small, smaller. So if it's a short adjective, if it's a short adjective, so long is an adjective, big is an adjective, small is an adjective, we usually add er, or to form a comparative form, okay? So long, longer, big, bigger, small, smaller, okay? So my house is big, your house is smaller, but you need to remember, please remember what? Remember exceptions, okay? So good, better. So it's a better example. She knows English better. And you see bad, worse. So this idea is worse. This video is more interesting. This idea is worse. This video is more interesting. Okay? So, you know, if it's a long adjective, we use more plus adjective. Okay? So, interesting, it's a long adjective, and we use more. So, interesting, more interesting. So, it's a long adjective. Okay? Well, what about adjectives and superlative form? So you see, long, longer. So we use er in the comparative form, and the adjective plus est, the longest, in a superlative form. Okay. So big, bigger, the biggest, big, bigger, the biggest. You see. So it's a superlative form, the plus adjective plus rest. So it's the longest river in the world. Okay. So for long adjectives, yeah, So and for long adjectives, we usually use, we usually use more and the most. Okay, usually use more and the most. Okay, so you see, more plus adjective, more interesting, the most interesting. Okay, so please, interesting, you see it's a long adjective, so we say more interesting. And you also see the most interesting. It's the most beautiful place. For example, in the world. It's the most beautiful place in the world. So the most beautiful place in the world. And also remember good and bad, because they are exceptions. So you see good, better, the best. Okay, so it's the best explanation. Bad, worse, the worst, or maybe it's the worst explanation, is the worst thing. All right, so very good. What about too much, too many, and enough? So you know that too much and too many, they have a negative meaning. Okay, so you see, so there is too much sugar. It means that I don't like it. Too much sugar, so I can't eat it. He makes too many mistakes. He makes too many mistakes. It means so many mistakes. Oh, so many mistakes, too many mistakes. He asks too many questions. So I don't like it. Okay? I don't have enough money. Yeah, and we use enough before. We often use enough before a noun. So I don't have enough money. I don't have enough free time. Okay? So yeah, opposite things. Yeah, I don't have enough money, or there is too much sugar. So and I don't have enough sugar. I don't have enough sugar. Opposite things. I don't have enough sugar. Opposite. Okay. So there is too much sugar, and I don't have enough sugar, or you don't, or maybe you didn't put. Okay. So you didn't put enough. You didn't put enough sugar. Yeah. Or I don't have enough sugar. Opposite. Okay, opposite things. All right. So, and you see these examples. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough free time. Okay. So we often say enough plus some phrase. Okay, plus some phrase. Okay. So enough money, enough time, enough free time. So usually it's a noun. Usually we usually have a noun. Okay. So I don't have enough money. I don't have enough free time. Okay, let's talk about numbers. So part 1. So we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, or 21, 22, so and so on, 23, 24, then 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, so you see 90, and then we say 100 or 100, 100 or 100. Okay, next, so numbers part 2. So 200, 300, 500. So 1,000 or 1,000, 2,000. Yeah, we say 100. So 200, 2,000 without s. So 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. Okay, a million or 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 6 million without s. And you see, for example, 115, 2005, 2005. Okay, next. Well, what about ordinal numbers? So we say 1 but the first, 2 but the second, 3 but the third. I took the first place. I took the first place. Okay, the second example was very interesting. So you need to remember the first, the second, the third, and we add th, and we add th if we look at other numbers. If we look at other numbers. If we look at other numbers. Okay, so good. You see 4, fourth, but we say the fourth place. 5th, the fifth place. 6, the sixth place. 7, the seventh place. Okay, so for example, I think I'll take the third place. I think I'll take the third place. Please don't forget that. Well, what about time? So what we can ask, what time is it, or what's the time? And we say, for example, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Or it's 9 a.m. It's 9 a.m. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, or it's 8 p.m. So if you see it, you say, look, you can say it's 9:10, or we often say, it's 10 past 9. It's 10 past 9, so it's 20 past 9. And we say a quarter, but not, we usually say a quarter, but not 15. So it's a quarter past 9. And if it's more than 30, you say 2. Look, it's 20 to 10. It's 20 to 10. It means that you need 20 minutes more to have 10. It's 20 to 10. Or it's a quarter. It's a quarter to 10. It's a quarter to 10. Good. Well, what about so and such? So and such. So we say so plus adjective. So plus adjective. So you see, this place is so beautiful. Your idea is so good. Your idea is so good. If you have a noun, after an adjective, you use such a, or an. Okay, so it's such a beautiful place. It's such a beautiful place. It's such a good. It's such a good idea. So you have a noun after the adjective, so you use such a or such an. It's such a beautiful place. It's such a good idea. So your lessons are so interesting. So you see so plus adjective, and it's such an interesting lesson. So you have a noun after this adjective, so you use such. It's such an interesting lesson. Okay, next. So what about prepositions on, in, and at? Okay, so look at these examples. It's on the table. It's on the table. So the microphone, or for example, the cup is on the table. It's in the room. It's in the room. It's in the room. We say on with the days of the week. So on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday. And in with years, with years, in 1998. So I was born in 1986, or I can say I was born in 1992, in 1972. And please remember these phrases with at. Look, at home, at work, at school, at the airport. So I saw him at the airport. I saw him at the airport. Good. Well, what about to? What about the preposition to in English? So we often use it with go. So we often use it with go. We often use it in go. So we often use it when we move. Okay, so you see, I go to school. Remember these phrases. I go to school, I go to work, I go to university. So I go to university. I went to the cinema. We say go to the cinema, come to me. So it's about a movement, and it shows direction. It shows a direction. It shows a direction. So bring it to me. And we also use to, in these structures. You know that in these structures, or between two verbs. You see, I want to do it. So to is between two verbs, want and do. I'd like to do it. So between like and do. You know these structures. Okay, and to also means in order. So look, I went there to help him, or in order to help him. So it means I went there because I wanted. because I wanted, yeah, because I wanted to help them, to help him. I went there to help them, or it means because I wanted to help them, or in order to help him. Okay? Well, what about prepositions after some adjectives? Yeah, you need to remember that you use this or that preposition before some adjectives. So, afraid of. I am afraid of spiders. Fond of. I am fond of sport. It means I really like it. I really like it. So I'm afraid of spiders. So you have a fear. 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 I am proud of you. So proud of. Proud of. I'm keen on tennis. Keen on. It's like I like tennis, or I'm interested. I'm interested. Yeah, we say interested in. I'm interested in tennis. Please also remember it. Interested in. Okay. So I'm good at English. It means that I know English well. I'm bad at badminton. It means that I don't play it well. And I'm really sorry about it. So sorry about something. So I'm really sorry about it. I'm really sorry about this situation. Okay. Well, so what about prepositions after some verbs? Please remember, depend on. It depends on you. Okay, so it depends on you. Hope for something. I hope for the best. Listen to. So listen to me. Pay for. I paid for her. Prepare for. Will prepare for the exam. Wait for. Wait for me. Worry about something. So don't worry about it. Everything will be alright. Well, and let's talk about phrasal verbs. So, you know, we have a great video, 250 phrasal verbs, and have a look at our playlist on phrasal verbs. So you need to memorize them. So you need to remember them. You need to remember them. Yeah, you need to, you know, to memorize them. Memorize. You need to memorize them. Or I can also say you need to learn them by heart. Okay, so it also means to memorize. So you need to learn them. You need to learn them by heart. You need to learn them by heart, and you can see some examples. You can see some examples of phrasal verbs. Okay, I often get up late. I often get up late. So, if you want to understand it, if you want to understand phrasal verbs, you need to know their meanings. Okay? So, if you want to understand phrasal verbs, you need to understand their meanings. Okay, get up late. I'll write it down. I want to remember it. So, you only, you know, you need to learn them and practice. Only this. Hurry up. We can be late. Go on. Yeah, we say go on doing something. It means continue. Go on recording new video courses. So you can write it in the comments. Go on recording new video courses. Yeah, and we'll do it. Be over means finish. So the lesson is over. So the lesson is over. So it's the end of the lesson. It's the end of the lesson. And I can say thank you very much. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks for watching. The lesson is over. See you. Bye. Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally. And I remember that you asked me more lessons on English grammar for beginners and intermediate students. So this video course is for you. Yeah, so really 111 mistakes in English speaking which beginners make. Yeah. And please don't make these mistakes here. So you know that we focus on this level, so it's really very important. And you know that this course is for beginners. Also have a look at our course 200 mistakes in English speaking, which is for different levels. Yeah, you know that course is for different levels, and this course is for beginners. Yeah, so all these mistakes are very often made by beginners. Yeah, and really, as for this course, you'll also see new most common mistakes for beginners. So if your level is higher, you can also watch this video to speak English without mistakes at all. So watch all this video, correct these sentences. You can put a like, yeah, if you want, and share this video with your friends. So really, this course is new, so you'll see new mistakes, new examples, and we, focus only on these levels, so beginners and elementary. Okay, so it's very important to know all this information. Maybe you think that you know it. Okay, no problem. So let's check your knowledge. How many mistakes will you find? So will you find all these mistakes, or maybe you'll have some problems? So it's very interesting, yeah, to know it. So are you ready to start? I hope so. Yeah, and have a look at our playlist too. Okay, I speak in English. So you see these sentences. So and all these sentences are with mistakes. Yeah, you know that students often say, so they often use these kind of sentences. They often make these mistakes, and you need to be an English teacher and you need to find these mistakes. So what is wrong? What is wrong really? I speak, I often hear, so I speak in English, and really I'm so tired that I decided to put it in the first place, really. Okay, so we say I speak, yeah, we say I speak English without in. Okay, so you say I speak English. For example, I speak French, I speak Chinese. Okay, I speak Chinese, or maybe another language. So I speak German. So I speak Spanish. I speak Italian. But please don't put in. Okay, so I speak English, I speak French, I speak Chinese, I speak German, I speak Spanish, I speak Italian. Okay, so let's look at the second mistake. So very common mistake. I can to speak English. Okay, I can give you some time, no problem. Maybe you need more time, okay? So if you feel that so you need more time, you can also make a pause. You can stop this video, and then you can continue watching it, okay? Good. So do you see this mistake? So we say can plus verb. Can plus verb, so without to, okay? So I can speak English, okay? I can speak English. You can also say I can speak French, I can speak Chinese, I can speak German, I can speak Spanish, I can speak Italian. Or maybe you can say I speak Russian, okay? I speak Russian, and so on. Okay, and you know that the second mistake is really funny. The second mistake is really funny. It sounds so strange. It sounds so strange, really. Just I often hear this kind of mistake, and so really I decided to include this mistake too. Look, sorry, I often do mistakes. Sorry, I often do mistakes. Yeah, you know how it happens. So that I correct someone. Yeah, and then he says, okay, sorry, I often do mistakes. Yeah, but he doesn't understand, he or she doesn't understand that it's a mistake again. So please, try to find this mistake. So do you see it? Sorry, I often. Yeah, we say make. Yeah, we say make mistakes. We say make mistakes, not do. So you need to remember this phrase. Yeah, I know that you may think that you remember it. Anyway, students continue making this mistake again and again. Yeah, or continue doing this mistake. making this mistake. They continue making this mistake again and again and again. Sorry, I often make mistakes. I often make mistakes. Okay, so if you like the idea of this video, really, you can put a like, you can share it with your friends, and maybe we have one more great idea. We can make a similar video for intermediate students. So let's say for example 120 mistakes for intermediate students, and we'll focus only on this level, intermediate and upper intermediate. So maybe it's okay too. Okay, so good. Sorry, I often make mistakes. Well, next. So what is next? So he speak English. He speak English. Okay. So yeah, do you see it? Okay. So you know that we have this rule. So if it's he, she, it, if it's he, she, it, we have verb plus s. Verb plus s in present simple. Okay, so we have verb plus s in present simple. So we need to say he speaks. Please don't forget about s. It's so important, really. It's so important. Don't forget about it. He speaks English. Good. Okay, so next. I speak English also. So what is wrong? So I speak English also. So do you know it? Okay, so you know that we put also in the middle. So you need to say I also speak English, or you can say I speak English too. It's the same. Okay, so you put also in the middle. So I also speak English, I also do it, I also know it, and so on. Okay, so you put it in the middle. Okay, good. And I speak English too. So you put it in the end. Very good. So next, it interesting. Okay, so what is wrong? So I think it's easy to answer this question, and we say it is interesting. Okay, so okay, maybe that's right. But how can you explain it? That we need to say it is? How can you explain it? Okay, it's very important to understand every small detail in English grammar. Really, it's very important to understand. Every small detail in English grammar. Okay, so really there is a rule. I think that you know this rule. So if we don't have a verb in present simple, we need to use the form of to be, am, is, or are. Okay, so let's write it down. So if we don't have a verb, very important rule. So if we don't have a verb in present simple, for example, do, okay, do, make, see, and so on. Okay, we need to use the form of to be. We need to use the form of to be. Okay, so it's really very important. We need to use the form of to be. So am, is, or are. Am, is, or are. So this rule is very important. Okay, don't forget it. Am, is, or are. Okay, and we say I am. Good. So you see what we use with is, he, she, it is, and we, you, they are. We, you, they are. Okay, so and we see it, so it is. Okay, so it is interesting. We don't have a verb in this sentence, so we don't have a verb. Yeah, and really, how can you explain it? So it's very important to understand every small detail in English grammar. Okay, and you know there is a rule. If we don't have a verb in present simple, so do, make, see, for example, yeah, and others, we need to use the form to be. We need to use the form of to be, or the form to be. Okay, the form of the verb to be, and we say I am. He, she, it is, we, you, they are. It's very important to understand it, so really believe me. Well, so the next mistake is very common too, okay, really. So the next mistake is very common too. I'm 25 years. So you can't say it. So what's the problem, really? What's the problem? Why we can't say it, really? So you know that you can say I'm 25, yeah, it's okay, or you need to say I'm 25 years old, or you need to say I'm 25 years old. Okay, good, but not I am not this way. So I'm 25 or I'm 25 years old. Okay, so with old, so with years old or without it. Okay, next, it's so interesting lesson. Okay, so what mistake do you see here? So you need to understand one grammar rule. So we use so before adjective, okay? So plus adjective. Well, so it's one rule, but there is one more rule. So such plus a or an plus adjective, okay? So adjective plus adjective plus noun, okay? So in other words, if you have a noun after an adjective, you need to use such. In other words, if you have a noun after an adjective, okay, you need to use such. Okay, so look, so plus adjective. So in other words, if you have a noun, after an adjective, you need to use such. Yeah, such plus a or an plus adjective plus noun. Okay, so you see it's you see there is a noun after an adjective, so you need to use such. Okay, so it's such, yeah, then you need to choose a or an. So interesting, so you look at this sound, it's a vowel, so an, it's such an interesting, it's such an interesting lesson. So interesting, yeah, and interesting. So we have an because of e. So it's a vowel. Sound. E. Interesting. Okay. And next, you also see he's so nice person. So it's the same thing. Okay. So you need to use such. Okay. And you see he is such a nice person. Okay, he is such a nice person. only this way, only this way. He is such, yeah, he is such a nice person, but not, yeah, not this way. Okay, good. So really, he is such a nice person, and it's such an interesting lesson. Okay, well done, really well done. Yeah, please remember it. So plus adjective, or such plus a or an, plus adjective plus noun. Okay, well, so next. My friend live there. So can you see this mistake? So you need to say, so really, what do you need to say? You know that we have this rule, yeah? If we have he, she, it, so we need to use verb plus s. Verb plus s. So my friend, it means he or she. It means he or she. So you need, yeah, it means he or she. So you need, you need to say. So you have this rule, and you need to say my friend lives. Okay. So my friend lives. My friend lives there. My friend lives there. Please don't forget. Don't forget that you need to add s. My friend lives there, because my friend means so he, she, it. My friend means he, she, it. Well, good, really good. So what is next? The company rich. The company is rich, or the company are rich. Maybe we don't need it. Okay, so the company rich. So what's wrong? So you need to have a look. You need to have a look at this rule. Okay. So we have this rule. Yeah, I hope that you remember it. Okay. So you have it. So if we don't have a verb in present simple, so we don't have a verb, yeah, we need to use the form to be, am, is, or are. Okay, so you need to use the form to be. So the company, it means it. The company means it, and so you need to say, yeah, it is, or the company is rich. The company is rich. Don't forget to use the form of to be. Next, I'm interested in politics. So what's wrong here? What's wrong here? Okay, so I'm interested in politics. Okay, you need to remember this phrase, to be interested. To be interested in something. To be interested in something. Okay, so we say I'm interested in. Yeah, interested. Just remember it. I'm interested in politics. I'm interested, for example, I'm interested, in music, and so on. Okay, I'm interested in politics. I'm interested in music. We say to be interested in something. To be interested in something. Okay, good. Well, 13. I'm understanding you very well now. Really, I'm understanding you very well now. So you see, it's about now. So, and you know that if it's about now, we need to use present continuous. We need to use present continuous. But we can't use it. We can't use present continuous. We can't use present continuous here because this verb, yeah, doesn't have a continuous form. So because this verb doesn't have a continuous form. So we need a continuous, doesn't have a continuous form. So we need to use present simple instead. We need to use present simple and instead, and really we need to say I understand you, okay? So, and we say I understand you. I understand you. I understand you very well. Yeah, we are talking about now, but we use present simple. So because we can't use present continuous here, because this verb doesn't have a continuous form, okay? This verb doesn't have a continuous form, and you say I understand you very well. Next, everyone know it. Everyone know it, okay? So you need to know that everyone in English means he or she, so it's the third person singular, it's the third person singular, it means one, okay, singular or one, and you know this rule that okay, so you know this rule, so if it's he, she, it, so you have verb plus s, so everyone means he or she, and you need to add s. So look, everyone knows it. Now it, you know, it's correct now, everyone knows it. All can do it. So yeah, we have another problem here. We have another problem here. So you need to say all plus something. You need to say all plus something. For example, all people can do it. All people can do it. Okay, all people can do it. So you say, yeah, all people can do it. So all plus something, or everyone can do it, or everyone can do it. Or for example, all people do it, but everyone does it, because everyone it's he, she, or it, okay? So all people can do it, or everyone can do it. So we have another problem here. We say all plus something, so it's also very important. Well, I won't buy it. I won't buy it. So is it okay or not? So we say want to do something. Want to do something. So we need to use to between two verbs. Okay, so we use to between two verbs, okay, want to do. So you need to say I want to buy it. I want to buy it. Okay, so next, I need go there. I need go there. Okay, so do you know how to correct it? So it's the same thing. Okay, so we say need to do something. Okay, so need to do something. Okay, so we use to between two verbs. Okay, so you need to say need to go. I need to go there. I need to go there. So it's the same thing. So need to do something. Okay, good. Next, he sat on an armchair. Okay, so let's remember English prepositions. So let's remember English prepositions. I hope that you like this idea, okay? And you know that we say sit on a chair. We say sit on a chair, but sit in an armchair. We say sit in an armchair. So you need to say he sat in an armchair. Okay, so really he sat in an armchair. So let's remember English prepositions. So we say sit on a chair, but sit in an armchair. Please remember it. Okay, good. well, what is next? I like learning English. I like learning English. Yeah. You know that if you really like something, if you really like something, you say like plus verb plus ing, like plus verb plus ing. Okay. In other words, it's like doing something. In other words, it's like doing something. Okay. So we need to say I like plus verb learn plus ing. I like learning English. I like learning English. So it's okay now. I like learning English. Next, I enjoy do it. So, and you also need to know what this word means. Okay. So you also need to know what this word means. Okay, what this word means. So enjoy means really like it. So really like it. So I enjoy it or I really like it. And you know that we also say enjoy doing something. It's a rule, and you know that you need to remember it. It's a rule. Okay. So enjoy plus verb plus ing. So I enjoy doing it, or it also means I really like doing it. I enjoy doing it. Okay, well, I hate to go there. So hate means don't like. But you also need to keep in mind one thing, okay? But you also need to keep in mind one thing, okay? So what is it? We say hate doing something. So, and you should say I hate. So go plus ing. I hate going there, or I don't like going there. Please remember these phrases, like doing something. Yeah, I like learning English, enjoy doing something, and hate doing something. It's very important to know it, okay? I enjoy doing it and I hate going there. Okay, well, so we also see usually, you know that when I talk to different students, I often hear, yeah, let's say usually I work 5 times a week. Or often so usually I work 5 times a week. So it's about the word order. It's about the word order. You know that we put usually in the middle. So we put usually in the middle. Okay, and you need in the middle. So between a subject and a verb. Between a subject and a verb. Okay, and you need, I is a subject and work is a verb. So you need to put it in the middle between them. So you should say I usually work 5 times a week. So only this way, I usually work 5 times a week. Okay, let's look at the second sentence. So often he makes these mistakes. Well, it's the same problem. So we put often in the middle between a subject and a verb, and you need to say, so he often, so he is a subject and make as a verb, so he often makes these mistakes. Yeah, so yeah, we corrected this mistake, it's great. So is this sentence correct or not? Is this sentence correct or not? Is the sentence correct or not? Please think about it one more time. Is the sentence correct or not? Yeah, we corrected one mistake, but you know that there are two mistakes. There are two mistakes in this sentence. You know, mistakes, many. So if it's many mistakes, so we say what? Okay? If it's one, we say this, yeah? This mistake. If it's many, we say these mistakes, okay? These mistakes. And, you know, it's a long sound. It's a long sound. So this mistake, it's a short sound, and these mistakes, it's a long sound. So mistakes, many mistakes, maybe more than one, and you need to say these, okay? Good. So he often, yeah, it's the first mistake, and we also have the second one, yeah, the second mistake. So he often makes these mistakes. Well, the next sentence, he arrives at London. So what's wrong? So he arrives at London. So yeah, we need to remember that we say arrive in a country or arrive in a city. Okay, so he arrives in London. Yeah, it's one thing, and I also think it's about the past, yeah? I also think about the past. So he arrived, okay? He arrived in London. Yeah, but you need to remember arrive in a country or arrive in a city. Okay, next. I arrived in the airport and I arrived in the party, okay? So, yeah, we talked about it, that we use arrive in a country or arrive in a city. So if it's a small place, we use arrive at, okay? If it's a small place, we use arrive at, okay? So we need to say I arrived at the airport. I arrived at the airport, and I arrived at the party. I arrived at the party. Okay, next. Can you play piano? Can you play piano? Well, maybe it's difficult to find a mistake here. Okay, maybe it's difficult. Maybe it's difficult to find a mistake here. So if it's about musical instruments, if it's about musical instruments, we need to use what? We need to use the after play. We need to use the after play, okay? We need to use the after play if it's about musical instruments. So, can you play the piano? Can you play the piano? Okay, very good. Well, so I play guitar. So, it's the same thing, yeah? So, if it's about musical instruments, we need to use the after play. So, I play the guitar. I play the guitar. Well, you know, I very much like it. So, is it correct or not? Is it correct or not? Or I can also ask, is it correct? Is it correct or incorrect? Is it correct or incorrect? So, is it right? Is it right or not? Or is it right or wrong? So, is it right or wrong? Okay, so I think that you had enough time. You had enough time to think about it. And you know, there is one problem about what order. So you need to put very much in the end. So I like it very much. So you can't put it in the middle. I like it very much. I like it very much. So is it correct or not? So is it correct or incorrect? Is it right or not? So is it right or wrong? So yeah, you need to know the right word order, and I like it very much. Yeah, it's okay now. Well, next. I learned English for 5 months. I learned English for 5 months. It's a very common mistake. It's a very common mistake. It's a very common mistake. So have a look, at our playlist or on English grammar and English tenses. Have a look. Have a look at our playlist. On English grammar, and English tenses. Okay. So if you have four, this action happened in the past, and it's still, it's still happening. So this action started in the past, and it's still happening, You need to use present perfect continuous. Okay, so you need to use present perfect continuous. So present perfect continuous. Okay, continuous. Well, very good. You need to use present perfect continuous. Please have a look. Have a look at our playlist on English grammar and English tenses. We talked about it. So what is present perfect continuous? It's have or has. So I have been plus verb plus ing. So I have been learning English for 5 months. I have been learning English for 5 months. So it's have or has plus been plus verb plus ing. It's present perfect continuous. Okay, so you see, I work here for 3 years. So it means I started working here 3 years ago, and I'm still doing it. So I started working here 3 years ago, and I'm still doing it. Okay, and we have four. And you know that if you have four, this action started in the past and it's still happening, you need to use present perfect. Present perfect continuous. Have or has plus been plus verb plus ing. So I have been plus verb work plus ing. So I have been working here for 3 years. It's okay. And if you have how long do you work here? So it's a good question. And you know that if you have how long, so we use it in questions. You also use so present perfect continuous. And you need to ask, how long have you been? Work plus ing. How long have you been working here? Okay, so if you have how long, you need to use present perfect continuous. How long have you been working here? Well, have you ever been in England? So that's good. So this rule. So if you have ever, you use present perfect. So what is present perfect? It's have or has plus past participle, or we also call it the third form, and we ask, yeah, have you ever? Yeah, but there is one important thing, that if it's present perfect, okay, we say been to, okay? So have you ever been to England? Have you ever been to England? So if it's past simple, you say I was in England, yeah? I was in England, or you know, I was in England. Or you can ask a question, look, were you in England last year? Were you in England? Were you in England last year, for example, okay? So, good. Were you in England last year? So we use past simple because of last year. Well, so it's okay, in England, but if it's present perfect, you say been to, okay? Have you ever been to England? Okay. He lives in United Kingdom. Well, so is it okay? We know that we say in the, yeah, in the United Kingdom. He lives in the United Kingdom, yeah? He lives in the United Kingdom. So if you have United, yeah, you say in the United. He lives in the United Kingdom. She lives in United States, okay? It's the same thing if you have United. So you say in the United States. She lives in the United States. She lives in the United States. Okay, well, it isn't help. It isn't help. So what tense is it? It's present simple. So how to make a negative form in present simple? How to make a negative form? How to make a negative form in present simple? So if you have a verb, so it's if you have a verb, it's don't or doesn't plus verb, okay? Don't or doesn't plus verb. So you need to say it doesn't help. So there is a verb help. He, she, it doesn't. It doesn't help. Good. Really good. She isn't understand this subject. She isn't understand this subject. So it's present simple. We have a verb understand, yeah, and we have this rule. So how to make a negative form in present simple? So if you have a verb, it's don't or doesn't plus verb. Yeah, we have a verb, he, she, it doesn't. So she doesn't understand this subject. Okay, they don't happy. Yeah, okay, don't or doesn't if we have a verb, but we don't have a verb here. Yeah, we don't have a verbs here. So if we don't have a verb, we use am not, isn't or aren't. Isn't or aren't. It's it's the form of the verb to be. It's the form of the verb. It's the form of the verb to be. It's the form of the verb to be. Okay, so you see, am not, isn't or aren't. I am not, we say I am not. He, she, it isn't. Good. And we say we, you, they aren't. Okay, they, so aren't. We need to say they aren't. They aren't happy. They aren't happy. Good. My friend isn't live there. So we see live it's a verb, it's a present simple, and how to make a negative form in present simple. So if you have a verb, here we have it, is don't or doesn't plus verb. So my friend means he or she, so my friend doesn't. Okay, we need to say my friend doesn't live there. My friend doesn't live there. Good. The news are interesting. The news are interesting. Okay, I think really it's difficult. The news are interesting. So yeah, we don't have a verb and we use the form of to be. The news are interesting. But you need to know one thing, that news in English is singular. It's one. So you need to remember it. You need to remember it. So if it's one, it means he, it means it means it, and we say it is. So the news is interesting. The news is interesting. You need to remember it. Money are important. Okay, it's difficult too. So we don't have a verb and we use the form of to be. Money are important. Okay, but you need to know that money in English, that money is singular. That money is singular. Singular in English, it's one, and we say it. So money means it. So it is, or money is important. Okay, good. Well, if you will go there with me, I'll be happy. So it's about the future. It's about the future. If you will go there with me, I'll be happy. And you know that if we have if, we use present simple. We use present simple after if. We use present simple after if. Yeah, we use it. We have it in the first part, and will plus verb. You know, we have it in the second part. So we can't use will. We can't use will after if. No. So if plus present simple. So if you go there, yeah, it's because of if. If you go there with me, I'll be happy. So it's about the future, but we know if plus present simple and will plus verb. Very good. When I will get this information, I will be happy. Okay, when I will get this information, I'll be happy. So it's about the future. Well, let me have a look. If plus present simple, will plus verb. So we have this rule, but it's also true about when. So if or when plus present simple, yeah. So you talk about the future, but you use present simple after if or when. Okay, really. Okay, so if we have if or when, yeah, we use present simple if we talk about the future, and then will plus verb. So when I get, okay, when I get this information, I will be happy. So present simple because of when. Well, look, when she come, I'll meet her. When she come, I'll meet her. So you see that we use present simple after when and future simple. So is it correct or not? Not. Why? Now, when she comes, yeah, he, she, it comes. So students often forget to add s, especially in these questions. Okay? Well, so if it rain, I will stay at home. So if it rain, I will stay at home. So it's about the future. We use present simple after if. Yeah, if it rain, I will stay at home. But you know that we have the same problem here. S. If it rains, he, she, it. S. Yeah. If it rains, I will stay at home. Very good. I need this money. I need this money. Well, we talked about it. So this, yeah, if it's one, and this if it's more than one. If it's more than one, you know that money is singular. Money is singular in English, or one. So you need to use this. I need this money. I need this money. Okay. I saw these people there. Okay. So I saw these people there. So this it's one. These more than one. So people it's many, more than one. So these. I saw these people there. Okay. Well, can you give an advice? Can you give an advice? So you know that we can't say an advice. We can't say an advice. You need to remember it. We say some advice. We say some advice, or a piece of advice. A piece of advice. Okay. So can you give me some advice? Okay. Can you give me some advice? It's okay, but you can't say an advice. No. So can you give me some advice? Okay. Well, or can you recommend? Or can you recommend something? Okay. Can you give me some advice? Well, I want to speak English more better. I want to speak English more better. I often hear it, but you need to remember comparative. You need to remember comparative forms. Okay. So good, better, the best. So better, without more. Okay. So I want to speak English better. Okay. Well, it's one of my greatest dream. It's one of my greatest dream. Well, you see, it's okay. Great. So greater. Yeah, and the greatest, or my greatest. So what's wrong? So you know, if you have one of my greatest, one of my biggest, one of, yeah, we need to use plural. So add s. You need to add s. One of my greatest dreams. Yeah, students you know, often make this mistake. It's one of my greatest dreams. Well, I'm manager. Well, I'm a manager. So talking about professions, we use a or an. Okay. Talking about professions or jobs. Yeah. Or we use a or an. So I'm a manager. Good. My father is doctor. So we talk about professions or jobs. So my father is a doctor. My brother student. Okay. So my brother, yeah, a student. Yeah, is it okay or not? Look. We don't have a verb. In this sentence, so we need to use the form of to be. Am, is, or are. My brother means he. So my brother is a student. Okay. He does it the same like me. you need to remember the same as, yeah, the same as. So he does it the same as me. He does it the same as me. So yeah, so yeah, we do the same thing. We do the same thing. Okay, he does it the same as. Please remember it. The same as. He does it the same as me. Well, how many money do you have with you? How many money do you have with you? Well, we say much money. We say much money. We say much money. You need to remember it. And so, how much money? How much money? How much money? How much money do you have with you? Do you have car? Do you have car? So we usually, you know that we usually put an article. We usually put an article if it's one before a noun. If it's one before a noun. So car is a noun. Do you have a car? Do you have a car? Do you like a cup of tea? Do you like a cup of tea? So not do you like. So yeah, if you want to offer something, you ask would you like. If you want to offer something, okay, you ask would you like. You ask would you like, and so you need to ask would you like. Would you like, okay? So would you like a cup of tea? Okay, I'd like buy it. So can you see this mistake? We say I'd like to do something, okay? I'd like to do something. So you need to say I'd like to buy it, okay? I'd like to buy it. I'd like order it. Yeah, we say I'd like to do something, so I'd like to order it. I'd like to order it. Well, I have seen him yesterday. I have seen him yesterday. You know that have seen is present perfect, but you know that we use past simple. We use past simple with. We use past simple with yesterday. So the day before yesterday. We use past simple with yesterday, the day before yesterday, last week, for example, last month, okay, and different phrases with ago. So 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 months ago, 4 months ago, and okay, and so on. So we have yesterday, and you know that we use past simple with yesterday, yeah, the day before yesterday, phrases with last and ago, and you need to use past simple. So see, saw, okay, see, saw. I saw him. I saw him yesterday. Saw him yesterday. Okay. She has done it 2 days ago. She has done it 2 days ago. So you see 2 days ago, and we know this rule that we use past simple with with 2 days ago. So do, did. She did it. She did it 2 days ago. She did it 2 days ago. When has she come back? When has she come back? Okay, so it's present perfect. You see has come we have this rule, but it's also with when. Okay, so if you have when in questions and you talk about the past, you need to use past simple. Okay, so if you have when in questions, if you have when in questions and you talk about the past, so you need to use past simple. Okay, you need to use past simple. So when did she come back? When did she come back? Yeah, when did she come back? Yeah, it makes in China. It makes in China. Okay, so I hope you understand that if something you know, if something is made, so was made or will be made, or if it's by, yeah, if it's okay, if it's by someone, you need to use passive voice. You need to use passive voice. So it's about present simple passive voice. Please have a look at our playlist. It's am, is, or are plus past participle. Am, is, or are plus past participle. Okay, am, is, or are plus past participle. So it, we say he, she, it, is, plus participle or the third form. You know that we have make, made, and made is past participle. So it is made. It is made in China. It is made in China. Good. The wine produces in Italy. Okay, the wine produces in Italy. It's the same thing. So if it's by someone, yeah, you need to use passive voice. Okay, you need to use passive voice. So the wine means it. So he, she, it is. The wine is, and past participle. So this word is regular. This word is regular. So we say produce, produced, produced. Okay. So this wine is produced in Italy. I want to try this food. I want to try this food. Yeah. If you talk about food, you need to use another verb. So it's about English vocabulary. Okay, it's about English vocabulary. So we say taste food. Yes, taste food. So I want to taste this food. Okay, so I grew in a big city. You know that we grow fruit and vegetables. So if it's about people, you need to use a phrasal verb. You need to use a phrasal verb. So grow up, it's a phrasal verb. Please have a look at our playlist on phrasal verbs. So I grew up, you need to say I grew up in a big city. So really, we grow fruit and vegetables. If it's about people, you need to use a phrasal verb. Grow up. Okay, very good. Next, his car often breaks. So it's also about phrasal verbs. So if it's about a car, we say break down. So his car often breaks down. So you need to remember it. Okay. I think you should to go to the gym. I think you should to go to the gym. So it's about modal verbs. It's about modal verbs. You say, should plus verb. It means it's a good idea. It means it's a good idea for you. So should plus verb without to. Without to, okay? So I think you should go to the gym. I need to do it urgently. Urgently means as soon as possible. As soon as possible. Okay, so you know that, okay, we say need to do something. So we put to between two verbs. I need to do it urgently. I need to do it urgently, okay? Need to do it urgently or as soon as possible. Well, he works very hardly. He works very hardly, okay? So can you see this mistake? So you know that if you say he works hardly or he works very hardly, it means little. Little. It means very little. But if you say hard, he works very hard, it means a lot. It means a lot. So you need to say he works very hard, not hardly. Okay? So very little, hardly. Okay, so she could do or she could to visit us very often. Okay, so it's about modal verbs and about this modal verb could. So we say could plus verb, so without to. So she could visit us very often. I must to learn English. So it's about modal verbs, and you know that we use must plus verb without to. I must learn English. I must learn English, okay? So yeah, he works very hard. She could visit us very often, and I must learn English without to. You don't need say it. You don't need say it. Okay. So we talked about, need. So need to do something, or if it's a negative form, so don't. So it's about present simple, don't or doesn't need to do something. Don't or doesn't need to do something. So I don't need to say. So we put to between these two verbs. You don't need to say it. Okay, next. You needn't to say it. Okay, so you can say don't or does. Yeah, if it's about present simple, you can say don't or doesn't need to do something, or look, you needn't to say it. So what's wrong? Or you can say needn't plus verb. Needn't plus verb. So two possible ways. So two possible ways. Okay. So don't doesn't. Need to do something, or needn't plus verb without to. Okay. So you see, you didn't say it. I'll call to her soon. I'll call to her soon. Yeah, I often hear it, So call someone. You say call someone without to. I'll call her soon. I'll call her soon. Well, I have little friends. Okay? So is it correct or not? So we use a little. So before uncountable. So a little water, little love. okay, and so on. And we use few before countable, so we can count it. We can count it 1, 2, 3, 4. So few, for example, few friends, yeah, few friends, few mistakes, okay, few mistakes. So you need to use I have few. I have few friends, okay, I have few friends, so it's countable. Friends is countable. I should do it yesterday, so I think really it's rather difficult to find this mistake. It's rather difficult to find this mistake. It's really difficult to find this mistake. You know that we say should plus verb. We say should plus verb if it's about the present. If it's about the past, we use should have plus past participle. So if it's the past, we say so. So I should have plus past participle of the third form. I should have done it yesterday. Really, if it's about the past, you need to say it. Okay. So you see. Next, who does know it? Who does know it? So who does know it? So you know, if it's a question with who, so you don't need do or does or did. You don't need it. Really, you don't need it. So for example, who, so he, who, she. So you don't need do, does or did in questions. And you ask who knows it. Who knows it? Okay, who knows it? Next, who did come? Who did come? Okay, it's the same thing, so you don't need, if it's a question with who, so you don't need did here, yeah, if it's for example he, she, so who came, who came, who were there, and who are there. Okay, so you know that who is singular in English. It means one, and it also means he or she. So who, was or were. If it's he or she, you need to use was. Who was there? And yeah, it's about the past. You see, it's about the past simple. If it's about the present, so present simple, no problem. So if it's he or she, you need to use is. Who is here? Who is here? So yeah, who was there and who is here. Okay, very good. Well, what are you talking? What are you talking? Yeah, you know that really, I think it's very difficult to understand. So what is wrong here? So what are you talking? What are you talking? You know that sometimes students ask about what? About what are you talking? About what are you talking? But you know that we put it in the end. We put it in the end, okay? And so we have what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Well, next. So who are you talking? Who are you talking? Yeah, you know that sometimes students ask with whom are you talking? With whom are you talking? Or to whom are you talking? You know that we can say talk to or talk with. Yeah. If we say whom, We can say who or whom, it's the same, and to, so we often use to. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? You put it in the end. You put it in the end. So we often use to. Who are you talking to? Okay. Next, it's near from this place. It's near from this place. So we say near something. It's near something. So it's near this place. It's near this place without from. You see. Next. So the next thing. I want you stay with us. I want you stay with us. Okay? So do you know this structure? Really? I think you do. Good. Okay, so what is wrong? I want you stay with us. You need to know this structure. Want somebody to do something, okay? Want somebody to do something. So I want you to stay with us. It means that if you stay, I'll be happy. If you stay with us, I'll be happy, or I'll be really happy. She asked me do it. So you know that we need to use an infinitive. So to plus verb. To plus verb. She asked me to do it. She asked me to do it. He told me call her. Okay? It's he told me call her. It's the same thing. So he told me to call her. We need to use an infinitive. So to plus verb. Yeah? So he told me to call her. Good. She said that he will come to the party. She said that he will come to the party. So it's future in the past. It's future in the past. And you know, if it's future in the past, so we change will to would. We change will to would. And we need to say, she said that he would. He said that he would come to the party. He said that he would come to the party. Okay? So future in the past, will, we change will to would. She said that he already been there. That he already been there. Okay? Okay, I understand that she said it's past simple, but he was there. It's earlier. It's earlier. It's one time before, so you need to use past perfect. So if it's one time before, you need to use past perfect. So first he was there, and then she said. First, okay, first he was there. First he was there, then she said. Then she said, okay? So what is past perfect? It's had plus past participle, or plus, or plus the third form. She said that he had already, we put it in the middle, he had already, plus past participle, he had already been there, okay? Next, you can't put off this coat. So it's about phrasal verbs. It's about phrasal verbs. You know that we say put on. So when you put it on your body, put on your body, and so put on this coat. Yeah, put on this coat. So what's the opposite phrasal verb? What's the opposite phrasal verb? It isn't put off. It isn't put off. It's take off. It's take off. It's the opposite phrasal verb, but not put off. So students often confuse these phrasal verbs. So you can take off, not put off. Yeah, when you talk about clothes, yeah, it's put on or take off. Two opposite phrasal verbs. So you can take off this coat. Good. Well, I made all my homework. I made all my homework. You know that we say do homework. Do homework. So I did. I did all my homework. I did all my homework. This book is my. This book is my. Right, we say my book. My book. So my before a noun. My before a noun. So if you don't have a noun after it, if you don't have a noun, if you don't have a noun after it, so you use so mine, yeah, mine or yours. Okay, so this book is mine, this book is mine, this book is yours, this book is his, this book is hers, this book is theirs, this book is ours. So if you don't have a noun after it, okay, you don't have a noun after, so you use mine. This book is mine. Very good. Okay, it's very interesting story. It's very interesting story. Okay, is it right or not? So please don't forget about articles. So you say LON plus very plus adjective plus noun. Okay, so it's a very interesting story. It's a very interesting story. Okay, LON plus very plus adjective plus noun. Well, would you like any coffee? Would you like any coffee? You know that we use any in questions. We use any in questions, right? However, you know, when we offer something, we use some. When we offer something, we use some. So, would you like some coffee? Okay, would you like some coffee? Good. So, no one doesn't want to do it. So, no one doesn't want to do it. Okay? So, if you have no one, or nobody, or never, you don't need the second negative form. You don't need a negative form. Yeah, you don't need a negative form. Okay, so you say no one wants. No one means he, she, it. So wants, no one wants to do it. Yeah, and it's best choice. It's best choice. You know that if it's about superlative, we always use the. Yeah, so the, it's the best, or it's the worst. Yeah, it's the most interesting. So we use that. It's the best. It's the best choice. Yeah, it's important. It's the best choice. Well, he knows a lot things. He knows a lot things. Okay, you know that we can say many things or a lot of. Okay, or a lot of things. Okay, a lot of. Please don't forget of. He knows a lot of things. What do you see on this photo? What do you see on this photo? So is it okay or not? Not okay. So what's the problem? So we say in this photo. Okay. So what do you see in this photo? What do you see in this photo? I came to home very late. I came to home very late. Please remember these phrases. So go home or come home. So without to. I came home very late. I came home very late. Well, I will go on learn English with you. So you see that go on is a phrasal verb. Go on is a phrasal verb, and we say go on doing something. So I will go on learning English with you on the channel English Professionally. Yeah, English Professionally. I'll go on learning English with you. Well, I stopped to work there. I found another job. I stopped to work there. I found another job. You know, it means that I finished it, so I changed my job, and in this case we say stop doing something, stop doing. Okay, so I stopped working. I found another job, so I changed it. I stopped working there. Okay, I want to make less mistakes. Okay, so you know that mistakes is countable, and we use few mistakes, yeah, and or fewer mistakes. So I want to make fewer mistakes. So I know that students often make this mistake. I want to make fewer mistakes. Well, so I'll go to other country, and I chose another variance. Well, do you know the difference between another and other? So another, we use it before one, and other before more than one. So country, it's one, and we use another before one. So we need to say I'll go to another country. I chose another variance. So variance, many variants, more than one, so we need to use other. Okay, I chose other variants. I feel myself good. Please don't say I feel myself without myself. Okay, so I feel good or I feel bad. So we don't say myself, I feel good. Okay, you know it better than I. Yeah, you know, yeah, it's good. Better, yeah, yeah, very good. So good, better, good, better, the best. Then, but we say than me. You know it better than me. Okay, so the next mistake is very common, so students make this mistake again and again. It depends from you, or it depends from me, I don't know, but yeah, most people say so. Yeah, please remember that we say depend on. Please remember this preposition. It depends on you. Okay, it depends on you. And the next thing, there was a very big amount of people. Well, you know that you need to understand that we use amount before uncountable. Okay? So amount of, for example, food, amount of food, yeah. But if it's countable, we can count it 1, 2, 3, 4. We use another word. It's number. Okay. So there was a very big number of people. Not amount. There was a very big number of people. Okay. Well, so we need to go on learning English, yeah. And so 3 more very important examples. I'm good in sport. Okay, it means that I really do it well. Okay, so and it's about prepositions, right? So good, at. We say good at or bad at. So I'm good at sport. It means that yeah, I'm in a good shape. I'm in good shape, so I can do it really well. I can do it really well. And so the next mistake, yeah, is so common. I play in computer games. I don't know, yeah, students translate it this way. I play in computer games, and I often correct it, and I have to correct it again and again. So I play computer games without in, okay? So I play computer games without in. So, and the next, a mistake, I think, yeah, it's more difficult. It's really more difficult to find this mistake. But please, think about it, and I'll give you more time. Yeah, I'll give you more time, about 10 seconds, okay? I'll explain you this thing. So where is this mistake? Okay, we say explain something. We say explain something to someone. So we need to say I'll explain this thing to you. So this way, yeah, I know it's difficult, and you know that I prepared this lesson especially for you, and I chose these most common mistakes especially for you from my experience. And I'm really happy that you're watching this video, and I'd like to thank you for your great support, or for your big support, for your huge support. I really need it, I really appreciate it, and I'd also like to wish you good luck and good progress in English. Okay, see you, bye. Hi, welcome to the channel English Professionally, and this course is all tenses in English with examples, yeah, but it's a full course. So this course is really useful. So you know that I work as an English teacher. This course is very special. So there is lots of interesting information in this course, and you'll also see different exercises. So there is lots of interesting and useful information. There is lots of interesting and useful information. You also see different exercises. You'll also see different exercises. So watch, yeah, different exercises. Watch all this course. So you can recommend it to your friends. You can recommend it to your friends. So I hope this video course will really help you to understand English grammar and English tenses much better. So I really hope this video course will help you understand English grammar. So you see, and English tenses much better. Okay, so yeah, and have a look at our playlists. So it's very important and very useful, and thanks for your support. Okay, so this information is very important. So I work as an English teacher. This course is very special. There is lots of interesting and useful information. You'll also see different exercises. Watch all this course. You can recommend it to your friends. So recommend it to your friends if you like it. Why not? I'll be happy. So I really hope this video course will help you understand English grammar and English tenses much better. Thanks for your support. Okay, so let's start let's start with the most important tense. Let's start with the most important tense, with the most important tense, with the most important tense. So what is it? What is it? So what do you think about that? So I think it's present simple. It's present simple is the first tense. Please remember, present simple. Present simple. So we use it. We use it when we talk about the present. When we talk about the present. So it's the main tense. It's the main tense. It's the main tense. Yeah. For things which usually happen, or sometimes, and so on. Not now. Not now. So if it's about now, we need to use another tense. So what is this tense? So if it's about now, we need to use another tense. So what is it? What is it? What is it? Do you know the name of this tense? Do you know the name? Do you know the name of this tense? Do you know the name of this tense? It's present continuous. It's present continuous. Well, we'll talk about it a bit later. Okay? So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it a bit later. Okay, so you'll see. Let's start with the most important tense. What is it? It's present simple. We use it when we talk about the present. It's the main tense. For things, we use it for things which usually happen sometimes and so on. Not now, not now. If it's about now, we need to use another tense. So what is it? Do you know the name of this tense? It's present continuous. We'll talk about it a bit later. Okay, so let's talk about present simple. Well, how to form this tense? How to form this tense? It's very easy. It's very easy. It's very easy. So, subject plus verb. Subject plus verb. Okay, for example, I work. So I is a subject and work is a verb. I work. I understand. I understand. We see. We learn English. Here. We learn English. Here. You go to work. You go to work. You live in America. For example, you live in America. So, you see, it's very easy. Subject plus verb. Okay, so, more examples. More examples. More examples. So, they help us. They help us. They listen to the radio. They listen to the radio. So, okay, we'll talk about it a bit later. So, present simple, how to form this tense? It's very easy. Subject plus verb. So, I work. I is a subject and work is a verb. I understand. I is a subject and understand is a verb. we see. We is a subject and see is a verb, and so on. We learn English here. You go to work. You live in America. Okay, more examples. They help us. They listen to the radio. So please remember this structure. Subject plus verb. Yeah, please remember this. Please remember this structure. Please remember this structure. Subject plus verb. Yeah, but there are two situations. So the first situation, it's when you have I, we, you, they, I, we, you, they, plus verb. So we have it here, yeah. But there is the second situation. Situation number 2. So it's when you have he, she, it, plus verb plus s. Please don't forget to put s. It's so important. Don't forget to put s. It's so important. Okay. He works there. So we say he works. She understands. She understands him. She understands him. It really helps. Okay? So it's a very important rule. Please remember it. So it's a very important rule. Please remember it. Okay? So yeah, you need to remember this structure. Please remember this structure. Subject plus verb. But there are two situations. So the first situation is when you have I, we, you, they plus verb. So we have examples. We have different examples here. And the second situation is when you have he, she, it plus verb plus s. Please don't forget to put s. It's so important. Yeah, examples. He works there. She understands him. It really helps. Okay? So, yeah, I have a short test for you. So I'm sure that you need different exercises. And so it's a test for you. So, he work or he works? He work or he works there? So, which variant is correct? And how can you explain it? And yeah, which variant is correct? How can you explain it? How can you explain it in English? How can you explain it in English? So, he worked there or he works there? So, which variant is correct? He works. Why? Because it's present simple. And it's the second situation. He, she, it. So, we have he, and it's the second situation. So if you have he, she, it, you add s. So he works there, he works there. Okay, next. So we learn English, or we learns, English. So which variant is correct? How can you explain it in English? So we have we. It's the first situation, so it's without s. It's without as we learn English, so it's the first situation. Okay, more difficult things. More difficult things. My sister live, or my sister lives in Brazil. My sister live, or my sister lives in Brazil. So which variant is correct? How can you explain it in English? My sister lives. So it's the second situation, because my sister means she. It means she. It means she. It means she. My sister means she. So we add s. So my sister lives in Brazil. My sister lives in Brazil. Okay, so, and one more task. So the lesson seem, or the lesson seems interesting. The lesson seem, or the lesson seems interesting. So the lesson, what is it? He, she, it, they. So the lesson is it. The lesson is it. So it's the second situation. It's the second situation. And we add s. The lesson seems interesting. The lesson seems interesting. Okay, well done. Excellent. Okay, well done. Well done. Excellent. Let's continue. Well done. Excellent. So let's continue. Okay, how to form a negative form? How to form a negative form? Okay, how to form a negative? How to form a negative form? Okay, so we call it affirmative, or statement, we call it affirmative or statement, negative, and question, or interrogative form. Okay, affirmative or statement, negative, and a question and or interrogative. So how to form a negative form? So we talked about, about this affirmative form. So how to form a negative form? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? So it's easy. It's easy. It's easy. Look. It's easy. Look. If you have I, we, you, they, you use don't plus verb. If you have he, she, it, you use doesn't plus verb. Doesn't plus verb. So, I work. So, and you can form a negative sentence. I, we, you, they don't. So I don't work. I don't work. He, she, it doesn't plus verb. So, next. We work. So, we don't work. We don't work. You work. You don't work. You don't work. They work. They work. They don't work. They don't work. They don't work. Okay? So, he works. Don't forget about S. He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't work. He doesn't work. Okay? So, next, you see, she works. She works. She works. She works. She doesn't. She doesn't work. She doesn't work. It works. It works. It doesn't. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Please don't forget about S when you have he, she, it. Okay? So, look. I, we, you, they plus don't plus verb. He, she, it plus doesn't plus verb. Look. I work. I don't work. You see, we work. We don't work. You work. You don't work. They work. They don't work. He works. He doesn't work. She works. She doesn't work. It doesn't work. So it's easy. And I think that you need some exercises. You need some exercises. So no problem. So he don't or he doesn't go to school. So which variant is correct and why? So don't or doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't go to school. Why? Because he, she, it. If you have he, she, it. Okay? If you have he, she, it. If you have he, she, it, please remember it. You add s. S. Yeah? If it's a statement and if it's a negative form, you use doesn't. Okay? Let's write it down. Let's write it down. Let's write it down. If you have he, she, or it, if you have he, she, or it, so good, you add s. You add s. You add s. You add s. So verb plus s. In a statement, in a statement, okay? If it's a negative form, if it's a negative form, you use doesn't before a verb. You use doesn't before a verb. So doesn't or don't, you use don't or doesn't. Use don't or doesn't before a verb. So don't or doesn't plus verb. Okay, next. Okay, good. So we don't or we doesn't smoke. So don't or doesn't and why. So if it's I, we, you, they don't, if it's he, she, it doesn't. So we don't smoke. We don't smoke. Next. My brother don't or doesn't. Don't or doesn't. So my brother don't or doesn't listen to pop music. So don't or doesn't and why. So my brother, so it's he, she, it. What is it? My brother, it means he. It means he. So he, she, it doesn't. My brother doesn't listen to pop music. Okay? So you see exercises. He doesn't go to school. Let's write it down. So if you have he, she, or it, you add s. Verb plus s in a statement. If it's a negative form, you use don't or doesn't before a verb. So don't or doesn't plus verb. So we don't smoke because we have we. My brother doesn't listen to pop music. It means he. Good. Okay. How to form a question? How to form a question? So it's easy. Do, if you have I, we, you, they, plus verb, and does, if you have he, she, it, plus verb. So you see, do you understand? So do, we use do because we have you. Do you understand? Do, you, and understand. Understand is a verb. Does she understand? So we use does because of she. Okay, we use does because of she. And understand is a verb. Do you understand? Does she understand? Do you know it? Next. For example, do they live there? Okay. How to form a question? So do, if you have I, we, you, they plus verb, and does, if you have he, she, it plus verb. So do you understand? Does she understand? We use does because of she. Do you know it? Do they live there? Okay, some exercises. I think that you need these exercises. Some exercises. So, do or does? Do or does? Please choose. Do or does? Okay? So, do she live there or does she live there? So, do or does and why? So, we have she. So, you know that we use does if it's he, she, it, and do if it isn't he, she, it, if it's I, we, you, they. So, does she live there? Does he, she, it? Does she live there? Does she live there? Good. Do or does you learn English every day? Every day? So do you learn English every day or does you learn English every day? So if it's he, she, it, it's does. If it isn't he, she, it, it's do. So do you learn English every day? Next. Do or does your brother drive a car? Drive a car. So your brother is a subject. So do or does. So your brother. So what is it? He, she, it, they, you. It means he. It means he. It means he. Okay? So he, she, it. If we have he, she, it, we use does. Does he? So does he, does your brother? Does your brother drive a car? Next, do or does your parents work? So your parents is a subject. What is it? I, we, you, they, he, she, it. Your parents means they. It means they. And we ask, do they? So, do your parents? Do your parents work? Okay, very good. Very good. Okay, so more exercises. More exercises for you. More exercises for you. So, he understands. He understands. So, say it. Say it in three forms. Say it in three forms. A statement, a negative form, and a question. And a question. Okay? So, he understand. Is it correct or not? Is it correct or not? Not. Because, look, it's the second situation. If we have he, she, it, so we have verb plus s. Don't forget to put s. Okay? So he understands. He understands. Good. Next. So negative form. So how to say it? How to say it? So we use don't if it's I, we, you, they, and doesn't if it's he, she, it. Okay? So he, so doesn't. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. Without s. We have s only in a statement, so he doesn't understand. And let's form a question. Let's form a question. So you know, do or does. We have does if it's he, she, it. So he, does he? Does he understand? Does he understand? Okay, so we have he understands, he doesn't understand, does he understand? Okay, next. They help us. They help us. So say it in three forms. So in a statement, negative form, and a question. So they, it's a subject plus verb. Help us. Is it okay? Yeah, it's okay, because we have s only with he, she, it. Okay, how to form a negative sentence? They don't or doesn't. He, she, it doesn't. So if it isn't he, she, it, it's don't. So they don't help us. And think about this. So do or does. Look, does he, she, it? If it isn't he, she, it, it's do. So it isn't he, she, it, so do they? Do they help us? Do they help us? Okay, well done, well done. So more exercises. He, say it in three forms. Say it in three forms. Okay, so he understands. Is it correct or not? He doesn't understand. Does he understand? They help us. They don't help us. Do they help us? Good. So we talked about present simple. We talked about present simple. We talked about a statement. Good. Then we talked about a negative form. A negative form, yeah, how to form a negative form. And we talked about a question, okay? So this is 1.4. So let's talk about the verb to be. Let's talk about the verb to be. So when do we need it? When do we need it? When do we need it? So there is a rule. There is a rule. If you don't have a verb in a sentence, if you don't have a verb in a sentence, if you don't have a verb in a sentence, in present simple, in the present simple, you need to use the form of to be. You need to use the form of to be. You need to use the form of to be. So am, is, or are. Look. For example, I work. So work is a verb. So work is a verb. We don't need to be. We don't need to be. Okay? We don't need to be. Next. Eat interesting. Eat interesting. Do we have a verb in this sentence? Do we have a verb? Do we have a verb in this sentence? Do we have a verb in this sentence? No. No. So you need the verb to be. So you need the verb to be. You need the verb to be. So am, is, or are. Okay? So you know that I am, he, she, it is, and we, you, they are. We, you, they are. Okay? So it is. So we say it is interesting. It is interesting. It is interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. So if you say, so do we have a verb in the sentence? No, so you need the verb to be. So if you say it interesting, it's interesting, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's English grammar. It's English grammar. You need to remember this rule. It's English grammar. You need to remember. You need to remember this rule. You need to remember this rule. Okay? So if you say it's interesting, it's wrong. You need to remember this rule. So it is interesting. It's interesting. Okay? So more examples. More examples. So I am at home. We are at home. You are at home. They are at home. So we don't have a verb in the sentence, so we use the form of to be. Am, is, or are. I am. We are. You are. They are. If you have he, she, it, you use is. He is at home. She is at home. It is at home. So it's very good. It's very good. So you can use a short form. So I'm at home. Or we're at home. You're at home. They are at home. They are at home. Next, so you see, he is at home. He is at home. So it's a short form. She's at home. And it's at home. So short, long, and short. And long and short form. Long and short form. So he's at home, she's at home, it's at home. Good. So very good. Well, so what about a negative form of to be? So a negative form of to be. So it's easier. For example, I am at work. So we say I am, negative, I am not. I'm not. I'm not at work. For example, we are, or you are, they are, we are, you are, they are, and we say we are not. We are not at work. You are not at work. They are not at work. And if you have he, she, it, you say is at work. He is at work. She is at work. It is at work. So if you need a negative form, you say he is not. He is not at work. She is not. She is not at work. It is not at work. So you can also use a short form. You can also use a short form. So look, I'm not. I'm not at work. I'm not at work. We aren't. We aren't at work. We aren't at work. You aren't at work. They aren't at work. Okay? Good. And you can say he isn't. So he isn't. He isn't at work. She isn't. She isn't at work. It isn't at work. Okay? So to be you can also use a short form. So we often use it. We often use it in spoken English. We often use it in spoken English. So when you speak, we often use it in spoken English when you speak. Good. Okay. And a question. So how to form a question with to be? So am, is, or are. So if you have I, you say am I. For example, am I a good student? Am I a good student? Am I? Is he? Is she? Is it? For example, is he a good student? Is he a good student? Is she a good student? So is it interesting? Is it interesting? So is he a good student? Is he a good student? Is she a good student? Is it interesting? So we use is with he, she, it. Are we good students? Are we good students? Are they good students? Okay? So are you good students? Are you good students? So am I a good student? Is he, she, and is it? For example, is he a good student? Is she a good student? Is it interesting? Are we, they, you? So are we good students? Are they good students? Are you good students? Okay, let's do some exercises. Really, let's do some exercises. Really, let's do some exercises. Let's do some exercises. I think you like them. Let's do some exercises. Okay? So it's a test. I am, is, or are happy. I am. Remember, yeah? I am, he, she, it, is, we, you, they, are. Okay, he, am, is, or are at work. He is, he, she, it is. Okay? Next, they, am, is, or are there. We, you, they are there. Okay, next. My sister at school. So am, is, or are. My sister means, so my sister, he, she, it, we, you, they. My sister means she is. So my sister is at school. My sister is at school. Next, the lesson. The lesson, interesting. So the lesson, what is it? He, they, we, it. The lesson means it. It is. So the lesson is interesting. Good. My friends in Spain. Is, am, or are. My friends. So it means they. We say they are. So my friends are in Spain. My friends are in Spain. Good. So I am happy. He is at work. They are there. My sister is at school. The lesson is interesting. My friends are in Spain. Good. So one more exercise. One more exercise on present simple. One more exercise on present simple. So it interesting. Say it in a statement, so in a negative form and in a question. So how will you say it? So it, do you need the form to be? Do you need the form to be? You know that we have a rule. So we have a rule. Good. So if you don't have a verb in a sentence in present simple, yeah, you need to use the form of to be. You need to use the form of to be. So you don't have a verb, so you need to use the form of to be. It is. It is interesting. It is interesting. Negative. So negative form. So it is not. It is not interesting. It is not interesting. How will you ask a question? So is it interesting? Is it interesting? You can also use a short form. So it's interesting. It isn't interesting. And is it interesting? So very good. Okay, let's talk about the second tense. Let's talk about the second tense. The second tense, it's future simple. It's future simple. You know, it's very easy. You know, it's very easy to form this tense. You know, it's very easy to form this tense. So good. Future simple. So will plus verb. Will plus verb. Good. For example, I will do it. We will do it. You will do it. They will do it. He will do it. She will do it. It will do it. For example, I will learn English. I will learn English fast. She will come to us. She will come to us. Okay, so it's a long form. You can also use a short form. So you say I'll do it. I'll do it. I will or I'll do it. We'll do it. You'll do it. You'll do it. Next, they'll do it. She'll do it. She'll do it. He'll do it. It'll do it. It'll do it. So you see, we use it in speaking. So we use short forms in speaking. So we use short forms in speaking. So you see, let's talk about the second tense. So it's future simple. You know, it's very easy to form this tense. So will plus verb. So it's a long form. Yeah, you see, I will do it, we will do it, you will do it, they will do it, he will do it, she will do it, it will do it. I will learn English fast. she will come to us. Or you can use a short form. I'll do it, will do it, you'll do it, they'll do it, she'll do it, he'll do it, it'll do it. We use short forms in speaking. So you see. Okay, so we often use future simple with future simple with tomorrow, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, the day after tomorrow, soon, later. For example, I'll call him later. I'll call him later. Or we can use a full form. I will call him later. Okay, so you see. So how to form a negative form? So it's very easy. Will not plus verb, or won't plus verb. So you see, I will not go to the party. I will not go to the party. We will not agree. You will not do it. They will not come to us. She will not study there. He will not watch that video. It will not help them. So you see, will not plus verb. So won't plus verb. So I will not go to the party. We will not agree. You will not do it. They will not come to us. She will not study there. He will not watch that video. It will not help them. Or you can use won't. So I won't go to the party. We won't agree. You won't do it. They won't come to us. She won't study there. He won't watch that video. It won't help them. Okay, so it's easy. And how to form a question? So you put will in the beginning. You put will in the beginning. So look, will, then I, we, you, they, or he, she, it, plus verb. For example, will you do it for me? Will you do it for me? Well, so will you do it for me? Next, for example, will we talk about that? Will he agree? And so on. Okay, so let's do some exercises. So he come to the party. So please say it in future simple. So in a statement, in a negative form, and in a question. So how will you say it? He. You know how we form these tense. So will plus verb. So he will come. He will come to the party. How to form a negative form? So will not plus verb or won't plus verb. So he will not come, or he won't come, or he won't come to the party. How to ask a question? How to ask a question? We put will in the beginning, then we have a subject and a verb. So, will he come to the party? Will he come to the party? Okay, very good. So we have he will come to the party, he will not come to the party, he won't come to the party. Will he come to the party? Okay, so let's talk about the next tense. It's past simple. It's past simple. Okay, past simple and statement. Good. So, for example, I work and I do it. How to say it in past simple? How to say it? How to say it in past simple? How to say it in past simple? So you need to know that there are two situations. There are two situations. So the first situation, so for irregular verbs, so you add ed, verb plus ed. I work, it's present simple, and I worked, it's past simple. So you add ed, I work, I worked. We play, we played. Good. She listened, ed. Okay, so we add ed, it's easier. Regular verbs. Okay, it's the first situation. And the second situation is for, it's 3.11 and 3.12. And the second situation is for irregular verbs. So you need to remember its forms. So remember its forms. So look at do. So do is an irregular verb. Do, it's an irregular verb, and you know do, did, done. Do, did, done. So we call it do infinitive. We call did past simple, and we call done past participle. Okay, so past participle, or the third form past simple, or we can sometimes hear the second form, and a past participle. So you need to know the second form. So to say something in past simple, you need to know the second form of irregular verbs. You need to know the second form of irregular verbs. So do, did, done. So did is the second form. So you say I did it. Look, I see, it's present simple. So what is the second form of see? What's the second form? What's the second form of see? It's saw. So you say I saw, okay? So past simple. How to say it in past simple? I work, I do it. There are two situations. So regular verbs, verb plus ed. I work, I worked. We play, we played. She listened, and irregular verbs. So please remember its forms. So do is an irregular verb. Do, did, done. So infinitive, past simple, or the second form, and past participle, the third form. To say something in past simple, you need to know the second form of irregular verbs. For example, I did it, I see, I saw. So what's the second form of see? Okay? So you please remember it, and let's do some exercise. So you have the sentences in present simple, and you need to say it in past simple. You need to say it in past simple. Good. And you need to say it in past simple. Good. Exercises. Say it in past simple. Say it in past simple. Okay. So I work. So work is a regular verb. So this verb is regular. You add ed. You say I worked. You add ed. I worked. She knows it. So know is an irregular verb. Know knew. She knew it. She knew it. It helps me. This verb is regular. So it helped me. It helped me. So the most difficult thing about past simple is that you need to know irregular verbs. The most difficult thing about past simple is that you need to know irregular verbs. Okay, so exercises. Say it in past simple. I work, I worked. She knows it, she knew it. It helps me, it helped me. The most difficult thing about past simple is that you need to know irregular verbs. Good. Okay, so we often use past simple with such words as we often use past simple with such words as yesterday, good. So the day before yesterday, last week, last month, last year. Then some phrases with ago, some phrases with ago. For example, 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 5 days ago, 5 days, 5 days ago, 3 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 months ago, 2 months ago, and so on. And in, for example, in 1988, in 1988. So we often use past simple with such words as yesterday, the day before yesterday, last week, last month, last year. Some phrases with ago, 3 days ago, 5 days ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 months ago, in 1988. Okay, so how to form a negative form? How to form a negative form in past simple? So it's so easy. Didn't plus verb. Didn't plus verb. So I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Next, we. For example, we didn't see it. We didn't see it. You didn't say it. He didn't say it. They didn't arrive. They didn't arrive. Next, he didn't call us. He didn't call us. She didn't return. She didn't return. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. So you know that you use don't or doesn't in present simple, but you use only didn't in past simple. So you use don't or doesn't. Use don't or doesn't in present simple. In present simple. In present simple. Good. To form in a negative form. In a negative form. In a negative form. But you use only didn't with past simple. But you use only didn't with past simple, with he, she, it, we, you, they, and so on. Okay? So you see, didn't plus verb. I didn't do it. We didn't see it. You didn't say it. They didn't arrive. He didn't call us. She didn't return. It didn't happen. So you use don't or doesn't in present simple in a negative form, but you use only didn't with past simple. Good. So don't or doesn't, you use don't or doesn't. So in present simple, in a negative form, but you use only didn't. But you use only didn't with past simple. Good. So how to form a question? How to form a question? So it's very easy. So you put did in the beginning, then I, we, you, they, he, she, it, plus verb. So, for example, did you do it? Did you do it? Did he agree? Did he agree? Did they get this money? Did they get this money? So you use do or does in present simple to form a question, but you use only did in past simple. But you use only did in past simple. Look, so you see, did I, did we, you, they, he, she, it plus verb. So you have some examples. Did you do it? Did he agree? Did they get this money? So use do or does in present simple to form a question, but use only did in past simple. So good. And there are some exercises. There are some exercises especially for you. There are some exercises especially for you. So he come to the party. So you need to say it in past simple, in a statement, in a negative form, and in a question. So here, this verb is regular. This verb is regular. So, irregular. This verb is irregular. Come, came. So he came to the party. He came to the party. So you use the second form. You use the second form. you use the second form. Next, how to form a negative sentence. So didn't plus verb. So he didn't plus verb come. He didn't come to the party. He didn't come to the party. And how to ask a question. We put did in the beginning, then a subject, so did he, and a verb. Did he come to the party? Did he come to the party? So you see, there are some exercises especially for you. So you see, he came to the party, you use the second form. He didn't come to the party. Did he come to the party? Good. Yeah, very good. But you also need to know that the past form of the verb to be is was or were. Yeah, was or were. And we use was with I, he, she, it. He, she, it. For example, I was at school. I was at school. He was at school. She was at school. It was at school. And we use we, you, they with were. So we were at school. We were at school. You were at school. They were at school. For example, I was happy. We were lucky. We were lucky. She was there. She was there. It was interesting. It was interesting. We were sad. We were sad or unhappy. Unhappy. They were successful. They were successful. Good. You were a good student. You were a good student. Okay, so let's look at be. So in past simple, be in past simple. So you need to know that we use was or were. So I, he, she, it was, and we, you, they were. So I was happy, we were lucky, she was there, it was interesting, but we were sad, we were unhappy, they were successful, you were a good student. Good. So how to form a negative sentence? So with was or were. So I was not, or I wasn't there, for example. He was not, she was not, it was not. Or we often use a short form, so he wasn't there, she wasn't, so she wasn't there and it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Good. Next, we were not, we were not, you were not, they were not, or we weren't, good, we weren't, you weren't, they weren't there. For example, I wasn't at work. I wasn't at work. I was in the park. They weren't in Italy. They weren't in Italy. They were in another city. They were in another city. They weren't in Italy. They were in another city. Okay, so I, he, she, it was not, and I, he, she, it wasn't. Please remember it. And we, you, they were not. We, you, they weren't. So I wasn't at work. I was in the park. They weren't in Italy. They were in another city. Good. So if you want to ask a question with to be, it's also easier. If you want to ask a question, if you want to ask a question with was or were, it's also easier. It's also easier. So you say, was I, he, she, it. Was I, he, she, it, for example, there. And were you, they, and we there. So were we there? Were you there? Were they there? Okay. So was I right? Was I right? Was she at work? Was she at work? Were they happy? Were they happy? And so on. So if you want to ask a question with was or were, it's also easier. Was I, he, she, it there? Were we, you, they there? Was I right? Was she at work? Were they happy? And I think you need some exercises. I think you need some exercises. Okay? So, he, happy. Say it in past simple, in a statement, so in a negative form and in a question. So, he was or were. We use was with he, she, it. So, he was happy. How to make a negative form? Wasn't. So he wasn't happy. And how to ask a question? We put was in the beginning. So was he happy? Was he happy? So I think you need some exercises. So he happy, he was happy, he wasn't happy, was he happy? Good. Very good. Okay, so we studied. Good. We studied present simple. Oh, we studied the group simple. We studied the group of tenses. We studied the group simple. The group simple. So, present simple, past simple, and future simple. First of all, you need to know how to form these tenses. First of all, you need to know how to form these tenses. Yeah. The basics of English grammar, the basics of English tenses, and English grammar, I believe that to speak English really well, you need to know about 7 tenses. You need to know about 7 tenses. Okay? So we studied the group simple. So you see present simple, past simple, and future simple. First of all, you need to know how to form these tenses, the basics of English tenses and English grammar. I believe that to speak English really well, you need to know about 7 tenses. Good. Let's talk about present continuous. So it's for things. It's for things. It's for things, or it's for actions. It's for things, or it's for actions which are now. Which are now. How do we form this tense? Am is are plus verb plus ing. So I am, he, she, it is. For example, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. He is doing it. She is doing it. It is doing it. We are doing it. You are doing it. They are doing it. So you see, we are doing it, you are doing it, they are doing it. So it's now. It's now. For example, I am teaching English now. I'm teaching English. It means it's now. It's now. It's now. Compare. Compare. I'm teaching English. It's now. So it's present continuous. Present continuous. Present continuous. And I teach English. I teach English. It means in general. It means in general. It means in general. So I do it. I usually do it. I usually do it. Okay? And it's you see, it's present simple. It's present simple. So it's present simple. Yeah? Compare. Good. So present continuous is for things or actions which are now. Am is are plus verb plus ing. I'm doing it. He is doing it. She is doing it. It is doing it. We are doing it. You are doing it. They are doing it. Compare. I'm teaching English. It means now. It's present continuous. And I teach English. It means in general. I usually do it. So it's present simple. Okay, so time markers for present continuous. Time markers for present continuous. So now, at the moment. And time markers for present simple. So always, often, usually, sometimes, never, every. For example, every day, every week, every month, every year, and so on. So yeah, and you can say I'm learning English. I'm learning English now. I'm learning English now. So you can say it with now or without now. I'm learning English now. So, and time markers for present simple. You can say I learn English every day. I learn English every day. So, every day tells us that we need to use present simple. Okay, so it tells us that we need to use present simple. Present simple. Okay, so more examples with present continuous. More examples with present continuous. For example, I'm looking at this slide. I'm looking at this slide. I'm reading it. Slide. I'm reading it. I'm reading it. I'm watching this video. I'm listening to you. I'm learning English. I'm learning English. I'm making progress. I'm making progress in English. I'm making progress in English. All these things. So more examples with present continuous. All these things are happening now. All these things are happening. All these things are happening now. So it tells us that we need to use present simple. So more examples with present continuous. I'm looking at this slide. I'm reading it. I'm watching this video. I'm listening to you. I'm learning English. I'm making progress in English. So all these things are happening now. Good. So how to form a negative form? So it's very easy. Am is are plus not plus verb plus ing, or am not plus verb plus ing, isn't plus verb plus ing, and aren't plus verb plus ing. So I'm not, we use aren't with we, you, they. Aren't plus verb plus ing, and we use isn't with he, she, it, plus verb plus ing. For example, I'm not walking in the park now. I'm not walking in the park now. I'm staying at home. I'm staying at home. Next, he isn't doing his homework. He isn't doing his homework. He is playing computer games. He is playing computer games. So am is are plus not plus verb plus ing. So I'm not plus verb plus ing, we, you, they aren't plus verb plus ing, he, she, it isn't plus verb plus ing. So I'm not walking in the park now, I'm staying at home. He isn't doing his homework, he is playing computer games. You see, what about questions? So what about questions? What about questions? So you put am or are or is in the beginning. Am I, for example, doing it well? Then verb plus ing. Are we doing it? Are we doing it well? Are you doing it well? Are they doing it well? So is he doing it well? Is she doing it well? Is it doing it well? So, for example, I can ask you, are you learning English now? Are you learning English now? Is he doing his homework? Is he doing his homework? Are they talking on the phone? Are they talking on the phone? So what about questions? Am I doing it well? Are we doing it well? Are you doing it well? Are they doing it well? Is he doing it well? Is she doing it well? Is it doing it well? Are you learning English now? Is he doing his homework? Are they talking on the phone? Okay, exercises. Exercises. So, I, next, read a book. Say it in present continuous, in a statement, in a negative form, and in a question. Okay? So, really, form a question. So, how do we form it? Let's look. So, it's easy. It's really easy for us. So, am is are, am is or are, plus verb plus ing. So, I am plus verb plus ing. I'm reading a book. Or I am reading a book, or I'm reading a book. I'm reading a book. So how to form a negative form? You add not. I'm not. I'm not reading a book. I'm not reading a book. Or I'm not reading a book. Okay? Let's ask a question. Am I reading? Am I reading, for example, a book? Or am I reading a good book? Am I reading a good book? Am I reading a good book? So, you see, exercises. I am reading a book. I am reading a book. I am not reading a book. I am not reading a book. Am I reading a book? Okay, so am I reading a good book? Good, very good. So what is next? So let's talk about the next tense. It's past continuous. It's past continuous. So it's a long action in the past. It's a long action in the past. So it's a long action in the past. We usually use it. We usually use it in this situation. In these situations. Yeah, in this. We usually use it in these situations. So let's look at it. Yeah, and we form it this way: was, were, plus verb, plus ing. Look, we usually used it in these situations. So, the first situation. So, when he called me, I was working. So you see a short action, called, and a long action, was working, a long action. So I was working, and then suddenly he called me. So I was working, and working. It's a long action, and then suddenly he called me. She called me. Okay, good. So when he called me, I was working. Next, when he saw me, I was driving a car. So driving a car is a long action. So I was driving a car, and then suddenly he saw me. It's a short action. So a short action A short action interrupts a long action, or a long one. So a short action interrupts a long action or a long one. So it's past continuous. Yeah, it's about long actions. It's about long actions. For example, I was learning English all day. I was learning English all day. So it's a time marker. It's a time marker for past continuous. It's a time marker for past continuous. I was learning English all day. I was working all day. So if you have it, you use past continuous. It's about long actions. Okay, next. When you describe something in the past, for example, yeah, so it's about long actions, yeah, and we have a time marker all day. So you see, and when you describe something in the past, for example, the sun was shining brightly. We were lying on the beach. And so on. So it's a process, it's a long process. You see, it's a long process. Okay? So you see, when you describe something in the past, so a short action interrupts a long action, a long one. So it's about long actions all day. I was learning English all day. So all day is a time marker for past continuous. I was working all day. Good. When you describe something in the past, the sun was shining brightly. We were lying on the beach. So it's a long process. Good. And there is one more situation. For example, yesterday at 7 o'clock, or yesterday at 6 o'clock. So yesterday at 6 o'clock, at 5 o'clock. So you see, so you mention, so yesterday, so you mentioned yesterday and the time. For example, I was reading a book at 4 o'clock yesterday. Compare. I read a book yesterday. So it's past simple. I read a book yesterday, it's past simple. And I was reading a book at 4 o'clock yesterday. So it's past continuous. I was reading a book at 4 o'clock yesterday, or I was reading a book yesterday at 4 o'clock. So it's past continuous. So if you have, you have yesterday and the time, you use past continuous. So these are four most important situations. These are four most important situations. So the first situation is the most common. The first situation with when is the most common. is the most common. Good. So when do we use it? So with when. So there are two actions. So you see one action is short and one action is long. Next, with all day, it's a time marker. When you describe something in the past, for example, the sun was shining brightly, we lying on the beach. And so if you mention the time, so yesterday and the time, for example, I read a book yesterday, so it's past simple. It's past simple because we have only yesterday, and I was reading a book at 4 o'clock yesterday, or yesterday at 4 o'clock, so it's past continuous because you say o'clock. Good, very good. So let's do some exercises. So exercises. When he call me, I play computer games. So choose past simple or past continuous. So when he call me, I play computer games. So which action is long and which action is short? So when he call me, I play computer games. So call is a short action and play is a long action. So I was playing computer games, and then suddenly he called me. So when he called me, I was playing computer games. So I know that students often make mistakes with this tense. Students often make mistakes with this tense. Okay, so next, so what is next? 5.2, how to form a negative form. So it's easy, you see. So wasn't or weren't plus verb plus ing, and how to ask a question. So was or were plus subject plus verb plus ing. For example, when he came home, I wasn't cooking. When he came home, I wasn't cooking. Next. Were you playing computer games? Were you playing computer games when he called you? Were you playing computer games when he called you? So you see, when he came home, it's a short action, and I wasn't cooking, it's a long action. Yeah, we often use past continuous with when. When he came home, I wasn't cooking. Yeah, and you know, if you want to ask a question, so was, were plus subject plus verb plus ing. Were you playing computer games when he called you? Were you playing computer games when he called you? Good, really good. So what about the next tense? So it's future continuous. So we often use it in speaking. In the following situation. continuous. We often use it. We often use it in speaking in the following situation. So it's a long action in the future. It's a long action in the future. It's a long action in the future. So how do we form it? Will be plus verb plus ing. Or we can use a short form. Plus be plus verb plus ing. Look, I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for you. So, I'll be waiting for you. It means it's very important for me. It's very important for me. It's very important for me. And I'll be waiting and waiting and waiting. And I'll be waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. It's very important for me. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for your reply. I'll be waiting for your reply. Or I'll be waiting for your answer. I'll be waiting for your answer. Okay? So future continuous. We often use it in speaking in the following situation. So a long action in the future will be plus verb plus ing. So you see, we can also use a short form. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for your reply. It means it's very important for me, and I'll be waiting and waiting. Okay, so we talked about so these groups. We talked about these groups: simple and continuous. Simple and continuous. Okay, so present simple, it has another name. So it has another name. It has another name. Present indefinite. Present indefinite. Next, past. Next, future simple. Future simple. Past simple. Past simple and present continuous. Present continuous. Past continuous. Past continuous and future continuous. And future continuous. So present simple or present indefinite, future simple, or sometimes you can meet present indefinite, past simple, or past indefinite. And you see present continuous. Sometimes you can meet present progressive, past continuous, or past progressive, future continuous, or past or future progressive. Good. So very good. We talked about these very important groups. Well, so let's talk about perfect. Let's talk about perfect tenses. So, and it's number 7, present perfect. Present perfect. So it's about the past. It's about the past, but there is a connection. There is a connection with the present. But there is a connection with the present. We use this tense. We use this tense if we have these time expressions or time markers okay, so already and how do we form it? How do we form it? have or has plus past participle plus past participle. It's the third form. It's the third form. Okay? So I, we, you, they have, he, she, it has, plus past participle or the third form, or the third form. Okay, or the third form. So perfect tenses, you see, or time markers. Okay, good, very good. So present perfect, have, has plus past participle, yeah, or we call it the third form. So if we use they have plus past participle and he, she, it has plus past participle, so it's about the past, but there is a connection with the present. We use this tense if we have these time expressions or time markers. Okay, so time markers. Already, I have already been there. I have already been there. So been is a past participle, is the third form. We put already in the middle. We put already in the middle. They put already in the middle. I have already been there. Next, just. We have just called her. We put just in the middle. We have just called her. Next. So what is next? Ever, never, and yet. Never, ever, and yet. So we use yet in negative sentences. We use yet in negative sentences, and we put it in the end. And we put it in the end. Look. So negative sentences, haven't or hasn't plus past participle. Haven't or hasn't plus past participle. For example, he hasn't. He, she, it hasn't. He hasn't come back yet. He hasn't come back yet. It means he didn't come back. So if you have yet, you use present perfect. He hasn't come back yet. He hasn't come back yet. So you see. Next, so already, I have already been there. We put already in the middle. Just, we have just called her. We use yet in negative sentences and we put it in the end. So haven't, hasn't plus past participle. He hasn't come back yet. And if you have ever and never. Okay, so good. So what about ever? We use it in questions. Ever. Have you ever? Please remember this question. Have you ever been there? Have you ever been there? Have you ever thought? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about that? Okay, what about never? What about never? So we can use it in past simple and present perfect. We can use it in past simple and present perfect. It depends on the context. It depends on the context. It depends on the context. Please compare. Please compare. I never I never went there when I was a child. And so it's the first sentence. I never went there when I was a child. And so you see, I have never been there. So it's true now. It's true now. So we use past continuous. We use past continuous here, or we use past simple here. It's a distant past. It's a distant past. So this sentence, this part of the sentence, when I was a child, tells us that it's a distant past. So we use past simple. Past simple. Okay? So we use past simple. Good. And I have never been there. It's true now. So there is a connection. There is a connection. There is a connection with the present. There is a connection with the present, and we use present perfect. I have never been there. It's true now. So there is a connection with the present. Good. So very good. Okay, and now you need to do some exercises. You need to do some exercises. So he was, or he has been there. He was, or he has been there last year. So was or has been. You need to look. You need to look at time markers. You need to look at time markers. So last year is a time marker of past simple. Is a time marker of past simple. So last year is a time marker of past simple. So he was there last year. Next, she was, or she. So what is right? She was there. She was just there, or she has just been there. So just is a time marker of present perfect. So you need to say she has just been there. She has just been there. And one more task. Correct the mistake. Correct the mistake. Correct the mistake. He yet hasn't been in London. He yet hasn't been in London. So please correct the mistake. So do you see any mistakes? He yet hasn't been in London. Who knows? Who knows? Please put your hand up. Who knows? So you know that we put yet in the end. We put yet in the end. So he hasn't been, yeah, blah blah blah, yet. Yeah, is it okay or not? Is it okay? Yeah, it's okay that we have yet in the end. But is the sentence correct? Is the sentence correct? Is the sentence correct? I said blah 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 because this part isn't correct. So it isn't correct. Why? Okay, so exercises. He was there last year. You need to look at time markers. So last year is a time marker of past simple. So she has just been there. Correct the mistake. So he hasn't been in London yet. So where is the mistake? He hasn't been. This sentence. He hasn't been in London yet. This sentence had two mistakes. So this sentence had two mistakes. Okay? This sentence had two mistakes. So he hasn't been in London yet. You need to say he hasn't been to London yet. Please remember it. Please remember it. Please remember it. He hasn't been to London yet. So we use it. We used to after being. We used to after being with present perfect. We used to after being with present perfect. Compare. I was in London. I was in London. So it's okay. It's okay. It's past simple. It's okay. It's past simple. And I have been. I have been to London. I have been to London. It's okay because it's present perfect. And you know that we use to after being in present perfect. I have been to London, or have you ever been? Have you ever been? Have you ever been to London? Have you ever been to London? Yeah. So he hasn't been to London yet. Please remember it. We use to after being with present perfect. Compare. I was in London, so it's okay. It's past simple. I have been to London. It's present perfect. Have you ever been to London? Well, so next. What is next? So tense number 8, it's past perfect. It's past perfect. How do we form it? Had plus past participle. Had plus past participle, or the third form. Okay, it's it's about the past. It's about the past, but one time before past simple. Look, he said he had been there. He had been there. Yeah, he said he had been there. So first he was there. First he was there. Then he said it. He said it. First he was there. Then he said it. Yeah, but you say he said first. He said he had been there. He said he had been there. So it's past perfect because it happened before he said. It happened before. It's happened before he said. It happened before he said. So he said he had been there. Okay, next. So she told me she had won. So she won earlier. She won earlier. She won earlier. So first she won, and then she told me. Okay? So past perfect, had plus past participles, the third form. It's about the past, but one time before past simple. He said he had been there. First he was there, then he said it. It happened before, he said. She told me she had won. She won earlier. Okay, test. So, test. Past simple or past perfect. Past perfect. He tell me that he called her. So, it's about the past. Which action happened earlier? Which action happened earlier? So, tell or call? So, first he called and then he told me. First he called her. Second he told me. So he called earlier. He called earlier. So we need to say. He told me that he had called her. Good. So test. Past simple or past perfect. So which action happened earlier? First he called her. Second he told me. He called earlier. He called her earlier. So we need to say he told me that he had called her. Good. Very good. Yeah. And you know, future perfect. Future perfect. So what is future perfect? It's future simple plus by. Yeah, if you have by and talk about the future, you use future perfect. If you have by and talk about the future, you use future perfect. Use future perfect. Look, future simple. I will finish it. And future perfect. So compare. Future simple and future perfect. Yeah. How do you form it? We'll have plus past participle or plus the third form or plus the third form. We'll have plus past participle or plus the third form. Okay? So I will have plus past participle finished. I will have finished it by next year. I will have finished it by next year. Yeah, so you see, we'll have finished because we have by. So future perfect, it's future simple plus by. We'll have plus past participle, the third form. If you have by and talk about the future, you use future perfect. So future simple, I will finish it. Future perfect, I will have finished it by next year. For example, you can say I will have reached an advanced level by next month. Why not? Okay, I will have reached an advanced level by next month. Good. So a good plan. It's a good plan. I will have reached an advanced level by next month, so a good plan. Okay, or you can say, for example, I will have watched all the videos on your channel by next week. So I think it's possible. I think it's possible. So I will have watched all the videos on your channel by next week. I think it's possible. So very good. Yeah. And you know, we need to talk about the group perfect continuous. Right. We need to talk about present perfect continuous. We often use it in speaking. We often use it, you see, continuous. We often use it in speaking. Next, past perfect continuous. And future perfect continuous. Do you know these tenses? So no problem. Let's talk about it. Yeah, perfect continuous. Present perfect continuous, we often use it in speaking. Past perfect continuous, future perfect continuous. Do you know these tenses? No problem. Let's talk about it. Okay, so students often say, I learn English for 2 years. So it's a mistake. So it's wrong. I learned English for 2 years. It's wrong. You need to use present perfect continuous here. Need to use present perfect continuous here. Right. So if you have for since how long, tell us that we need perfect continuous. So it's a general rule. So what is present perfect continuous? So what is it? How do you form it? Have or has plus been. Have or has plus been plus verb plus ing. So I, we, you, they have, he, she, it has. I have been learning English. I have been learning English for 2 years. So only this way. I have been learning English for 2 years. Yeah, present perfect continuous. Okay, so I learned English for 2 years. It's wrong. You need to use present perfect continuous. Have, has plus been plus verb plus ing. So for since how long, tell us that we need perfect continuous, that we need present perfect continuous. That we need perfect continuous, present perfect continuous. It's a general rule. So I have been learning English for 2 years only this way. Good. So more examples. I have been living here. Since 1995. It means I started living there. I started living there in 1995, and I'm still living, and I'm still living there, and I'm still living there. Or I can say, I have been living here. I have been living here for 21 years. For 21 years, or for about 2 years. Well, for about 20 years. I have been living here for about 20 years. And we use present perfect continuous with how long. How long. So please remember this structure. Remember this structure. Remember this structure. So how long have you been? How long have you been doing something? How long have you been doing something? For example, I can ask you, how long have you been learning English? How long have you been? How long have you been learning English? How long have you been learning English? And you can say, for example, for 3 years. For 3 years. Okay, so more examples. I have been living here since 1995. I started living here in 1995, and I'm still living here. I have been living here for about 20 years. So for or since. You have since or for. How long and how long. So please remember this structure. How long have you been doing something? So how long have you been learning English? For 3 years. For 3 years. Okay? For example, how long have you been working here? How long have you been working here? Or how long have you been watching this video? How long have you been? How long have you been watching this video? For about 2 hours, I think, eh? For about 2 hours. For about 2 hours. So very good. Very good. Next. So what about past perfect continuous? Past perfect continuous. So it's like present perfect continuous, but in the past. It's like present perfect. It's like present perfect continuous, but in the past. Look, when he came home, and we form it this way. We form it this way. Had been plus verb plus ing. Had been plus verb plus ing. So when he came home, and we use for. We use for with past perfect continuous. When he came home, look, compare these sentences. Compare these sentences. When he came home, he was watching TV. When he came home, he was watching TV. So watching is a long action. So he was watching, and then he came home. So, and came is a short action. So it's past simple and past continuous. It's past simple and past continuous. When he came home, he was watching TV. Past simple and past continuous. So if you say for, you need to use past perfect continuous. If you say for, if you say for, you need to use past perfect. You need to use past perfect continuous. Past perfect continuous. So you need to use past perfect continuous. You see, so when he came home, next, he, past perfect continuous, had been plus verb plus ing. He had been watching TV for example, for 2 hours. For 2 hours. Yeah, and we have this tense because of for. We use this tense because of for. Because of for. So when he came home, he'd be watching TV for 2 hours. So very good. So past perfect continuous is like present perfect continuous but in the past. So for, we form it this way. Had been plus verb plus ing. Please compare the sentences. When he came home, he was watching TV. So it's past simple, came and was watching. It's past continuous. If you say for, you need to use past perfect continuous. So when he came home, he'd been watching TV for 2 hours. We use this tense because of for. Okay, and what about future perfect continuous? What about future perfect continuous? What about future perfect continuous? So, you know, future simple. For example, I will learn English. I will learn English. You know future perfect. It's future simple. It's future simple plus by. Future simple plus by. And it's we form it this way. We'll have plus past participle. We'll have plus past participle. I will have learned English. I will have learned English by next year. I will have learned English by next year. So what is future perfect continuous? What is future perfect continuous? It's, you know, is future perfect, or it's future perfect, or is future simple plus by plus for. So you have by and for, or it's future perfect, plus for. So if you have by and for and you talk about the future, you need to use future perfect continuous. So you know future simple, I will learn English. So you know future perfect, it's future simple plus by, and we form it this way. We'll have plus past participle. I will have learned. Yeah, I will have learned English by next year. What is future perfect continuous? It's future simple plus by plus for, or it's future perfect plus for. So we have this sentence. I will have learned English by next year. So you know that future perfect, we form future perfect continuous this way. Will have been plus verb plus ing. So I will have, and you have by and for. So I will have been. learning English. I will have been learning English for, so by and for, or for and by, for 2 months, or for 2 months, by next year. I will have been learning English for 2 months by next year. So you have for and you have by. So, and you use future perfect. So I really hope it's a great lesson. I really hope it's a great lesson on English tenses. So you can watch it again. You can watch it again. You can take notes. You can take notes. So you can listen to it. You can listen to it. You can listen to it when you do other things. When you do other things. So, and you can recommend it. So you can recommend it to your friends. You can recommend it to your friends. You know, I'm really glad to help you. It's the mission of this channel. I'm really glad to help you. It's the mission of this channel. Okay, so I really hope it's a great lesson. So I really hope it's a great lesson on English tenses. You can watch it again. You can take notes. You can listen to it when you do other things. You can recommend it to your friends. I'm really glad to help you. It's the mission of this channel. And you know, let's revise everything. Let's revise everything. Okay? So you see, all tenses in English, full course. I work as an English teacher. This course is very special. There is lots of interesting and useful information. You'll also see different exercises. Watch all this course. You can recommend it to your friends. I really hope this video course will help you understand English grammar and English tenses much better. Thanks for your support. So let's start with the most important tense. What is it? Present simple. We use it when we talk about the present. It's the main tense for things which usually happen sometimes and so on, not now. If it's about now, we need to use another tense. What is it? Do you know the name of this tense? It's present continuous. We'll talk about it a bit later. So present simple. How to form this tense? It's very easy. Subject plus verb. For example, I work, I understand, we see. We learn English here. You go to work. You live in America. More examples. They help us. They listen to the radio. Please remember this structure. Subject plus verb. There are two situations. So the first situation, I, we, you, they plus verb. The second situation, he, she, it plus verb plus s. Don't forget to put s. It's so important. He works there. She understands him. It really helps. It's a very important rule. Please remember it. Exercises. Test. He works there. Which variant is correct? How can you explain it in English? We learn English, so without s. More difficult things. My sister lives in Brazil. It means she. One more task. The lesson seems interesting. Well done, excellent. Let's continue. we call it affirmative, statement, negative, question, interrogative form. So how to form a negative, how to form a negative form? Who knows? Who knows? It's easy. Look. I, we, you, they plus don't plus verb. He, she, it plus doesn't plus verb. I work, I don't work. We work, we don't work. You work, you don't work. They work, they don't work. He works, he doesn't work. She works, she doesn't work. It works, it doesn't work. Exercises. He doesn't go to school. Let's write it down. If you have he, she, or it, you add as, verb plus as in a statement. If it's a negative form, use don't or doesn't before a verb. So don't or doesn't plus verb. We don't smoke. My brother doesn't listen to pop music means he. How to form a question. Do I, we, you, they plus verb. Does he, she, it plus verb. Do you understand? Does she understand? We use does because of she. Do you know it? Do they live there? Exercises. Does she live there? Do you learn English every day? Does your brother drive a car? Do your parents work means they. More exercises. So say it in three forms. He understands. Is it correct or not? He doesn't understand. Does he understand? They help us. They don't help us. Do they help us? Okay, good. Let's talk about the verb to be. When do we need it? There is a rule. If you don't have a verb in a sentence in present simple, you need to use the form of to be. Am, is, or are. I am. He, she, it is. We, you, they are. I work. Work is a verb. We don't need to be. It is interesting. Do we have a verb in the sentence? No. So you need the verb to be. Good. So, to be. You can also use a short form. We often use it in spoken English. We often use it in spoken English when you speak. I am. I'm not at work. I'm not at work. We, you, they are at work. We, you, they are not at work. We aren't at work. You aren't at work. They aren't at work. He, she, it is. He, she, it is not at work. He isn't at work. She isn't at work. It isn't at work. Good. So, next. Am I a good student? Is he a good student? Is she a good student? Is it interesting? Are we good students? Are they good students? Are you good students? Really? Let's do some exercises. Let's do some exercises. I am happy. He is at work. They are there. My sister is at school means she. The lesson is interesting means it. My friends are in Spain means they. One more exercise on present simple. It interesting. It is interesting. It's interesting. It is not interesting. It isn't interesting. Is it interesting? Let's talk about the second tense. It's future simple. You know, it's very easy to form this tense. Will plus verb, so it's long form. So I, we, you, they, he, she, it will do it. I will learn English fast. She will come to us. I'll, will, you, they'll do it, she'll do it, he'll do it, it'll do it. We use short forms in speaking. We use short forms mostly in speaking. Mostly. We short forms mostly in speaking. Good. So, next. We often use future simple with tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, the day after tomorrow, soon, later, I'll call him later, or I will call him later. Will not plus verb or won't plus verb. I will not go to the party. Will not agree. You will not do it. They will not come to us. She will not study there. He will not watch that video. It will not help them, or it won't help them. You put will in the beginning. So will I, we, you, they, he, she, it plus verb. So will you do it for me? Will we talk about that? Will he agree? He come to the party. You need to choose the right form. So he will come to the party. He will not come to the party. He won't come to the party. Will he come to the party? Past simple. How to say it in past simple? I work, I do it. There are two situations. So regular verbs, verb plus ed. I work, I worked. We play, we played. She listened, she listened. Irregular verbs. Remember its forms. Remember its forms, or remember their forms. Remember their forms. Remember their forms. Good. So do is an irregular verb. So do, did, done, infinitive, past simple, or the second form, and past participle, or the third form. To say something in past simple, you need to know the second form of irregular verbs. So I did it, I see, I saw, was the second form of see, saw. Exercises. Say it in past simple. I work, I worked. She knows it, she knew it. It helps me, it helped me. The most difficult thing about past simple is that you need to know irregular verbs. We often use past simple with such words as yesterday, the day before yesterday, last week, last month, last year, some phrases with ago, 3 days ago, 5 days ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 months ago, in 1988, for example. Didn't plus verb. I didn't do it. We didn't see it. You didn't say it. They didn't arrive. He didn't call us. She didn't return. It didn't happen. You use don't or doesn't in present simple in a negative form, but use only didn't with past simple. So, did I, we, you, they, he, she, it plus verb. Examples. Did you do it? Did he agree? Did they get this money? So you use do or does in present simple to form a question, but you use only did in past simple. There are some exercises especially for you. So, he came to the party, you use the second form. He didn't come to the party. Did he come to the party? Be in past simple. Was, were. So I, he, she, it was at school. We, you, they were at school. I was happy. We were lucky. She was there. It was interesting. We were sad. We were unhappy. They were successful. You were a good student. I, he, she, it was not. I, he, she, it wasn't there. We, you, they were not. We, you, they weren't there. I wasn't at work. I was in the park. They weren't in Italy. They were in another city. If you want to ask a question with was or were, it's also easy. Was I, he, she, it there? Were we, you, they there? Was I right? Was she at work? Were they happy? I think you need some exercises. He was happy. He wasn't happy. Was he happy? We studied the group simple. Present simple, past simple, future simple. First of all, you need to know how to form. First of all, you need to know how to form these tenses, the basics of English tenses and English grammar. I believe that to speak English really well, you need to know about 7 tenses. Good. So, present continuous is for things, actions, which are now. Am, is, are, plus verb plus ing. I'm doing it. He is doing it. She is doing it. It is doing it. We are doing it. You are doing it. They are doing it. Compare. I'm teaching English. It's now. Present continuous. I teach English. It means in general. I usually do it. It's present simple. Okay, so time markers for present continuous. Now, at the moment. I'm learning English now. Time markers for present simple. Always, often, usually, sometimes, never. Every day, every week, month, year. I learn English every day. It tells us that we need to use present simple. More examples with present continuous. I'm looking at this slide. I'm reading it. I'm watching this video. I'm listening to you. I'm learning English. I'm making progress in English. All these things are happening now. Am is are plus not plus verb plus ing. I'm not plus verb plus ing. We, you, they aren't plus verb plus ing. He, she, it isn't plus verb plus ing. I'm not walking in the park now. I'm staying at home. He isn't doing his homework. He is playing computer games. What about questions? Am I doing it well? So, are we doing it well? Are you doing it well? Are they doing it well? Is he doing it well? Is she doing it well? Is it doing it well? Are you learning English now? Is he doing his homework? Are they talking on the phone? Exercises. I am reading a book. I am reading a book. I am not reading a book. I am not reading a book. Am I reading a book? Am I reading a good book? Past continuous. A long action in the past. Was, were, plus verb, plus ing. We usually use it in these situations. When he called me, I was working. A short action, called, was working, a long action. So I was working, and then suddenly he called me. When he saw me, I was driving a car. A short action interrupts a long action, a long one. So it's about long actions, all day. So I was learning English all day. It's a time marker for present continuous. I was working all day. 3. When you describe something in the past. The sun was shining brightly, we were lying on the beach, so it's a long process. 4. Yesterday, at 7 o'clock, at 6 o'clock, at 5 o'clock. So you mentioned yesterday and the time. Compare. I read a book yesterday, so it's past simple. I was reading a book at 4 o'clock yesterday. It's past continuous. So these are 4 most important situations. The first situation with when is the most common. Exercises. Choose past simple or past continuous. So, which action is long and which action is short? Call short, play long. So when he called me, I was playing computer games. Students often make mistakes with this tense. Wasn't, weren't plus verb plus ing. When he came home, I wasn't cooking. Was, were plus subject plus verb plus ing. Were you playing computer games when he called you? Future continuous. We often use it in speaking in the following situation. So a long action in the future will be plus verb plus ing. I'll be plus verb plus ing. I'll be waiting for you. I'll be waiting for your reply. I'll be waiting for your answer. It means it's very important for me, and I'll be waiting and waiting and waiting. Good. So, next. We talked about these groups, simple and continuous. Present simple, it has another name, present indefinite, future simple, future indefinite, past simple, past indefinite, present continuous, present progressive, past continuous, past progressive, future continuous, future progressive. So perfect tenses, present perfect, have, has plus past participle, the third form. So I, we, you, they have plus past participle, he, she, it has plus past participle. It's about the past, but there is a connection with the present. We use this tense if we have these time expressions or time markers. So I have already been there. We put already in the middle. Just, we have just called her. We use yet in negative sentences and we put it in the end. Haven't or hasn't plus past participle. So yet. He hasn't come back yet. Ever. Have you ever been there? Have you ever thought about that? Never. We can use it in past and present perfect. So we can use it in past simple. Yes, we can use it in past simple, and present perfect. It depends on the context. Compare. I never went there when I was a child. It's a distant past, so we use past simple. I have never been there. It's true now. So there is a connection with the present. So good. Exercises. He was there last year. You need to look at time markers. So last year is a time marker of past simple. She was, is a time marker of past simple. Good. She has just been there, so it's correct. Correct the mistake. He hasn't been in London yet. We put yet in the end. Is the sentence correct? The sentence had two mistakes. Good. So he hasn't been to London yet. Please remember it. We use it. We use to after been with present perfect. Compare. I was in London, so it's okay. It's past simple. I have been to London, so it's present perfect. Have you ever been to London? Past perfect. Had plus past participle. The third form. It's about the past, but one time before past simple. He said he had been there. First he was there, then he said it. It happened before he said. She told me she had won. She won earlier. Test. Past simple or past perfect. So which action happened earlier? Tell or call. So first he called her. Second, he told me. He called her earlier. So we need to say, he told me that he had called her. Good.